At 5 years old, this boy weighed 45 kilograms, but the doctor said it was normal. His parents were world champion sumo wrestlers, and he had a very special physique. Everything he eats is absorbed and turned into fat, which delighted his parents, as he took after his father, not the neighbor. The doctor even declared he could never be thin, and with his oversized body, he'd never make friends at school. Shivering, Shutian clutched the pastry in his hand. I don't want to be fat. From then on, he trained hard every day, but his weight never decreased. At 8, he weighed 183 pounds. At 9, he could swim 4 miles straight and even take down a baby shark with his bare hands. But his weight remained at 265 pounds as race cars sped through the night. Suddenly, Shutian sprints through the night, dragging dozens of mismatched wheels, shocking the street racers. Shutian, age 11, weighing 180 kui. In spring, Shutian would climb cliffs with all his might. By summer, he could hang upside down with one hand. In autumn, Thach Tien lifts weights with a single hand, and in the freezing winter, he trains relentlessly despite the snow. Now we cut to a modern school where a student plugs a cable into a charger amidst a pile of discs, furiously mashing buttons on a game controller. He played and hummed his favorite song when suddenly a wad of paper hit him in the head. Before the boy's bewildered eyes, the girl muttered under her breath, "Study. Playing games in class? Aren't you afraid of getting caught by the teacher?" Hearing this, he smirked. "Shichu, are you kidding me? She's all talk. How would she even know? I'm sitting where the guardian angel of all the boys in the class protects me. Behind me is Xu Tian, whose body is bigger than the teacher's, almost eclipsing the other students. 16 years old, 210 kilograms. What the doctor said when he was young was only half right. Xu Tian probably couldn't lose weight anymore, and he didn't have many friends. At that moment, the teacher announced that the class would be throwing discs this period. "Big Stone is here, Big Stone is here," the girls immediately responded. "Yes, sir." As Xu Tian arrived, the students' eyes were glued to him as if a celebrity had just walked by. Brother Tien, do you remember me?" Meanwhile, a female student almost loses her mind, waving a stack of money in the air. "Daddy Tien, please protect my allowance." Meanwhile, a girl shouted in a trembling voice, "Tienge, I was bullied at the school gate yesterday. Please help us scare them." The person next to him quickly offered him this game console, and just then, someone excitedly pulled out an expensive snack. Brother Tien, please sit in front of me for the next exam. Here's a Snickers for you." Immediately, Xu Tian activated snack lockdown, saying, "No Snickers, I'm on a diet. Here, bring me the bitter gourd and celery juice." Hearing this, the person pulled out a suspicious green drink, reeking of a taste that could kill. "Yes, boss, I happen to have one here. Please enjoy." Just as Xu Tian was sucking on his straw, his tone suddenly shifted. "You guys." Thach Tien looked around, seeing his friends cheering him on like fans at a concert. "I thought we were friends, but you treat me like your dad." Even so, the students continued to chant, "Brother Tien," but in that moment, a ball suddenly struck him in the face, leaving a small scratch. Across from him, a silver-haired boy stomped on the ball. He pointed and ordered, "Hey, fatty, you're the top dog of the 10th grade, right? How did you get so fat?" Then, Silver Hair asked for money. "We're a little short. Could you help us out?" At this, Xu Tian glared at him with disdain. "Hey, Silver Hair, why don't you give us some money? What's with the attitude?" Golden Hair chimes in, "What are you waiting for? Hurry it up." Meanwhile, groups of students gathered to whisper, "Who are those two?" The person next to him frowned as he observed, "Those are seniors, some new bullies, and I think they're part of the boxing club." Hearing this, the other person couldn't help but worry. "Boxing? Aren't they done for?" A weak voice echoed from the other side. "Yeah, he's done for." Meanwhile, Xu Tian could only sigh as he turned and trudged away. He brazenly takes the ball from the girl's hand. Somehow it's already in his possession. Before leaving, he politely asks to borrow the ball for a bit. The female student cries out in dissatisfaction, "Xu Tian, what are you doing?" Immediately, Thach Tien hurled the ball at Silver Hair and Yellow Face as a powerful voice echoed. They were done for. Dust billowed and then cleared, revealing the ball embedded in the goal, leaving an unforgettable mark. His voice echoed clearly, as Brother Tien had crushed all the gangs in the area. The silver-haired thug gaped in horror. His yellow-haired companion turned pale, eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Xu Tian stood motionless, picked up another ball, and glared at the group. Seeing this, Silver Hair ran for his life. "You just wait!" As Wang Ho screamed and ran, he vowed they would return. In the aftermath of the battle, the students grew even more excited. "Dad, let's not dwell on the past. The point is, Xu Tian has no enemies. Jimmy." He glanced back at the female student, now frozen like a statue. After a long moment, Xu Tian released his grip. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Silverhair and Goldie were panting like pigs, and Goldie couldn't help but yell, "Boss, this is too humiliating. How can we live if we don't get our honor back?" Hearing this, he angrily grabbed the man's collar, the silver-haired man frantically shaking the blonde. "How are we going to get it back? Tell me, how do we get revenge? Is that even a person? That's a tank." Faced with his strange expression, the blonde grew confused. "What should I do?" The silver-haired man casually shoves him aside, hinting, "There might be a way to get revenge." As night falls, we transition to a stunning locale, an unusual structure. Inside, strange sounds echo. The basketball court trembles. The spectator seats bounce wildly, and the hoops shake more and more violently. After a while, Shutian began to bounce erratically, clenching weights in his hands as he ran, while Goldie secretly watched him, dumbfounded. "What is this guy doing?" Just then, Silverhair's voice echoed. "I've asked around, and apparently he comes here to train every day until the gym closes. There's practically no one here at this hour. And for someone so strong, there must be a reason he trains here every day." I think the blonde is stunned. Suddenly, Silverhair stood up and grabbed Blondie's shoulders. "If we keep provoking him like this, we might not be able to escape like we did today." Hearing this, Blondie felt a little confused, but they couldn't continue outside either. "I need to set him straight." "Boss, there's no way I can back down now." Silently, Silverhair searched for something, replying, "No way." After a moment, he retrieved a lock and an adhesive tube, then approached the door and tightly wound a chain around it. He forcefully pinned the two sockets together, then secured the door with the lock. Not leaving anything to chance, he locks the door with a key, sealing it shut in an instant. Finally, Silverhair frantically grabbed wood and hammered it in place. The job was meticulously done. Moments later, Goldie adds glue along a straight line, while Silverhair calmly lights a cigarette. He strolls leisurely down the hall, indifferent to Stone, who is trapped inside, then casually tosses the cigarette behind him. He smirks while Goldie double-checks their work, and minutes later, Seok Cheon completes his final run. Shutian rummages through his bag, eyes darting around, and pulls out a large scale, a basket full of balls and a tray with an unknown object inside. Then he quickly retrieves something else from his bag. He suddenly takes a deep breath, and Shutian begins blowing air into the object. Shutian brazenly pulls out a children's pool, marking the water level before and after he lies down. Next, he dropped iron balls of fixed weight inside until the water reached the mark he made earlier. Finally, he just needed to weigh the iron balls to find out his final weight. The needle on the scale begins to move, and he stares silently, intently at the dial. In that moment, the needle suddenly began to move rapidly, finally stopping at a number. Thach Thien miscalculated 200 plus 200, Fulras 21. Arriving at 421 ku, he despaired, crying, "Oh no, I've somehow gained 2 more kilos." Just then, a fire suddenly erupted on the opposite side, smoke filling the room and reaching where Thach Thien stood. He turned in confusion, the smoke hitting him directly in the face. In that moment, it dawned on him. He stood frozen, staring at the smoke and flames ahead. Without a second thought, he reached for the pool beside him. "Is this real fire?" Shutian quickly doused himself with water, resolving, "Screw it, I'll figure out a way out of this first." In this critical situation, Shutian reached for the door, but it wouldn't budge. Hours later, the door began to warp from the outside, contorting unnaturally, before finally splitting in two. From within, Shutian mustered all his strength to throw the door open, pressing down on the metal plate, his mind nearly collapsing. Now, his face pale, Thach Thien gasped for breath, reaching out into the void. Is this death? The area around him erupted in flames, and the next morning, sunlight streamed down upon the wreckage. Shu-hyun reached up, his hand piercing through solid rock, then braced himself against a concrete wall. Shu-tien suddenly sat up and screamed. He looked around in shock, realizing he was still alive. He stared blankly at the mirror opposite him, and upon seeing his reflection, he froze, his eyes widening. In that moment, time seemed to stand still as their eyes met, a gaze both deep and unexpected. It was a while before Shu-tian regained his senses. He gently touches the mirror, saying, "Good morning, brother." Thach Thien wore a terrified expression. Was he trapped in here by the fire, too? He nearly lost his composure, shouting, "Say something!" Shu-tian frantically gripped the mirror, his fingers bleeding from the pressure. Slowly, Shu-tian raised his hand, his palm stained with blood, and began to touch his unfamiliar face. From within Shu-tian, a familiar voice echoed, "Bro, you're so handsome." His heart pounding, he stood there, dumbfounded. Had Fatty really transformed into a swan? Elsewhere, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks raced down the highway. Meanwhile, Shu Tian slowly turned his head towards the smoke, a sense of impending doom washing over him. He'd almost forgotten he was at the scene of a fire, and he didn't have a stitch of clothing on. If he was discovered, he was done for. Thinking this, Shu Tian looked around, knowing he had to leave quickly and find something to wear. In that instant, a flag struck his eye. Fluttering in the wind, Shu Tian stared at it with helpless eyes. This was Dongshan City, Nanjing Road, Pedestrian Street, People's Square. The crowd bustled by when a figure darted past two girls, knocking their ice cream to the ground and sparking an idea. The aunties and uncles were enthusiastically practicing their dance when that figure dashed past once more. Their fans immediately fell to the ground as the group watched the figure with glazed eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a driver clutches his phone, saying, "Update the character with the master now, or we'll lose millions every day." Then, the sight of Shu Tian's bare figure struck him, and the car crashed straight into a tree. The driver sobbed, "It doesn't matter. The manhwa and the money don't matter. I've seen enough in this lifetime." Under the blazing sun, Shu Tian dashes forward with incredible speed. The observer can't help but marvel, perhaps witnessing. His toned physique was barely concealed by a vibrant red cloth as hundreds of eyes followed Shu Tian, silently acknowledging the pinnacle of male beauty. The crowd parts as hearts flutter through the air while Shu Tian continues to run, his face now pale. In the bustling square, all eyes were on him as he embodied the spirit of youth. The crazed girls screamed in unison, "Brother, are you showing off your youthful vitality? Brother, you're such a pervert. Oh, brother, your cocooned body is so cute, but you're also so handsome." The crowd, nearly losing their minds, surged forward. "Can I have your WeChat, handsome? What's the way to your heart? Can I run with you, handsome? Hey, hey." As leaves return to the tree, I return to you. Meanwhile, as Shu Tian was burning up from his run, he now covers his face, his ears and cheeks red, and inwardly grits his teeth. How can I face anyone now? It's like the past is repeating itself. The girls went wild, rushing forward. "It's Tian! Tian's here! Tian, do you remember me?" "Brother Tian?" Shu Tian couldn't help but sigh at the irony. Thinking this, Shu Tian broke out in a sweat. "Damn it, I just wanted to sneak home. But more and more people are showing up. I have to get out of here." With crazed fans in pursuit, shouting, "Brother, brother, don't leave us behind." It was then that Shu Tian suddenly stopped. Besides, his stomach had been growling for a while, and he suddenly felt incredibly hungry. In the school's faculty office, homeroom teacher Pang Huang picked up the phone. "Shu Tian, asking for leave?" He shouted loudly. "What? Sick?" The homeroom teacher couldn't help but feel a little incredulous. How could this be? How could any virus in this world make a valiant young man sick? In that moment, the head teacher stared in horror at the computer screen displaying the T-virus biohazard, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Humanity is on the brink of extinction. Cut to Shu Tian's residence. Inside, a computer sits neatly on the desk, its screen filled with dense lines of text. Rapid weight loss. The cause of rapid weight loss. Why rapid weight loss? The cause of rapid weight loss. An image of rapid weight loss. Just then, the TV suddenly flickered to life. Idol producer greets everyone, offering a polite hello. "I'm this season's trainee, and I like singing, dancing, and basketball." Meanwhile, Shu Tian stares intently at the screen. At that moment, the boy started swaying his hips as his voice rang out, "Hey, this next second is for you." Suddenly, he began to dance, his hips swaying gracefully. In that moment, the boy turned to his fans, his dream within reach. Meanwhile, Shu Tian quickly copied the moves as another boy did a headstand. Let the music go round and round. Seeing this, he happily joined in. "Round," the other boy sways to the dance once more. Let the music go round and round. Immediately, Shu Tian turns and raises his hand, "Round." Meanwhile, the boy slowly raised his hand, hearing his friend's encouragement. Seeing this, he hurriedly followed, his face instantly covered in sweat. After a while, Shu Tian breathed heavily. "I just followed along, and I finished the whole song. I think I was able to mimic all the moves." His body felt light, his skin was supple, and he seemed to hold his own against the others. He stared into the mirror, his hand unconsciously touching his cheek. "Is this what I looked like when I was thin?" Thinking this, Shu Tian's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but smile. Was this a dream? But the clear sensation told him it was real. Immediately after, Shu Tian laughed heartily. "That's right, this is me." Just then, his stomach growled again. Shizha looked blankly at the ground. "Ah, I'm hungry." Noticing his feet were surrounded by trash, Shusha quickly decided he needed to find some food. He immediately rushed to the noodle bucket, realizing this was his 5th meal of the day. Little did Shu Tianchen know how terrifying this was. lost in his happiness. Chapter 6. A scene change to Shandong City, the 6th People's Hospital, inside the internal medicine department, specifically chief physician's office. Inside, a tapestry hangs proudly on the wall, a gift to the head of the department. A brilliant doctor with outstanding medical skills, a Huatuo reborn with noble medical ethics. Presented in December 2018 by Mrs. Zhao. At that moment, the doctor slammed his hand on the computer screen, clutching his hair with the other. After a long pause, he spoke calmly. "So, this is you from yesterday," Shu Tian confirms without hesitation. "Yes." With that, the doctor suddenly pointed at him. "And this is you now?" Shu Tian responded instinctively, "Yes." In response to his earnest reply, the doctor suddenly changed his tone. "You." Seeing the doctor's expression, Shu Tian was momentarily stunned as the doctor's emotions suddenly erupted. He questioned loudly, "Did you go to the training grounds? What the hell is going on? Anyway, let's get a full checkup first." With that, Shu Tian followed the instructions to the blood collection area. He then stood up straight to have his height measured, and finally, Sokcheon's body was pushed into a sensor for scanning. 2 hours later, the doctor clutched the paper in his hand, exhaling a breath. Unbelievable. Before the doctor were rows and rows of numbers, and he immediately rattled off a string of medical jargon. Blood pressure, blood fat, proteins. Every single one of his levels was perfectly normal. At this, Shu Tian's eyes widened as the doctor concluded that all his stats were perfectly average. He began to tear at his hair, saying, "If I hadn't seen you tested myself, I'd think you were messing with me. I can't help but admit, you're not sick." To his bewildered expression, the doctor bluntly declared that his health was somewhat artificial. At that moment, Shu Tian couldn't hide his dissatisfaction and stood up abruptly. He angrily shouts, "Is this good or bad? What are you even saying? I've been losing weight rapidly, and now I constantly crave something to eat. I spent 30,000 yuan on tests, and all they found was that I'm healthy." The doctor couldn't help but feel indignant. "How would I know? You've dismissed 40 years of my medical experience in just 2 hours. After a long pause, he replied wearily, "This is beyond my expertise. I'll prescribe some traditional medicine for you." Half an hour later, at number 10 road in front of the hospital, the pedestrian traffic was quite busy. At the same time, Shu Tian cursed under his breath. "This is completely wrong. They couldn't find anything and just made up some nonsense about my health. I've felt it since that explosion." Just then, a nerve in his brain twitched as across the street a girl stared at him with infatuated eyes. "Hey, look, that guy over there is so handsome." Her friend blushed. "He's looking this way." Hearing this, the girl became even more excited. "He's looking at us!" Her heart raced and her friend began to panic. "What should I do? Should we go say hi?" In that moment, Seokcheon's eyes locked onto the cake in her hand, his mouth agape, drool dripping, his stomach a bottomless pit. In Thok Thien's mind, only 2 words existed. Food, 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 food. He stared intently at the boy in front of him, then immediately shifted his attention to the lollipop. In an instant, he turned his gaze to the young boy, and this time the soda caught his eye, beckoning him closer. With that thought, he began to tear at his heart. Food, 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 food. Stone Sky ran madly forward, the scene shifting to a BFC stall, a place not for those on a diet. The employee smiled brightly, welcoming him, but before she could finish, Shu Tian slammed his hand on the table. The staff was stunned. "So, handsome, is this Sidon?" She stammered, You need—" Meanwhile, Shu Tian's eyes glazed over as he mustered all his strength to reply, I need— Shu Tian paused, then began chanting orders like a mantra: spicy chicken fillet, fries, potato burger, fried chicken burger, grilled chicken burger, golden taro, potato cakes, roast chicken fillet, hot wings, and 2 servings of every nugget on the menu. In an instant, darkness began to envelop the store. Meanwhile, Shu Tian frantically stuffs food down his throat, muttering, "Spicy, potato fries, burger, baked potato, chicken thigh burger, double portions." The staff watched in horror. "Aren't you eating?" Yet Shu Tian continued to eat and order, his hands and mouth never stopping. Spicy, fries, potato burger, chicken burger. He took a huge bite and continued to order spicy fries, burgers, baked potatoes, and chicken burgers. In the blink of an eye, the first light of day covered the stall. Meanwhile, Sokcheon's movement slowed as we returned to his small house, where the trees sway. On the table, a mountain of fast food has appeared. So, Stone carefully pondered, after that fire, he finally— Thinking this, he looked up at the mountain of food, now full. In that moment, Shu Tian turned his head, remembering. Ever since he was little, he'd had a burning passion for hamburgers. Thach Tian eagerly takes a big bite, his eyes widening as he looks down at the food on the grass. "Mm. Mom, what is this? Looks delicious," his mother smiled gently. "As long as you're happy." It was then that his father suddenly stood up and walked towards him, gently stroking his hair. "Then remember their names because," he suddenly emphasized, "they're junk food." Back in reality, Shutian wept in agony. "I won't eat them again." From then on, to lose weight, he secretly shed tears, feeling sorry for himself for having been a vegetarian for 10 years. Stone Sky's true spirit began to awaken. His eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Immediately, Shutian looked up, his eyes shining, realizing how much he'd missed them. At the same time, he wiped away the tears from his eyes. Much later, Shutian sat blankly on the floor, lost in thought. He was full, and he'd even brought leftovers home. It seemed like he'd bought out every fast food chain. With that in mind, Shutian grew serious, realizing this amount of food might just be enough. He immediately raised both hands and began counting on his fingers. After a moment, Shutian suddenly stopped, and after a day of contemplation, he came to a conclusion. Looking pathetic and ridiculous, he dazedly reached for the weight loss pills, then poured them into a glass bottle. Seizing the bottle, Shutian heads forward, his head bowed, his mind awash with complex thoughts. "When I was fat, I didn't dare eat anything. Now that I'm thin, I eat 20 times more, and I have to resort to questionable traditional medicine to try and lose weight." With that thought, Shutian gripped the bottle tighter, questioning whether this illness was a blessing or a curse. In that instant, intense heat surged through his hand. Thachthien panicked, cursing, "Damn, that's hot!" Instantly, the teapot shattered, sending hot water everywhere. Shutian collapsed to the ground, weeping like a child. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Something was wrong. He'd only heard the warning of boiling water before pulling back. Even if the water had splashed all over him, he shouldn't have felt the heat. A beat passes, and he realizes something's wrong. He didn't even heat it up. How is this water boiling? Chapter 8. Immediately after, Shutian turned his attention to his palm, focusing solely on his hand. He hesitated, clutching the thermometer in his hand, and slowly brought it to his index finger. In an instant, the thermometer shattered into pieces. Without a second thought, Shutian switched to a meat thermometer. A mechanical voice echoed, "Your grilling temperature is 230 degrees. At that moment, Shutian took 3 days off, staying home to conduct countless health tests. Finally, he understood the miraculous changes that had occurred to his body. First, his height had decreased from 220 cm to 187 cm, and his weight had dropped from 480 kg to 62 kg. Secondly, Shutian's appetite increased 20-fold. Thirdly, his metabolism remained unchanged, but his ears would rapidly heat up after eating, burning off the food's calories. If Shutian tries to resist eating, he'll become hungry. His hands will uncontrollably radiate heat, and his body will rapidly lose weight again. Immediately, the egg in Shutian's hand heats up and cracks. From then on, he was impervious to burns, unharmed even by fire, yet he remained indifferent to his strange transformation. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, startling him, his eyes glued to it. At the same time, Shutian was now extremely difficult to support, with an available balance of 0.03 yuan and debts due this month of 83 yuan. A week later, the school comes into view as students eagerly enter, and in a corner of the hallway, both girls and boys cast adoring glances ahead. Meanwhile, 2 male students gathered together, and one suddenly announced, "Did you hear?" The body found in the gym had Tiange's clothes, and Tiange was injured in a fire and hospitalized for surgery. Those nearby found it hard to believe. "What? I thought he was just out sick?" Just then, a voice boomed in their ears as a student silently gazed down at the campus, lost in thought. "It's been 8 days, 5 hours, and 32 minutes since Shutian left. I miss him." Suddenly startled, he drops the water bottle in his hand. Before him stood the handsome figure of Shutian, waving hello, and he couldn't help but sigh. So this is what it means to be truly handsome. The girls watched Shutian's retreating figure, their hearts suddenly aflutter. "So handsome, so very handsome," someone whispered, trembling. He's about to faint. The male student continues to poetize. The males are stunned, the females are swooning. Such is humanity. At this, Shutian stopped, his eyes scanning the group. They stared back, asking tentatively, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Shutian almost jumped for joy. After all this time, no one recognized him. Tears welled in his eyes. How sad. It's a mysterious feeling when you lose weight and no one recognizes you. Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind. "Wait, you Hearing the voice, Xu Tian slowly turned around as the girl looked up at him, her lips slightly parted. Could it be you? Are you? So she hesitated, then continued. You appeared in my dream last night. Caught off guard, Xu Tian froze, hanging his head and gently running his hands through his hair. Immediately, Xu Tian cried out in frustration. I can't take it anymore, I'm Xu Tian. The group was stunned, everyone in a state of confusion. Don't look so spooked. Do I need to prove it? He says, pointing at the other person. Wang Shimao, you were bullied and beaten by Roth before but didn't dare say anything. I even helped you fight back. No one else knows about that. With that, Xu Tian exposed another person. Lu Xiaowei, last week at the internet cafe, you reported Anjian next to you, and that night, 17 people were waiting for you at the door. I helped you out of that situation, and no one else knows about it. He screamed like a man possessed, not pausing for even a second. Zhao Tu, when you won at Xingzhou Road, you were beaten by thugs and pissed your pants in fear. I was the one who stepped in and chased them away and no one else knows. Liu Xiaohua, I'm the one who broke your Nintendo Switch. Wang Xishuo, I chased down the thief who stole the maid you bought on the street. Li Taiwang, you still owe me 3 bitter melon juices. Say no more. After a moment, the crowd began to stir. It's Xu Tian, another quietly agreed. Yes, without a doubt, it's Xu Tian. For a moment, he doubted himself, but why were the girls so frenzied? Oh my God, it's Xu Tian. The others were lost in their fantasies, thinking he'd gotten cosmetic surgery to impress her. He's so handsome, even if he's shorter. This girl is about to faint. Someone catch me. The girls looked up at Seoxian, their hearts stirring. He was different now. The male students turned around one by one, all in tears. Their little sister was gone. From now on, there's only mom girls. As everyone was still in shock, the homeroom teacher patted him on the butt, saying, Due to the fire last week, Xu Tian underwent liposuction and had excess skin removed. Now, he's back. The students went wild at the sight of Xu Tian, clamoring, Daddy, Daddy! He casually sits down, thinking, I'm back at school. After a moment, the teacher pulls out a stack of books, his voice steady. Now, let's begin the lesson. At that moment, Simao scoffed, his face radiating an ominous aura as he lifted the computer from the desk, quickly followed by him pulling out a game controller. In an instant, he furiously mashed the controller and a heel suddenly appeared on the desk. Suddenly, a woman leaps onto the desk, shattering the silence, and begins to dance. In a quiet corner, a girl secretly hides her pet cat in her desk, while a boy openly dozes off in class. In contrast, a boy excitedly manipulates a wooden doll, while elsewhere, a student grits his teeth in frustration. In an instant, the classroom buzzed with activity, each student absorbed in their own world. Meanwhile, Simao skillfully plays his handheld game when suddenly a piece of paper hits him in the head. A girl whispered, Study, or you'll get caught. Simao replied, annoyed, What's it to you? He smirks, unfazed. Are you kidding me? Just a teacher. How could he possibly find out? The big boss is back and I'm sitting behind him, protecting all the students. Immediately, Simao brazenly called out to Master Thach Thien, prompting the homeroom teacher to look up at him. Under his cold gaze, Shimao felt a chill run down his spine, quickly snatching up the computer and shoving it into his desk. Meanwhile, the girl leaps down below and the young woman quickly hides her beloved cat. In the corner, one boy had already retreated, while another sat up straight. Witnessing this, he was stunned, and in the blink of an eye, the classroom was quiet once more. The girl buried her face in her hands, trembling. Why? Why? Turning back to the girl, he saw she was crying in frustration. I'm not allowed to practice at home. This is the only place I can pursue my dreams. Even so, the students silently watched their teacher's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Xu Tian attentively listened to the teacher's instructions before suddenly turning around, his gaze shifting to the back. Immediately, Xu Tian waved his hand and smiled brightly, a sight that struck the girl's eyes. Internally, she screamed, Damn it, he's too handsome. During lunch break, students milled about the hallway as Silverhair stared pensively into the distance, when suddenly a voice called out, Big brother! Yellow Hair cried out in a panic. Big brother. Big brother. I heard that Thach Thien is back at school. Do you think he'll beat us to death? How am I supposed to know? He sobbed, clutching at Goldie's collar. You're asking me? I didn't even know the gym burned down that day, he whimpered. But boss, what do we do now? The blonde trembled. He muttered, Our lock is still over there. It's only a matter of time before they find out. Didn't you say he's been practicing tracking? Hearing this, Silverhair suddenly let go, gritting his teeth as he said, Since we've come this far, there's no turning back. Seeing this, Wang Ho quickly dissuaded him. Big brother, don't think like that. I'd rather see you jump off a building than watch you get beaten half to death. Silverhair irritably replied, Have some faith in me. Don't worry, I've already made preparations. He suddenly whispered in the wind. Can I not participate this time? I'm afraid of dying. He grinned maliciously. Suit yourself. By the way, do you want to die? Goldie answered honestly. No. Immediately, Silver Hair gripped his shoulders. Even if you don't participate, once he finds out about the arson, he'll kill you anyway. Hearing this, Wang Ho couldn't hide his fear and burst into tears, shrinking into a corner, muttering to himself. I was wrong. If I could do it all again, I would have been a good person from the start. He clenched his fist and loudly reminded him, Stop crying. I told you I was prepared. Silver Hair turns with a calculating look. Didn't you notice he's lost weight since coming back to school? I heard he got liposuction. This is our chance, especially since he weighs 400 kilograms. He paused, then made a cutting motion across his neck as if signaling, he's probably at his weakest right now. As he finished speaking, Silver Hair turned quickly. Follow me. In a certain old garage, the scene shifts to a bustling but antiquated building as Goldie cautiously follows. He glanced around. Boss, Silver Hair didn't explain anything, he said with a confident smirk. Instinctively, Goldie looked in the direction he was shown, and before him stood the imposing figure of the Underworld King, covered in intimidating tattoos. Beside him stood a man in a suit, clutching an iron bar, as the young man brazenly spat on the ground. In that instant, everyone turned to look at them. The silver-haired man spread his arms wide. Every gangster of note from the surrounding blocks, the ones not in jail, were here. Min Vuong suddenly cuts the young man off, noticing a dark aura enveloping him. Min Vuong glares, his voice raspy. You really called us here for that? You lead Willow Street's immovable Dark King. At that moment, Azure Dragon bursts into insane laughter. If you dare summon us, you better make it worth our while. You're going to bleed. You, leader of the Green Dragon Triad. The silver-haired man inhaled deeply, then replied, We don't take kindly to being disturbed without good reason. I've come to you all with urgent news, to join forces and eliminate Shu Tian. In that instant, the Underworld King faltered, then collapsed to the ground below, slamming his fist against the earth. What siege? Are you tired of living? Silver Hair hesitantly asked. Big Brother, he didn't care and just yelled about it. Weren't we supposed to be here for hot pot? You bastard. Qinglong turned to look at him warily. No, weren't we having crab? I even brought the knives. Ignoring the pale face of the silver-haired man, he wildly flails his hands. This isn't what it looks like, gentlemen. The white-haired man quickly replied that they would eat. After dealing with Qin Shitian, I'll treat you all. Ignoring him, the king of the underworld just kept screaming. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. Immediately after, he turns angrily towards the silver-haired man. You, con man, after you beat him, I won't even need to eat for the rest of my life. It's all because I ran into Shu Tian while bullying some students. The scene of the past replays as Min Vuong approaches the boy, but just then, Thach Thien notices him. He approached and placed his hand on the ancient underworld king, and without a word, Seok Cheon lunged forward, punching him hard in the gut. The underworld king clutched his arm in pain. It was completely broken. At the same time, Qinglong lost his mind, screaming, Don't let me hear that name again. 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 Seeing this, the underworld king stared blankly at Than Long. Than Long, he shouted again. Why are you being so unreasonable? Go mess with him. Suddenly, Qinglong tore off his clothes. You know, the Azure Dragon tattoo on my body is from when Shu Tian pinned me against the wall last time. The image of Shu Tian smashing his head against the wall with his bare hands, as if it were yesterday, flashed before him. Qinglong arched his back and screamed, a sound that was quickly lost, leaving him utterly terrified and miserable. Seeing him like that, Pluto cried out in anguish, Don't provoke him! Blue Dragon writhed on the ground, asking why. Why did they mention the name Shu Tian? In an instant, chaos erupted as the group screamed in terror. Oh God, you demon, get out of here. Why do you want to hurt us? The short-haired one couldn't help but cry out, Why? Why? Did you have to say the name that should not be spoken here? This is too much. The man below clutches his head, complaining of chest pains and begging for help. It was at this moment that Silver Hair roared. Okay, I get it. None of you can beat him. But then he flung the photos high into the air as the others stared in confusion, telling them to look, for this was the stone heaven of the present. At that moment, one of the photos smacked straight into the King of Hell's face, and upon seeing it, he screamed as if he'd seen a ghost. I won't look, Silver Hair persisted. Just take a look, one little look. But the Underworld King refused. I won't look. After a long moment, he stared blankly at the photo, and the King of the Underworld pointed in shock at the boy within. This is Shutian, isn't this the god of heaven? Seeing this, Silverhair quickly confirmed that it was him, the one from the present. After we set the fire, he had surgery and lost weight. At his confession, the others fell silent, frozen in place. At that moment, Qinglong broke the tense atmosphere, saying, Wang Ming, old Wang, what do you think? I don't know yet. Hurry up and decide. I have to go home and do my homework, said the king of the underworld hesitantly. Is that even possible? In an instant, he regained his composure, his voice resonating with power. So, what's your plan? Silverhair suggested calmly. Simple, a gang beating. First, I'll lure her out with the most insidious trap. At that moment, the school bell rang repeatedly. At that moment, Wang Ho peeked into the classroom where most of the students had already left. He nervously approaches Shutian's desk, and it turns out the most insidious trap in the hearts of these boys is writing love letters to lure him out. What? And to top it off, I have to deliver them? I just wanted to do a good deed. Wang Ho quickly shoves the letter into the desk. Just get it in there. But as he reached inside, a cascade of letters spilled out. They rained down upon the floor, an endless torrent. Witnessing this, Wang Ho was petrified, quickly gathering the letters into a bag as an idea sparked in his mind. Here, burn them all. I'm done playing nice. 10 minutes later, Shu Tian walked in. He casually walked to his seat, page 12. At that moment, Shu Tian quickly pulled out the chair. He suddenly noticed the fourth step and unconsciously pulled it out. He carefully read each line, the letter addressed to him. You've been doing well lately, making me like you very much, so get your ass over here after school. Meet us at alley 20, lane 20, street 20 to confess your feelings. No weapons. If you bring them, so will we. Don't be a coward. Upon reading the last sentence, Shu Tian froze, then his expression shifted to anger. 2 hours later, the sunlight fades into twilight as two cheerful boys stroll through an alley. Meanwhile, thugs began to surround Shu Tian, who looked at them with indifference, while the group glared at him maliciously. Just then, Silverhair suddenly shouted, drawing his attention. Didn't expect this, did you? He roared, taking a step forward. Still lost in your fantasies about those girls, huh? Silverhair pounds his chest, declaring, Today is the day you die. Upon seeing him, Shu Tian remained silent before finally saying in a low voice, So, that's why someone would write a love letter that reads like a final farewell. A familiar and lovely face indeed. At this, Shu Tian stomped his foot. You guys... He cast a loving gaze upon the group. You guys want a beating, don't you? Hearing this, Silverhair roared, You insolent bastard. We're all ruthless killers, you scumbag. He immediately spun around. You dare look down on us? Meanwhile, the thugs were suddenly standing meekly with their arms crossed, and the king of the underworld trembled. Brother Tian, good morning. We were just passing by. Qinglong quickly interjected. Don't get the wrong idea, heavenly brother. We were just taking a stroll. A stroll. Faced with the group's sudden change of heart, the white-haired man angrily questions, Weren't we here to beat him up? Before Silverhair could finish, the underworld king quickly covered his mouth, and Azure Dragon didn't hesitate to do the same. At this, the underworld king angrily rebukes, Enough, shut up! Are you tired of living? Don't go looking for death and drag us down with you. Qinglong quickly explained, Stone, you bastard, don't get the wrong idea. We were just going out for hot pot. Well, crab, actually. The old man struggled wildly. Damn you! Let me go! Stone, on the other hand, remained expressionless. So that's how it is. He really is asking for a beating. He slowly raised his arm, his eyes sharpening. Stone Sky clenched his fist, then twisted his arm with force, secretly plotting whether to threaten them a little. Witnessing this, the group was nearly stunned. Just then, bones cracked and pain shot through him. Stone Sky's eyes widened as he slowly lowered his arm, then quietly retreated it behind him. His face tenses as his mind screams in agony. The pain of broken bones is unbearable. This shouldn't be happening. Could this new form actually be making me weaker? What's with that pale face, Shu Tian? This is a desperate situation. What good is being handsome anyway? He fell helplessly to the ground, accustomed to the power he once had, only to crave it now that it was gone. Shu Tian watched his former self, longing for that strength. He reaches out, trying to grasp the shadow of his former, heavier self. Chapter 13. At this moment, Shu Tian was almost completely paralyzed, leaving the others stunned. Shu Tian, what's wrong with him? Why is he frozen after throwing a single punch? The other person hesitantly replied, Who knows? But that punch was definitely loud. Another quickly moves. Too strong. The other one is like grass in the wind. Should we run? Just then, the underworld king gave a loud order. Wait, something's not right. The others stared at him, bewildered. Wang Ming, old Wang. Wang Ming looked up and observed, his voice slow and deliberate. If it were the old Shu Tian, this wall would have already crumbled, but it remains as it is. As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned on him. Could it be happening right now? The underworld king glanced at the silver-haired man. Hey, you asked us to come here, so why don't you give it a try? He was momentarily stunned. Me? What about me? At Ming Wang's suggestion, the silver-haired man trembled involuntarily, then forced a friendly smile. Heavenly Lord, upon seeing silver hair, Shu Tian remained expressionless. Brother Tian, this is just a misunderstanding, Silverhair said, waving his hand with a forced smile. You'll always be our leader. How could we lay a hand on you? Hearing this, Shu Tian simply responded with a dismissive, oh. Meanwhile, Silverhair didn't give up, approaching him in a friendly manner. Didn't we hear you were injured and hospitalized and then got liposuction? We were just trying to surprise you with a welcome home party. With that, he cautiously reached out. So, please forgive me, okay? A wicked scheme formed in the silver-haired man's mind, waiting to grab hold and then increase his strength. Meanwhile, Shu Tian tensely observed every move. Is this a test? He looked helplessly at his arm, which was gushing blood. Damn it. In that instant, a light ignited in Shu Tian's eyes as heat emanated from his palm. He raised his hand towards the silver-haired man, a smirk creeping across his face. Fine, if that's what you want, don't blame me. Shu Tian quickly clenched his hand, the heat transferring to Silverhair, who collapsed to the ground in agony. Silverhair screamed madly, his body writhing uncontrollably as Shu Tian gritted his teeth, a tense look on his face, and turned back to him. He screamed in agony, and the sight left the Pluto members wide-eyed and speechless. They scrambled away, their screams echoing through the alleyway. Shu Tian was still that devil, Shu Tian. Save us. Before leaving, the loudmouth threatened, You tricked us into walking to our deaths. We'll get you next time. In an instant, the group scattered, and the silver-haired man collapsed to the ground. Shu Tian then came to his senses, looking down at his palm that was emitting heat, and involuntarily took a step back. Breathing heavily, his heart in turmoil. Just his struggles almost made him lose his grip, almost made him fall. Besides, I'm starving. I was going out to get food anyway. I'm so tired. Shu Tian's eyelashes drooped, and he couldn't help but feel confused. Was he really this exhausted? What's happening to my body? Before losing consciousness, Shu Tian couldn't help but worry. His hands were tied so tightly, what would he do? In an instant, his eyes closed, and he collapsed face first onto the ground, his body lying alone on the cold earth. Just as a ray of light shone upon him, a girl suddenly appears, slowly approaching him. Her eyes darken, and the object in her hand emits an eerie light. Chapter 14. Somewhere, in a certain school, there's a very fat kid. Meanwhile, a man puffs on a cigarette, a sinister smile creeping across his face. It's so hot. He frowned at the fat kid. Do you remember the cool item we need? He quickly slammed his head to the ground. Yes, I remember now. The fat kid's life was a constant struggle with his weight, and he hesitantly asked, Can we just pay this time? Before he could finish, the man slammed his fist into the door beside him, shouting, Beg us now! Seeing this, Fatty frantically bowed his head. I beg you, I implore you, please don't hit me. This is Fatty, who's been bullied at school for 3 years straight because he's fat. At that moment, the fat kid lightly tugged at his wallet, only to find it nearly empty. His face paled instantly. The fat kid looked helplessly at his remaining coins, barely 3 yen left at the start of the month. He despaired, realizing this month would be difficult, just as a thug pressed a knife to his side, demanding his money. The fat kid panicked, desperately pleading, No, this isn't good. Please, this is all I have left. He stared down at him coldly. Who cares? I need to eat crab, so hand it over. With that, he moved closer and closer to the chubby kid, but moments later, Shu Tian threw a punch, sending the teenager flying. Without mercy, he stretched the man's limbs before casually tossing him to the ground. At the last moment, he slammed the man's head into the wall with his bare hands, as the fatty's eyes lit up with admiration. A few minutes later, Shu Tian sat motionless as the chubby kid fidgeted, finally whispering, Big brother, thank you for saving my life. It was just on the way, Shu Tian replied nonchalantly. Besides, I should be thanking you. You've relieved a burden in my heart. He then launched into a train of thought. In the manhwa I'm reading, there's a protagonist who's very fat and gets bullied. I couldn't understand it at all. I couldn't empathize. But then Thach Thien turned to the fatty, who allowed him to witness firsthand someone who was both fat and bullied. Thank you for being powerless to shout. I don't want to be bullied either. After a moment, the chubby kid said with a choked voice, So what do I have to do to be like you and not get bullied? I'm bullied so badly that I don't even have money for food anymore. After a long silence, he finally spoke, breaking the stillness. Based on my own experiences, I've come to the conclusion that you're just not fat enough. Hearing this, Fatty was stunned. The Great One's weight and combat power under the setting sun were even more convincing. He was conquered with just one sentence. This was indeed the truth. Shutian solemnly proposed, Therefore, I'll help you pay for this month's meals. According to my diet plan, you can get fatter and stronger. Tears welled in the fatty's eyes, his heart overflowing with emotion. I'm not fat enough. I must strive to be as fat as the boss for the rest of my life. For the next month, the fatty ate as much as he could, finally able to enjoy the delicacies he'd been deprived of due to having his money stolen. But strangely, the boss only ate greens whenever they ate together. A month later, his weight hadn't changed, but the boss said, You've gotten stronger, go get the bullies. The chubby kid agreed, quickly regaining his spirit. He stood before the bullies, voice trembling but eyes firm. That's enough. You've bullied me to the point where I can't even afford to eat. I won't give you another penny, the man roared. You pig, you called us out here for this? You look pretty healthy to me. You look like you're starving. No more money? You asking for a beating? His men frantically warned. Boss, wait. The other man quickly grabbed his arm. Boss, don't get worked up. Look at the person behind him. The group immediately turned their attention to Shu Tian. The man was instantly terrified at the sight of him. Who is that behind you? That's Thach Tien, someone whispered in his ear. That's Shi Tian. Last week, Qinglong of the Green Dragons was beaten senseless by him. Just the week before, he broke Boss Wang Ming's right arm, sending him to the hospital. People call him the immovable king now, so don't provoke him. People have seen them eating together lately, and now he's following him to a fight. He's definitely protecting this fatty. Saying this, he fearfully glanced at him. We can't see the way he looks at Fatty like a mother fox protecting her cubs. Turning back to Shu Tian, his body began to move. Immediately after, Shu Tian gestured, Get lost. He smirked, gesturing menacingly, and in an instant, the group scattered. That day, Fatty successfully scared off the enemy, and from then on, the school's gangsters always avoided him. The chubby kid felt he had truly grown stronger. His only regret was that when he happily turned around, he discovered that the leader who had eaten with him had disappeared. From that day on, Fatty never saw him again, but he knew they would meet again someday. He was sure he was an angel sent by God to protect people like him. Chapter 15. In an instant, Shu Tian fell into a daze, a voice echoing in his ears. Wake up! As the voice echoed, Shu Tian's eyes snapped open. He jolted awake, eyes darting around. Who's there? Zhongli whispered. I am you from within your soul, the you who has lived with you for thousands of years. Hearing this, Shu Tian paused for a moment, then looked at him with disdain. Zhongli nearly shouts, Your eyes betray your thoughts. Don't look at me like that and ruin the mood. This is our first conversation in 1,000 years. Then, lowering his voice, he adds, But now's not the time. I'm calling out to you because you're in a life or death situation. If I don't warn you, you'll be drowned. Confused, Shu Tian repeats, Drowning. What the hell is drowning? Ignoring the explanation, Zhongli sternly warned, Just wake up from this daze. Later, when you're alone, I'll explain everything between us. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Tian in reality opened his eyes wide. Meanwhile, the girl frantically poured Coca-Cola down his throat, and he jolted awake, spitting out the liquid. A few minutes later, the girl clasped her hands together, as if summoning a spirit. Shu Tian, you're awake. I'm sorry, but your body only reacts when I mention food. I thought that might wake you up. Shu Tian stared blankly at her. Wait, what's going on? Who are you? The girl suddenly points to herself. Thach Tien, don't you remember? I'm the one who said in the hallway that I dreamed about you last night. We talked this morning. She explained in a fluster, When I found you, you were in an alleyway. I was about to call 911. Just then, the girl noticed his stomach and realized it was making incredibly loud noises. She was still shaken as she explained that she panicked and took him to the nearest BFC, but no matter what she said, he didn't respond. As the girl recounted the memory, she mentioned that his body would tremble whenever someone ordered food nearby. So she leaned in and whispered in his ear, Hamburger, classmate Shu Tian. As she finished speaking, the girl's eyes lit up and she shouted, Salad. Stone Heaven shuddered. Seeing this, she slowly approached him. Fried chicken. Saying this, she couldn't hide her happy expression. I thought that classmate Shu Tian was so hungry he fainted, so I bought 2 bottles of Coke, but he woke up halfway through. He blankly watched the girl, thinking, she seems to be having fun. Is it fun playing with my body? After a long moment, Shutian replied seriously, anyway, thank you, I'll pay the bill. If anyone bothers you in the future, just say my name. As he left, the girl suddenly called out, wait, Stone Sky. She loudly reminded him, please eat properly. Please eat properly. Don't starve yourself to the point of fainting again. No matter what, take care of your health. Hearing this, Shutian blushed, and the girl excitedly offered her phone. Here's my weight too. And so, that evening, Shutian finally returned home, not forgetting to bring a large amount of late-night snacks, still haunted by the dream he had before waking up, feeling that this was not over. Suddenly, his chest ignited, and in an instant, Shutian was engulfed in flames. Amidst the smoke, Zhongli appeared unexpectedly. Zhongli cast a cold gaze upon Shutian, who frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance. Well, look who it is. Thach Tian stared blankly at him, and in this situation it was like a classic scene from the internet. Even the hair color was the same. With that thought, he bit his lip in anger, seeing through the charade, and instinctively gripped his staff. Frustrated, he pointed his staff at Zhongli. What exactly are you playing at? You have 3 sentences to explain yourself. I've fought everyone, and I wouldn't mind beating up some weird things for extra experience. Hearing this, he blankly pointed at himself. Who am I? Then, Trongle gazed silently at Shutian with deep eyes. From fire, and awakened by fire. I am once again by your side. My name is Chongli, also known as Zhurong, and I am your partner from a millennium ago, slumbering within your soul. Shurju was nearly out of his mind, angrily clenching the wooden stick. 3 sentences, and you still haven't explained what you are. Seeing Shutian's unusual expression, Zhongli was stunned. He suddenly sighed, impatient, just like you were in your past life. Let me get to the point. 1. I am Meng Hun Po, a fragment of your soul. So all those days you spent dancing in front of the mirror, I saw it all. At that moment, Shutian's eyes widened in shock as his body burst into flames, and Zhongli smiled faintly, raising a symbol. 2. I'm the one who's changing your body right now. The more Shutian heard, the angrier he became. In the end, Zhongli emphasized each word. 3. I was indeed your partner, but not in this life. But when I was alive. With that, he suddenly closed the distance. In your past life, you were my woman, young man? Instantly, Shutian swung the wooden stick at Zhongli's face, the house shaking violently with a deafening sound. In an instant, Zhongli appeared with a bruised face, and he hurriedly said, What are you doing? Stop. Let's talk about this calmly. At that moment, Shutian suddenly looked down at his palm, then back up at Zhongli, a wicked smile spreading across his face. It seems hearing such blunt words was a bit of a shock, so he unconsciously, with a calm demeanor, Shutian remarked, So, we can break through walls now? He quickly advised, Calm down, you're turning dark. Unable to hide his frustration, Zhongli emphasized each word, greatly impacted by the revelation that upon waking, he discovered he was now a son, when he was once called Little Sweetie. Shutian's pupils shrink, his mind reeling. Little Sweetie? Where has he heard that name before? It was then that it hit him. He remembered now, a deep memory, scattered scenes. In that instant, Shutian suddenly appeared in a fragment of memory. Meanwhile, Zhongli smiled with an excited look. Little Sweetie, I'm off to manage the tribe, going to work now. Here's breakfast. I'll leave it by the bed for you. He then pulled out a pile of pure gold, boasting endlessly. I'm giving you this month's salary too, so get up early. Suddenly, the woman stirred, shouting in displeasure. Get out! You're so annoying, just get out! Even so, Zhongli wasn't upset. He just forced a smile. Yes, I'm going. Her personality is so adorable. As soon as he said that, Zhongli hopped out of the room, while the woman inside kept her eyes tightly shut. Just then, she cracked open one eye, and once she confirmed that Zhongli was gone, she hopped out of bed. From inside the cabinet, Tio flung open the door, her eyes shining and a smile creeping onto her face. All right, let's count the money, Tio. That disgusting man is finally gone. He smiles with excitement, saying, My darling, I've missed you so much. Soon after, the two embraced tightly, and Xiaotian suggested they use his money to go shopping later. Without hesitation, the woman agrees, saying, Anything for you as long as I'm with you. In that moment, the lovers were entwined. Witnessing this, Shutian frowned, his mouth agape. Back in reality, he was almost stunned. Memories of a past life, seen from a third-person perspective. Seeing this, Zhongli interjected, What, you remembered? You remembered some things about Xiaotian Tian. even though the memories of your past life have nothing to do with this life. Shitian stared at him, suddenly feeling a little sorry for him. Zhongli spoke in a low voice, his words measured. Let me explain. After you lost weight, your hands would sometimes radiate heat, even smoke. That's because your body now carries my fire affinity. He looked intently at Shu Tian, his gaze complex. I am also considered one of the longest-lived fire cultivators in this world, known as the God of Fire. So the price for his life is that one day, a mountain called Buzhou collapsed nearby, sending rocks falling from the sky. And in that moment, the man's body inadvertently collided with Zhongli. The moment he saw him, he panicked and shouted, "Fire God, Lord Fire God!" Hearing this, Zhongli questioned him with displeasure. Why the panic? Why did you have to panic so much that you broke 2 of my ribs with your head? It's just a rock. Don't move. Get behind me. As soon as he spoke, he fearlessly raised his hand, only to see the rock still falling as Zhongli screamed. Amidst the chaos, the group scattered and fled, and in that moment, the boulder crashed down upon Zhongli. One of them lamented, "The great fire god is dead." "Why didn't the great elder run?" his companion quietly questioned. "How could he be so foolish?" another lamented. "He was just telling us not to move, and now Zhongli is dead." On the way back, he constantly complained, "These stones are too big." Before his death, Zhonglei was carried back to the tribe, where he used his life fire and remnant soul to anchor himself to his wife's soul. The woman flinched at the sight of Zhongli, who leaned in close. "Wife, don't forget, Zhongli pleaded. "After I die, burn yourself." Given Zhonglei's fiery fate, burning herself would not only cause no harm, but allow her lingering soul to absorb energy and awaken. That way, he can continue to love Tiu Diem, but she doesn't understand my dying wish. 3 months later, the woman's face is gaunt. She began to eat ravenously, for Zhongli's fire could burn everything, but it needed constant fuel and could even absorb the host's energy. Without fuel, it would burn the heart and lungs. Nearby, farmers looked on in confusion at the woman desperately eating in the fields. Who was she? The man next to him immediately replied, "The fire god's wife." The other person blankly repeated it. The fire god quickly explained that she was the one Sheng used to show off, but was crushed to death by a rock. Back then, resources were scarce, so little sweetie didn't last long and starved to death. Meanwhile, Xu Tian froze, completely stunned, and looked up at Zhongli with pity. In short, don't be too heartbroken. She never loved you, but he barely heard a word, his lips slightly moving. But I miss her so much. She had such a beautiful body. Hearing this, Xu Tian glared in warning. Are you crazy? Don't say things like that while getting so close to me. Zhongli paused, made a noble gesture, and bowed slightly. Forgive me. That was you from centuries ago. It no longer concerns you. For thousands of years, no matter how prepared you were, you've never been burned by fire. How unfortunate. He suddenly smiled. But recently, you've finally been burned. Congratulations. Shitian stood frozen, eyes wide, listening to these words, naturally wanting to destroy you. What to do? Zhongli calmly declared. In short, I have awakened, and the fire within your body has been ignited. He softly explains, that's why your body is so abnormal. Simply put, your body is the stove, and my life fire is the flame. Zhongli's words echoed in his ears. The heat emanating from his hand was the fuel, and in the end he gave a brief summary. It was his body. Stunned, Xu Tian cried out, There's no way to shut down this broken furnace? He simply smiled. If I dared leave it behind, I naturally have a way to control it. Hearing this, he almost regained his senses as Zhongli spoke with sudden innocence. But I forgot, I'm just a remnant soul. Thousands of years have passed, and I've forgotten many techniques. Xu Tian paused, his eyes meeting his. He immediately lunged forward, grabbing Zhongli by the collar. Then what the hell are you talking about? He screamed in terror, Let me go, please don't hit me. Though this feeling is eerily similar to his past life, Xu Tian roars, Get out! Take your fire spirit and get out of my body. In that moment, his eyes burned with fury, but then, the rumbling of his stomach echoed in his ears. He clutched his stomach, collapsing to the floor, screaming, Damn it! Staring blankly at the ceiling, the rumbling in his stomach reminded him. It was dinner time, and he hadn't eaten in 2 hours since getting home. And so, the most tragic thing right now is that hunger and the harsh truth have come to strike me at once. Before my eyes is a vast darkness, and I seem to be about to faint in front of this jerk. In a flash, Xu Tian grabbed his phone, scrolling through his expenses until he landed on his final balance. His face went pale. What? Spending more than I'm earning, and at a time like this? In this desperate situation, Shu Tian speaks weakly. God of fire, the fire god. Zhongli was momentarily terrified. Why do you still want to hit me? Humph, he retorted angrily. Hit you? Like hell I will. I'm so hungry I can't move. I'm starving. I'm taking the leftovers from the table. I've peeled a ton of fruit. Bring me those bowls. Lots of vinegar, lots of salt, lots of oil. I absolutely love it. Chapter 18. Later, Shu Tian devoured the noodles in his hands, and after who knows how long, the table was piled high with plastic containers. With the last bowl, Shu Tian slams his hand on the table, ecstatic. He throws his head back, exhaling the spicy fumes, and laughs. I'm alive! It's definitely addictive. I never knew spicy soup could be so good, so oily, so salty, so many calories. It's a direct line to my stomach. Zhongli watched intently, his expression unreadable. You seem to be enjoying it. Is it that good? Shu Tian patted his stomach and loudly proclaimed, My life is saved by this spicy soup. Furthermore, if I starve to death, you're the one who killed me. He startled, flustered, waving his hands as if wrongly accused. Sweetie, it wasn't on purpose, I swear. Hearing this, he roared with fury. Don't call me that awful name anymore. Shu Tian began to bargain. I'm begging you. Let's not be husband and wife in this life. How about brothers? Or even father and son, just please don't call me little sweetie anymore. I'll be the father and you'll be the dog. You call me that once and I'll call you that once. Hearing this, Zhongli remained silent. He nodded solemnly, offering a handshake of brotherhood. Afterward, Shu Tian spent an hour dumbfounded in the corner, trying to process this massive amount of information. Zhongli approached. You! He helplessly waved him away, annoyed. Stay away from me. Shitian eats 20 times more than the average person, and even at only 7 yuan per meal, his food expenses will exceed 10,000 yuan. But Shitu's father is a sumo wrestler abroad, and they strictly control their finances. No one would ever believe his reason for needing money for food. Thinking this, he wept like a child. Money, food, money, it seems I'll have to rely on myself for future meals. Suddenly, Shu Tian had an idea. Becoming a food blogger might work, but before he could commit, he realized he had no idea how to handle his next meal. It was unimaginable that with so much food available, he almost starved to death just hours before. Just then, his phone lit up. Zhongli approached curiously. You've got a glowing box on you. He quickly grabs his phone, his eyes glued to the screen, as a message arrives from his classmate. Tach Thian. Do you remember me? I'm that Coca-Cola girl from that day. We exchanged numbers at KFC that morning. Could I ask you for a favor? Can we discuss this in more detail tomorrow? I'll pay you with meals. As he read the last line, Shu Tian's face froze, his eyes lit up, and his heart filled with joy. Free food? Without a second thought, Shu Tian quickly replied. Help? I'll help right now. Hurry up and ask me out to eat. Seeing him rush off like the wind, Zhongli hurriedly called out, Hey, where are you going? Shu Tian calmly replied that he was finding a way to survive, cutting to a restaurant with an ancient ambiance, where he and the girl were already seated at a table. Shu Tian devoured the food, his mouth working furiously. Sorry for dragging you out so late. I'm in a near-death situation. She's momentarily startled. Huh? Life or death on the verge of death. The girl puffed out her chest as if about to say the most important thing in her life. In short, I'll get straight to the point. Hearing this, he turned to look at her with a serious expression. Tell me, who bullied you? The girl quickly offered, Tach Thian, would you like to work at my place? Stunned by the offer, Shu Tian stood speechless as she continued, afraid of being interrupted. My family owns a Zim fitness studio, and I've been planning this since you came back to school, Tach Thian. So would you like to work there for a while? And take some promotional photos while you're at it. Afraid Tach Thian wouldn't understand, the girl quickly explained, It's like a before and after weight loss comparison. I can give you anything. He quickly replied, No money needed, just meals. She frantically waves her hands. Wouldn't that be a disadvantage for you? So Qian confirms once more. It's okay, take your time. Chapter 19. Cut to the gym. Change yourself. Where a caricature of Tach Thian's chubby physique hangs prominently at the entrance. The cover emphasizes the brave who face their weight. This gym guarantees weight loss with a membership. Across from her, a crowd surged forward, each vying for attention. She stared blankly, thinking there were so many people. Maybe all the girls in the world had gathered here. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She'd never seen so many people, and upon closer inspection, less than half were even asking about signing up. The girl glanced around, noticing the rest were drooling. At that moment, the girl shyly asked, "Could you be my personal trainer?" He answered as quickly as a machine. "I'm not qualified to be a trainer yet, but if you sign up, I'll do my best to help." Boxing. Upon hearing his answer, she dashed towards the female student, slammed her hands on the counter, signed up for a 3-year membership, and returned to Shi Tian. The woman suddenly chimed in. Can I touch your chest?" she asked shyly. She wanted to understand the effects of training, so Shi Tian watched her every move, then grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest. The woman's cheeks flushed at the unexpected action, while Shi Tian remained expressionless. In his mind, echoes of the past reverberate, a familiar feeling he's experienced countless times, like his son rushing to call him Dad. Stone silently muses that, aside from being a little lighter, there's no difference. Meanwhile, the woman frantically ran to the 5th-year student, a high-end member. At the previous Tokiwa hot pot gathering, the student excitedly stood up and asked, "Boss, what would you like to eat? In just one morning, we've gained over 300 members. We could eat gold." Hearing this, Shi Tian carefully flipped through the menu. He then calmly said, "Let's have 5 servings of each dish." Her eyes widened. "Huh? Are you trying to gain weight again by eating so much?" The girl reluctantly pulled out her wallet, deciding she had to take care of this money-making machine. Even if it was a little expensive, she'd pay. In his mind, Shi Tian wished he could go back in time, quietly explaining that he wanted to take the leftovers to go. Later, Shi Tian made a request. He wanted to eat dinner alone in the training grounds when there were fewer people so he could work out. He stared at his glowing hand, having solved his first survival problem. Now, how can he become stronger? Should he take the initiative? High schooler Shi Tian hears there are 2 schools of thought when it comes to fighting. First, Fat Thashthayan is unbeatable. Second, rumor has it that the main character isn't a student, but the school principal. The girl bowed her head, breathing heavily. "Please, teacher, have mercy," she pleaded, saying she was late because she studied late into the night. The headmaster suddenly cut her off. "No way." The girl looked up in bewilderment. "Huh?" he quietly demands. "Don't move." The teacher knelt down and adjusted the girl's collar. "Your bow was crooked. Even if you're worried, you have to look your best so I can let you in." "Being late is being late," he said, adjusting his glasses. "Remember what you must, but never stay up late." "You are my most beloved students," said 28-year-old homeroom teacher Lin Potayan carefully. As soon as she was forgiven, the female student hurried into the classroom. Just then, the homeroom teacher suddenly turned around and called the next student forward. He questioned sternly, "It's already 10 o'clock. You're late, and what's with your right hand?" "What's going on?" Silverhair snaps back. "Stop your nagging and let me in." "I fell and got hurt," he says, causing the homeroom teacher's mouth to twitch. "No, that's not right." He immediately realized they were burns. The homeroom teacher glared at him. What was going on? This wasn't a fight, was it? "It looks like someone hurt my precious student." The legend of Lin Potian began 4 years ago, when he was proctoring a certain semester exam. Chapter 20. 4 years ago at the school, the entire room fell silent as Ming Wang sneakily glanced toward the teacher's desk. His eyes darted to the cheat sheet as his hand furiously scribbled. Just then, suddenly, Pathian slammed his hand on Min Wang's shoulder. Without looking at him, he quietly demanded, "Student, don't cheat. Hand over the cheat sheet." Hearing this, Myung Wang wore an arrogant expression, slamming his desk as he stood up. Enraged, Ming Wang grabs Pocheon's collar. "Hey, what year are you? How dare you interfere with me?" Pocheon replies coldly, "I'll say it again. As a student, you're not allowed to cheat. Hand over the cheat sheet." At that moment, Ming Wang looked down in shock, surprised by the strength in his grip, unable to break free. Immediately, Ming Wang declared, "I'm done. I'm turning in my paper." Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, "You just wait." With that, the underworld king slammed the door, while Pa Thien adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on him. There was a reason why this cheating student was so arrogant. He seems to be the school bully, so domineering that even the teachers turn a blind eye. The leader of the biggest gang in this area is her older brother. Min Vong clenched his fist. And so, after school that day, Fa Thien saw him as soon as he stepped outside. At the same time, the thug stomped out his cigarette. He approached him step by step. "Hey, you're the head prefect, right?" To this, Po Cheon simply replied, as the thug gritted his teeth, "I'm saying it's not good to have bloodshed in front of the school, so why don't you come with us for a bit?" Seeing this, he just gave him a cold stare. Lin Potian was taken away, but it wouldn't end that simply. 7:45 p.m. Lin Potian was taken hostage and left the school on a motorcycle. 20 minutes later, students who knew about this couldn't help but call the police. At 9:10 p.m., the police raided a known gangster hangout, bursting through the doors and announcing, "We're the police, cooperate now." Before they could even enter, the crowd was frozen in terror. And inside, Potentia appeared, his face covered in blood. Dozens of bodies lay piled at his feet, blood splattered everywhere, and the police at the scene were terrified. According to reports, there were 23 people in total, 18 with broken bones, 3 seriously injured, and 2 completely unharmed. Amidst the cries of agony, the blood-soaked teacher calmly grades papers, his eyes fixed on the page. King of the underworld, you've made a mistake again. You need to use this formula to solve it. Next. At his feet, the student who swore revenge just hours before now trembled uncontrollably. Yes, I will definitely study hard. At the same time, the group of police officers were almost paralyzed. At that moment, Po Cheon slowly turned his head, a cold smile spreading across his face. The police? You're here. Sorry, they threatened me, and I couldn't help but get a little carried away. From that day on, Lin Po Tian became a legend, returning to the gym to change himself, while Shu Tian furiously punched the sandbag. After a pause, he exhaled rapidly, and Shu Tian threw another punch. At the last moment, he shattered the punching bag with a single blow. Facing Lin Po Tian's challenge, the silver-haired boy bit his tongue in fear, realizing he was in trouble. This guy is notoriously strict and violent, and Lin Po Tian suddenly raises his arm. That's right, I remember now. He slowly squeezed Silverhair's shoulders. You're in 12th grade, aren't you? His face contorted in despair. He couldn't get in at all, but in this desperate situation, he realized something. Wait. Silverhair clasped his hands together in elation, but wasn't this a good thing? He wanted the teacher to help him out. Then he hesitantly asked, Teacher, do you remember a student named Shu Tian from the 11th grade? Hearing this, Lin Po Tian raised his eyebrows with curiosity. Grade 11? He asked, adjusting his glasses. Not close, but I remember him a bit. By the way, she described you as chubby. A devious smile spreads across Silverhair's face. This is going to be good. He feigned embarrassment, saying, No, I was just asking. The silver-haired boy tearfully recounts how his hand was indeed burned by a scoundrel with the same name as him, but with a contrasting physique, even covering his face to cry for added effect. He threatened me, pretended to shake my hand, and I don't know what he had hidden in his hand, but I was burned unconscious. It was terrifying. Just thinking about it makes me tremble, and I haven't been able to do my homework for days. Lin Po Cheon actually fell for the pitiful act in the excuse of not wanting to do homework, ultimately letting it go. All right. Forget about the homework for now. I'll talk to your homeroom teacher about letting you attend class. With that, Silverhair smugly makes his escape. But just a few steps more, and Lin Po Tian's voice suddenly rang out, along with his grim warning. Help me find that kid. Elsewhere, Shu Tian was panting heavily. Zhongli observes with satisfaction, Behold your current physical condition. This is the unreasonable part, that my fire element has burned away in your body. Then Zhongli gave a thumbs up. My love, your health is now outstanding among your peers. In contrast to that excitement, Shudan frowned with worry, thinking to himself that he had taken a week off to adjust to work, conveniently using everything in the gym. After that, no matter what method he used to check, he realized one thing. His face paled. He was done for. Miss Nung recalled a time when she could defeat someone with a single move. Shutian grabbed the other person's shirt and said, Stop joking around. I could break this punching bag with one punch. Zhongli is pinned down and beaten, remaining calm as he says, My love, my brother, my good friend, you've become handsome as you've grown weaker. That afternoon, Po Cheon stood before the gym, ready to transform himself. He reached out, placed his hand on the glass door, and pushed it open slightly. Unbeknownst to Thach Thien inside, he could only rely on constant training to become stronger. With great effort, he placed the weight back on the rack, his palm slowly releasing and reaching for another. With all his might, he tries to lift it with one hand, but he can't hold it for long. This weight is too much. My shoulders are at their limit. Shu Tian is even more desperate, realizing he's too weak. He used to be able to lift this with 2 hands while running, but now his weight is too light, no matter how good he looks. To his surprise, Fa Thien easily lifts it. Shu Tian widened his eyes to look at the teacher, who turned and gave a friendly smile, saying hello and adding that he was still weak. While chatting, Po Cheon made a few movements with his hands, and while he didn't seem like a thug, he kept that innocent smile on his face. You're Thach Thien, right? Thach Heaven was wary. Yes, what is it? Who is this guy? How does he know me? The teacher didn't answer, instead setting down the weight and suddenly clenching his fist, a swift, unexpected punch that startled him, but Shu Tian managed to block it just in time. Indeed, Po Cheon's force sent him sliding back several meters, his palm burning red and trembling uncontrollably. A second later, bones cracked, but the attacker casually withdrew his hand. He assessed. He blocked it. That should have broken his nose. Quick reflexes. He's experienced. Sweat poured down his face. What kind of power is this? To strike so quickly, it felt like his palm had been pierced straight through. His hand, numb and trembling, had lost all feeling. Shi Tian demanded, "Why have you come here?" In response, Tutan loosened his tie and said, "Me? I'm the retribution for you hurting others. There seems to be a misunderstanding." "Is that so?" "So, I think I understand now. This guy's one of their accomplices." His attitude becomes serious, and he says he has nothing more to say. Zhongli quickly appears, intending to stop them. "Hey, wait!" The words caught in his throat, his hand lowered, and he channeled the flame into Shi Tian's hand. "Forget it, let me help you." Meanwhile, Po Cheon is still preparing, his hands are smoking. He takes the initiative, rushing forward with a clenched fist, but is immediately blocked by Peidian, bringing them face to face. Sparks flew as time turned back 6 years to a training facility for children, where a fierce kid sneered at his opponent. "Hey, newbie. I'm Longba Tian, age 13, and I'm the oldest here. When the trainers are busy, I'll be the one training you rookies." He loudly proclaims, "But do you know why I do that? Because it feels so good to beat people up. I hit hard, and I'll keep hitting you until you cry." Bathien roared at the large shadow, asking if he was listening. This newcomer is a little chubby. Does he think he's all that? Facing Shi Tian, who was several times his size, he just quietly looked down and asked, "Your name is Shi Tian, right?" In the end, the kid couldn't even touch him, and then ratted him out to his 2 black belt brothers, who were also taken down with a single blow. How boring, they're so weak. Back in the present, his body trembled as if it were about to break. In contrast, Fa Thien was unscathed. He casually complimented his opponent, "Persistent." His hands remained in their fighting stance. "Has it been 10 minutes already?" "Still standing, huh? I'm starting to be impressed." But he snapped back, "Shut your mouth." Shi Tian frowned, annoyed that he was being chased and then complimented by some nobody. "You're trying to anger me, but I know how to stay calm." His first attack was powerful, but his earlier punches, though returned, weren't fast enough. And after that, he immediately retreated whenever my fist got close, smoke rising from the weight of the lissile in my palm. After igniting, it erupted into a small flame. Saoqian angrily said, "Looks like you're burned pretty badly, huh? Short-sighted fool." Thoughts raced through his mind. A strange excitement at finally finding a worthy opponent, despite the surrounding chaos. Shi Hiotian is determined to see who falls first, and he's happy to accept that challenge. Then let's try it. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room burst open, revealing a girl. Worried, she asked, "Is someone fighting?" I heard the noise and rushed over. Upon seeing Patian and Shitian, she screamed, covering her mouth in surprise. "Disciplinary Director Lin Kung is crazy. I didn't expect this." "Uniform. You're a student here. And what did you call me just now?" she asked, flustered. "What are you doing? Why would you hit such a handsome classmate?" thought Thean. Hearing that, it hit him like a slap in the face. A classmate. Only then did the truth dawn on him. A classmate. Half an hour later at a family restaurant, the 2 students sat while their teacher stood. Po Cheon bowed his head solemnly and said, "I'm sorry." He directly apologized to them. "It's all my fault. I trusted others too easily. It's my fault." She angrily retorted, "That's right. You need to reflect on that." But then Shi Tian suddenly called out, "Teacher," and seriously asked, "You hit me 26 times. Can I hit you back now?" Caught off guard, she cried out, but Fa Thian sighed and nodded in agreement. "Okay." He quickly poured pepper into the bowl, stirred it well, and presented it to her. Shi Tian smirks. "Eat up. This is my specially made delicacy for you. Don't leave a single bite. But I'm not one to hold a grudge. Forget it. I've been losing weight lately and no one recognizes me. It's understandable that you didn't recognize me, so I forgive you." Po Tian actually ate it, making her panic and try to stop him. "Master, you must be feeling something. This is the first time I've met an opponent who's so evenly matched. Ever. It's a strange feeling. I don't know if I'm happy or angry, but my heart definitely skipped a beat when I got hit." That night, Shi Tian closed his door with a bag of food, waving Zhongli away. "Good night. If you dare come in here to sleep, I'll beat you up. You can choose to sleep in the kitchen." But he suddenly stopped Shi Tian. "Hey, wait." Zhongli looked very serious. "I have something important to say." A bit curious, he turned to listen. The story of the court began. Your hands sparked with fire when you fought, right? This is what it felt like 10,000 years ago when I first experienced that. Zhongli affirmed. From then on, I knew I could recover some of my power and memories. I've realized two things. He raises a finger. First, I remember how to restore your body to its original state. Difficult, but better than nothing. He then warned. Second, your teacher and that girlfriend. Shitian's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock. They're both trouble. Zhonglei rubs his temples, trying to recall the girl. She possesses something no mortal should, and so does that teacher. He remembers the teacher's aura and overheard his whispers during the meal. At that moment, Pochun was indeed muttering something very quietly, and he inadvertently noticed that suspicious behavior. Lin Podian berates himself. Lin Potian, you're still so hot-headed, so impulsive, you don't deserve to be human. It was then that Zhongli concluded that the aura around him was not human. Shitian didn't understand, but Zhongli smirked mysteriously. Intrigued, aren't you? Do you know if there's a shocking secret in this world? He uttered in disbelief. A world-shattering secret. The other party replied seriously, that's right. Recalling his distant past, before I was born, though he was a god managing the people, he was dissatisfied, filled with curiosity for the unknown world. Turning around, he saw a woman gently approaching, whispering something to him and pointing into the distance, which made him happily leave. And so, encouraged by myself, I created the fire abyss and ventured out for 3 long years. A story that Stone was finding hard to believe. 3 years. And you weren't afraid the villagers would take advantage of you? He suddenly exclaimed. Then I finally returned, and I discovered a shocking secret that will scare you. The emotional whiplash was too much for Shitian, who struggled to keep up, blurting out a sphere gesture. I went north without turning back and still ended up where I started. This world is a globe. Shitian was petrified, utterly speechless. He then quickly ran inside while Shutian grabbed a book from the shelf. The Encyclopedia of Geography is thrown right at Zhongli's face. He's trying to make a point. He clutches his head in frustration. Is my darling wife not interested? He snapped back. Damn it, I'm going to bed. But as he turned away, Zhongli became mysterious, saying, Let's get to the point. And so the journey continued. My younger self broadened his horizons, learning about all sorts of tribes and plants. Saying hello, Zhongli personally tested several herbs. I've rewritten and compiled 7 kinds of prescriptions, creating plagues even worms would fear. Now I remember one of them. I'm just a remnant soul, but if I can make this formula, maybe I can remember more memories, or eventually regain my memories and know how to use the flame. Shitian immediately demanded, The recipe? What's the recipe? Tell me, I'll write it down. He listed them out. Garlic, seeds, flowers, pepper, chili. He quickly wrote it down with some doubt. The more he heard, the more it sounded like hot pot ingredients. Zhongli chimed in. That's right. That master of yours, that's another matter entirely, exactly as it sounds. The item she holds is what caught his attention. That girl possesses something akin to a compass, which I've observed for a long time. It harbors some kind of miraculous power, perhaps an heirloom, or perhaps acquired for some other reason. In short, it's not something a normal person should possess. And the anomalies you mentioned about Fathian confirm he's not human. Like me, I can't really be considered human either, just a remnant soul. His reflection was stained blood red, and the aura around him was somewhat crazed. Those details only solidified Zhongli's certainty. Whoever possessed this aura was definitely not human. In his mind's eye, he pictured Patian's cruel smile. He was likely some kind of monster masquerading among humans. Somewhere, amidst the crowded apartments, a memorial photo of Pa Tien sits on a table before a full incense holder as the curtains rustle softly in the breeze. 3 incense sticks were carefully placed into the urn. Little did he know, it was Fa Tien sitting there. My friend, I've come to talk to you, he began to confide. Today I hurt a student. I was wrong. This rare vulnerability was now on full display. The figure in the photo smiles brightly, sharing the same face but not the same spirit. His eyes begin to water. You're a good person, but I can't be like you. His shadow isn't human, but a strong bamboo stalk. It's hard being human. The next day at Shudian school, Silver Hair is slammed against a wall begging, Master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Po gently dusts off his hand before admonishing him, saying sternly, You shouldn't lie to me. The people I hit get hurt badly. His arm swings quickly, but he once promised someone he would protect all the students in this school. You're one of my students, after all. Fa Tien grabs the silver-haired student's collar. So, I have no choice but to forgive you. He's slammed against the wall again, and he threatens, Don't you ever lie to the teacher again, understand? The silver-haired boy paled with fear, answering, "Yes." "Yes, sir." With that promise secured, the destroyer released him. With that, Heavenly Destroyer backed down, and this matter was considered settled. "If you ever dare to do that again," that terrifying smile bloomed, "I will break your nose and arms. Head back to class." The dismissal bell rings, signaling the end of a tiring day for the students. Some girls started chattering. "Did you come to see him too?" That man, now slimmed down and handsome enough to make anyone swoon, is none other than our classmate, Shutian. Huh, yes, that's right. It's him. He's here. He's here. He's coming out of the classroom. Shutian was about to open the door as usual, but he stopped when he sensed someone nearby. Suddenly, Powachun appeared and confronted him head-on, leaving the girls nearby confused. Who was that in the hallway? It's the homeroom teacher of the 12th grade, Lin Potian, who is both handsome and fierce. "Teacher, why are you here?" The male students whispered amongst themselves. "Wait, Mr. Lim only mentioned fighting, but he's being put in the same league as Seok Cheon-hoi. So, the two most legendary fighters in our school's history have finally crossed paths?" He coldly initiates the conversation. Lin Po-tien smiles. His workday is almost over. "So, I came to find you. Would you like to go home with me and take a walk?" Student Shutian. He leads Shutian to a lush bamboo grove bathed in sunlight. Zhang Li's warnings suddenly resurfaced. He was likely some kind of monster hiding among humans. That's why Shutian's eyes were so wary, a fact that Po-tien certainly noticed. "You're wary of me, aren't you? You really don't need to be." He casually shares, "You weren't this tense at dinner a few days ago, so the powerful figure behind you has been telling you news about me, haven't they?" When Fa Thien suddenly mentions Trong Lei, the two are genuinely surprised. Zhongli didn't expect that he could sense his presence, and Shu Tian readily admitted it. Yes, that's right. Po Tien's attitude hasn't changed. So it was true. That explains the flame in your hand. This will make things easier. I assure you, I have no ill intentions towards you. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the statement. What? Instead of answering, Po Cheon slowly begins to tell a story. Before the school was built, this land was a bamboo forest. Now only a few remnants remain. The watering can stills, and he confesses, Student Thach Thien, I am not human. This is where I was born. Shu Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Fa Tien's true form was that of a bamboo spirit from Demonwood Mountain, who gained human form after 10,000 years of cultivation. He foolishly remained there, day after day, until he could finally ascend to immortality, when a celestial being suddenly descended. And so, that night, he endured the lightning tribulation, the event engulfing the forest in smoke and dust. In the end, the scorched yang bamboo was reduced to a stump, and more than half of the others, including Ba Tian, were severed. Gravely wounded and near death, the teacher reverted to his true form and was rescued by the very person named Fa Thien who took him home. Chapter 26. The school was surrounded by trees, and Po Tian brought the broken tree back to plant in the open space. Its trunk was a single color, with burn marks. A janitor, seeing him work, asked, Are you the new teacher, Mr. Lam? What are you planting? He cheerfully replied, It's a bamboo tree. Wasn't there a fire nearby yesterday? I picked it up and brought it here, hoping it would live a healthy life. At the time, it wasn't yet a spirit, so it could only hear that you and I were the same, both having just arrived here, and that this would be your home from now on. As the days passed, many things happened, like a dog casually defecating at its base, not to mention those who nonchalantly plucked its leaves to flirt with girls. At that time, it was covered in the marks of mischievous students, but it didn't end there, as one student unleashed a powerful kick. The ball soared through the air, hurtling forward, but instead of its target, it struck the tree, infuriating him. Once I can move again, I'll kill you all. On that fateful day, someone burned him with a cigarette. It then fell straight to the ground with the lingering scent of smoke, leaving Long and his gang looking sullen. A young man accidentally walked by. Isn't that Long from class 12? What's wrong? You look so down while smoking. He suddenly glares as if ready to devour him, and the young man trembles. Bro, what are you doing? His lackey shook his head in dismay at the scene, putting his arm around the kid's shoulder. Kid, no matter what grade you're in, shut your mouth if you don't want to get beat up. The man before you, Long Bao Long, has sent 52 people to the hospital in just this past year. Long's menacing glare punctuated the threat. You want to be number 53? Your face is green, and you can't even speak? The guy continued to grumble. I'm warning you, we're in a bad mood, and anything could set us off. It's all because of the new teacher who just transferred to the school. The story was simple. His phones were confiscated that afternoon for playing games while hiding in the bathroom, and someone interrupted his fun. Poison Dragon caught him red-handed. That teacher dared to check the bathroom, and now we each have to write a 5,000-word essay. But that's not all. Longji was caught yesterday inviting a lackey in class to lunch, and now he has to write an 800-meter apology letter. What's more, Po Tien stood next to the student to protect him, insisting that the boss apologize to the kid. The young man was speechless as his subordinate growled, "We're all being made fools of, and we're not happy about it." He shoved him away in anger. "I suggest you get lost, or do you want me to beat you up right here?" The young man immediately obeyed. "Yes, yes." After a moment of silence, Long spoke up. "All right, let's go to class before we get caught." He frowned, finally unable to hold back his frustration. "That's right. This bamboo was planted by that bastard, wasn't it?" The little bamboo trembled at the threat, so he decided to water it next time. That day, Fa Thien came to inspect the garden as usual, muttering to himself, "How did it end up like this? It's all withered and drooping." The bamboo, hearing this, could no longer contain its pent-up frustration, and finally shouted, "Hey, you little brat, I'm seriously injured and shouldn't be talking. But I don't want to damage my cultivation any further, so move me somewhere else now, or your students will boil me alive tomorrow." He exclaimed in shock. What? What was that sound?" "From the bamboo? You're talking." It continued to yell, "Not only can I talk, but I could be your dad." Its voice rang out, piercingly. "Picking up a useless thing like you is the worst luck ever. Are you crazy? If you're going to pick me up, plant me where there are other trees. I'm the only bamboo here. You clearly want me dead." I'm about to be poked to death by all the people passing by," the bamboo tree complained incessantly. "What's more, most of the people tormenting me are students you teach. Let me tell you about their behavior. I've been burned by cigarette butts. Some even practice martial arts on it, while others mistake it for a bed, bending it backward as they nap." He angrily retorted, "Just how many brats have you offended? You tormented the students, and now they're tormenting me, the tree you planted. This is truly a vicious cycle." Breaking the Heavens finally regained some composure. "What? So that's what happened. They were the ones who— Wait, what exactly are you? I thought I saw your mouth just now." Now the bamboo has a chance to introduce itself. "I, your father, am a wood spirit, a bamboo spirit, struck by lightning and now recovering from my injuries," he says with an evil grin. "Oh, right, I still need to thank you for saving my life. In a few days, I'll be able to take human form, and when I do, I'll help you out. Also, let me tell you, there's nothing good in this school. Your picture is pinned up by the students, and I've been watching. Everyone's plotting something bad, and no one's grateful to you. Everyone's just waiting for a chance to get revenge on you. Men and women alike are talking about it, and even those not involved are criticizing you behind your back." Bamboo eagerly suggested, "So take me out of here first, and once I recover, I'll help you kill them all one by one. How's that?" Pungyun quickly signaled her to stop, waiting until he gripped the tree tightly and shook it. "Don't hurt those students," it screamed in panic. "What are you doing?" "Let me go." Breaking the Heavens hurriedly uprooted the tree. "No matter what, I have to get you out of here." And with that, he ran. "You're in too much danger here, for you and for everyone else." He paused, then continued the story. "From then on, I was forced to live at his house for a while, a time I'll never forget." A bamboo plant sits in the corner as Po Cheon works at his desk. He grumbles, "Hey, why won't you let me beat up those students?" This question made him pause and turn his attention to it. Fa Thien smiled gently. "I was once extreme, gullible, hot-tempered, and confused, just like them." His words held no resentment, only the regret of taking the wrong path due to ignorance. Leaning back in his chair, he confided that he wanted to guide them. "There are paths that seem wide at first, but narrow as you go. But for the optimistic treasure Rakshasa, any path will lead to flowers, if you persevere." Hearing this wisdom, the bamboo was even more shocked. He turned to it for its opinion, adding, "I see you're also quite rough. I want to take you on as a student. Share your thoughts?" It shyly refused. "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly talking about me?" Pa Cheon's tone grew quieter, and for about 6 months after that, he stayed silently at his house, spending his days cultivating, his nights talking, and his days passing peacefully to the point that he forgot. Shitian was curious about the hidden meaning behind those words as he gritted his teeth in disgust. The master forgot he was still alive, which was extremely dangerous. The nascent spirit had been struck by lightning and was at its weakest, making it all the more coveted by cultivators. He covered half his face, trying to reassure himself that he shouldn't be in this house. One fine morning, the sun shone gently. Bamboo stood opposite the dining table upon which sat a plate of delicious watermelon. It pleaded with him, "If you water me with watermelon juice, I'll regain my sense of taste, so please, leave some watermelon for me." With a smile, Pa Thien immediately agreed, Okay. Suddenly, there was a frantic knock at the door, and Z put down his watermelon to answer it. Here they come. Intercepting Po Tien outside are Longue and his two lackeys. The guy smirked. Morning, Teach. Their appearance startled him. What's wrong with you guys? Wait. The noise outside caught Ju's attention. What's wrong with your eyes? Without a word, they shoved Fa Tien roughly into the house. Chapter 28. The student's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his fists were raised. Rewind to moments earlier, those needing the restroom found themselves locked out. Long, with his lackeys, had commandeered it for a smoke, muttering, I'm screwed. That lousy teacher's caught me so many times this term and written me up thrice. If this keeps up, I'll never graduate. I'll be stuck here forever. His companion chimed in. Me too. What I hate most is being afraid of getting caught. I don't even dare let my little brother take the test for me anymore. And I still have thousands of words left to write. The other one shouted, That damn teacher! He dares to make us so miserable. We have to wait for him to go to a meeting just to smoke a cigarette. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling the three inside. The young man wore this school's uniform and smiled mysteriously. Long sized him up, but he'd never seen that face before. His underling shouted, Hey, who are you? What year are you in? Do you know the rules of this school? When we're smoking in the bathroom, no one else is allowed in. But this guy isn't scared, and he's even smirking, making him even angrier. Hey, boss, we're already pissed off, and this kid's running headfirst into it. Does he want a beating? The student tried to attack, but with a single finger he was stopped dead in his tracks, a light touch that left him frozen, sweat pouring down his face, his arm completely numb and unable to move. Violence and temper? You've clearly never been taught a lesson. What year am I in? I'm not a student here. I'm older than all of you combined. I dress like this to blend in. His message was somewhat lost in translation. I am a cultivator. His fingers tightened around the other's collar. I've been watching you for a long time. These fists shouldn't be directed at me. You've always had someone you hate. Some kind of magic was woven into those words. Why not nurture this hatred, let it grow, and then unleash it, beat him to a pulp? Their feet stomped down, holding his hands in place. I'm going to leave my mark on his face. He tried to reason with them. Hey, what are you doing? The gruff man retorted. What are we doing? Teacher, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time now. His neck was squeezed tightly as they asked, Why do you want to get in our way? Why do you want to change our way of life? He struggled to say, Because I want to. I want to. They punched him square in the face, not caring what he wanted, his eyes filled with hatred, the kind of people best left ignored. If I'm happy and you're happy, shouldn't we all be able to live together in peace and harmony? The reason for his actions was to teach them a lesson. Helpless, the bamboo tree cried out from the corner, Stop it, please stop. You'll kill him if you keep going. The rupture shivered as he tried to dissuade them, because he had seen a wider, happier path. The bamboo plant panicked, its eyes wide as it watched the scene unfold, its own eyes beginning to close. He had to show them, even with that bamboo plant. His arm fell limp, his final wish unfulfilled. Suddenly, a blinding light filled the room, shattering the glass, and the three students were hurled out the window. They deserved it. The loud noise awakens Pa Cheon from his stupor, and a familiar voice echoes. Are you awake? You could have rested a little longer. You seem fine. Also, your student that I threw from the third floor is doing just fine as well. The bamboo you raised has become human and is sitting beside you. Consider that I saved your life. He was so shocked he sat up straight. Who are you? The bamboo, with a few leaves still stuck in its hair, was the very one he had nurtured. To protect you, I transformed into a human sooner than planned. It smiled. So, how is it, now that you have a human body? I want to experience the path you always talked about. Will you teach me how, Master? Chapter 29. And so the story comes to an end. And that was that. So Xian frowned, clearly displeased. What? Zhonglo picked up a melon slice but didn't even get to take a bite. The villain just appeared. Shouldn't there be a big battle? I haven't even bought my melon yet? He slightly adjusted his glasses because the villain never actually appeared. From then on, the teacher explained the situation to him. After that, the teacher always protected him. In fact, they had a bit of an understanding back then. Now, I'll be honest, our situation is extremely dangerous. Those students who attacked you were being controlled. Because a cultivator is hiding in the school, plotting to take my body. Something that Fa Tien seems to ignore as he secretly blushes. You're being a bit too forward. Bamboo then pins him down, forcing food into his mouth. In short, I can't run away anymore. Though I've been healed, if I leave now, your precious students could be slaughtered, their souls extracted and turned into ghouls, all to force me out. He anxiously asks what they should do. Juku immediately affirmed, "How? Of course, I'll be your shadow, never leaving your side, protecting you at every moment and making sure you don't attract unwanted attention." If that's the case, there's only one way, and he's struck with a brilliant idea. "So how about it? I can conveniently protect you while experiencing the path you spoke of. Want to try teaching me, teacher?" In the end, it became the pointer used on the board. The desire from that word. Gum means hoping to obtain what one shouldn't. Got it memorized? This is the key point of this test, as the students in class learn with strange expressions on their faces. Po Cheon pushes up his glasses as always, as the others whisper amongst themselves. "Did you see that? The ruler in his hand is made from the bamboo he took from behind the mountain, transplanted at home, and finally crafted into a ruler. Brazenly uprooted from the school. Before, when he chased us away, I thought he loved trees and protected the environment. Even bamboo reminded me. Ouch, easy," he says, but is cut off. "Shut up. Rulers can't talk." He hesitantly concludes his story. That was 36 years ago, and since then he's been a teaching ruler. Poison Sky added that he had indeed been monitoring and preventing everything. But the hero declined, saying he was tired of hearing it and that it sounded stupid. He suddenly flew into a rage, but this plan also had loopholes. I was used perfectly for 36 years, and then broke 5 blackboards. As a result of the strict precautions, there were no openings, and I protected him until he retired, yet the villain never appeared. Shi Tian thought to himself that this guy probably liked playing characters in dramas. Zhong Li, standing next to him, grimaced. Hearing this kind of book made him feel like they were about to have a decisive battle the night before, and he suddenly felt terrible and uncomfortable. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and everything eventually came to a peaceful end. Years later, his teacher succumbed to illness as well, seemingly destined for an early end. As evening approached, the sky turned a golden hue. He ultimately placed his hopes on the teacher, gently removing his glasses and continuing in his footsteps. On his sickbed, Fa Thien that advised him, "Brother Truck, you truly have a longer lifespan than I. I may not be able to accompany you any longer. Do you want to experience being a teacher?" He gazes nostalgically at the artifact, and so he finally becomes a teacher. In truth, he left those glasses behind, and the teacher continues to protect him and live out his life. After sharing his story, Pa Cheon puts the glasses back on. He has revealed all of his memories. The teacher remains here to this day, partly to fulfill the wishes of the deceased. Years ago, he submitted a false resume to the school, but after lecturing for 36 years, he had no problem teaching. The topic then shifted to another matter. Secondly, he believes the culprit from all those years ago is still out there, watching him. He's telling all of this to Thach Thien and asking for his help. "Please don't tell the other students that I'm not human," Shi Tian said, falling silent for a few moments. Then he suddenly smiled. "Let's put it this way. The head of supervision being a monster and gaining 10 pounds this month are both equally surprising to me, so it's not worth mentioning, and I won't tell anyone." Fa Thien looked visibly happy. He had been thinking these words to himself. Hearing the teacher's story, he felt no fear, but rather warmth. His experience with humans is no different, with tears and smiles, so nothing is impossible. The two below continued to converse. "Also, Master, please help me with something. If you were a plant, could you tell me where to find the ingredients for this medicine so I can take a look?" A certain someone's vision gradually narrows. The cultivator from that year was actually watching them from above, always waiting for an opportunity. The following days passed peacefully. And so, after talking with my master, everything returned to normal. Shi Tu Tian sat in the restaurant, devouring each bowl as he spoke. "Next, I'll go to the gym and charm all the girls into helping me." He also gained attention at school, attracting the interest of other boys. Word has it, his father attacked another gang of thugs. "Your dad is still my dad, after all." The young man eagerly served the water. "Dad, you just used bitter melon juice." He refused, not wanting bitter melon juice, but Netflix. When he got to class, his desk was covered in colorful letters, and as he casually opened them, he caught the attention of the girls. As night fell, Shu Tian sat intently at his computer, but with a newfound sense of enlightenment. Po Tian, surprised by their earlier conversation, asked, "So you've just come into contact with cultivation?" He nodded. "That's right." He suddenly grabbed a pen and paper, writing something down. "Then I absolutely have to send you this website." Shi Tian frowned, puzzled. This was the website he'd been given. "Yes, this website has a lot of useful things. Just find time to register and call me when you do." Shi Tian enters the information and clicks to enter the mysterious website, and he's immediately surprised by what he sees. The blue light from the screen reflected in his wide eyes as the page's title boldly declared, "Traditional Craft Protection Website." Below that are the slogans strange coexistence, courageous reflection, mutual assistance, shared honor, and disgrace. Not only that, but there are also many service categories for the people, such as alchemy research, sanitation and treatment, housing insurance, cultivation achievements, social security, and transportation inquiries. Even the search bar suggests topics like dedicating yourself to Chinese cultivation, breakthrough realms, and convenient greetings. He immediately picked up the phone and called, "Hello, Master. What is the life of a cultivator like in this era?" Po Tian smiled on the other end and said, "You've opened the website, haven't you? So, there are roughly 1.2 million of them. Are you about to drop your phone?" The voice continued, explaining that the world is full of people with extraordinary abilities, including his master. He further explains to Seok Cheon Woo about controlling water and fire, making poison, monsters becoming spirits, soul-snatching, and various types of cultivation. But there are probably about 1.2 million people like us. His story grew more and more mysterious, and he was unconsciously drawn into what was called the Tbyok breaker, shattering his imagination as the heir to a traditional craft. He calmly continued, "That's right. These are all considered intangible cultural heritage, so there's a website dedicated to these disciplines. In short, to prevent them from being lost, some predecessors created it. I heard the government is involved too." Shitian, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Lost arts, what the hell?" Po Tien gives an example. A sniper bullet travels at 1,000 meters per second, and most cultivators can't dodge it. A mortal's gun can take them down. Each year, many law-breaking superhumans are executed, and any actions outside the norm are reported. Over the years, my teaching methods have been criticized quite a bit. Before, some people cultivated the old ways, but in this environment, much of their training was exhausting and fruitless. For 20 years, Wang Shi carefully practiced ancient poisons, but the results were poor. His wife scolded him for not working properly, and he only became poorer. The end of that story was cruel. In the blink of an eye, the neighbor had left for the city and already bought a big house. Eventually, no one studied it anymore, and even Shi Tian had to agree that cultivation in this era was just too unrealistic. Breaking Heaven Coin babbled on, saying to just look for some information here, as there was nothing to lose. Later, a successor will guide you to interact with other fellow cultivators, and every year the Bureau of Culture organizes activities to connect everyone. Travel, gatherings, blind dates, young love, lectures. Hearing all this, his face darkens. It's becoming more and more unrealistic. Suddenly, Pa Thien mentioned something else, that each month they also receive oil and rice. Shitian immediately took notice. "Wait, how much can we get?" He asked his teacher, "How much can we get?" With the teacher's guidance, he began compiling a file on transmigrators and awakened abilities. Below, there's a question describing your ability. Please cite a literary work that closely matches your condition and fill in the appendix. My hands emit heat daily, and beside me, there's a vengeful spirit calling himself the Fire God, who has just awakened after sleeping for thousands of years. He turned to Zhongli and asked, "Haven't you been reading web novels these past few days? There's this novel about a kid with a ring, and there's some old guy inside the ring. What's the name? I need to fill out the form." "Spit it out. We might get free food." "Awesome." A few days pass, and after filling out the forms, I don't hear back for a long time, but a big event does occur elsewhere. Shi Shutian arrived at school more radiant than ever, sliding into his seat and glancing under his desk as usual. His searching hand seemed to find something. When he opened it, the contents were so dazzling that he cried out, "A clearly valuable silver ring." "Here it is." Thashtian immediately jumped up. "Who's giving me these things? First the letters every day and now gifts too." Ah, what a lavish and influential person. The students in the class were utterly dumbfounded. The silver ring was even engraved with delicate English lettering. Then, the very next day, Shu Tian pulled out yet another new gift. On the third day, it was a giant heart-shaped box of chocolates. On the fourth, they gave Thach Thien 3 trillion. The fifth day shocked him even more with a gift from an expensive brand, and after 5 days, his desk was overflowing. Sweat poured down his face as he thought this was too much. He immediately thought of a mixed-up government soldier, seemingly probing to see what he liked. Besides, since the gifts are unsigned, there's no way to return them. It's like they want to serve the people anonymously. That day, he brought home a box of love letters and dumped them out, prompting Tronglei's curiosity. "Well, what are you doing?" he replied, rummaging through the letters. He's searching through each letter, all filled with sweet nothings. "Dear Thien, by the time you read this, you'll owe me a hug. If you didn't throw it away, you owe me a kiss, and if you keep it, you owe me a date." Shitin seriously concludes that these are all the love letters he's received since losing weight. "I kept them all. Everyone put so much thought into these. I couldn't just throw them away." He summarizes that the letters fall into three categories: those seeking weight loss advice, those wanting to date him, and those simply lusting after his body. Especially the latter, who express such intense desire that they practically reach out from the page to touch his face. This was beyond Zhongli's imagination, so he could only wonder silently. He almost threw the box in his hand away in anger, but no matter the type, he had read them all 3 times and couldn't find the one who always gave him such precious gifts. "Is this Santa Claus?" Zhongli chimed in. "Yeah, I'm getting jealous." Thach Tien immediately slapped him across the face, leaving him stunned. He clutched his cheek and said, "If they want to remain anonymous, it's because they don't want you returning the gifts." For a moment, Thach Tien was lost in thought, perhaps realizing these gifts could bring joy, but also the burden of supporting an idol. Exhausted, he slumped into the chair, unable to bear it any longer. Thach Tien declared, "I have principles. I don't need these things. Let Yuan Makas Yuan Tem keep them. They'll return them eventually." A red mark of resentment remained on his cheek. Amidst his turmoil, his stomach rumbled loudly, and he dove into the pile of gifts like a ravenous tiger. Before Zhongli could say anything, Xu Tian ignored his words. He was hungry. He remembered receiving soda candies, so he ate one first. Just one. Level 32? Sunlight streams through the doorway, illuminating the sleeping figure. But in the days that follow, events take a complicated turn, as the phone on the bed vibrates incessantly with a call. A stranger. Half asleep, Xu Tian reached for the phone. His voice weary, he asks, "Who is it so early?" The person on the other end of the line spoke aggressively. "Hello, is this Mr. Shi Tian?" They happily announced, "Hello, I'm a customer service representative from the Media Copyright Protection website. We've received your forms and will be at the address you provided this week to conduct our inspection. But before that, you can join the VX group near your city." Shi Tian immediately sobered up and picked up his phone to check. "The QR code has been sent to your phone. This is a special notification just for you." His brow furrows. This is too modern. Opening his phone, he saw a QR code labeled Shanghai Exchange Group number 07, and Xu Tian followed the instructions to join. The notifications flood in, startling him as people eagerly advertise the Shanghai Exchange Group number 07, touting perfect flavors and sweet, juicy oranges. The starting price is only 58 yuan, and you can buy a delicious vitamin C-rich orange picked straight from the orchard, along with a long white dress. Original price, 12.2 yuan. Current price, 26.6 yuan. It comes with a belt made of high-quality denim that's soft and comfortable, with a slim, 3-dimensional cut. It accentuates your curves, free shipping for all occasions, DM for purchase. Learn how to make money fast even while lying down. Shocked, Xu Tian watched the chat explode. What is this group? I just came to my senses, and my phone is already buzzing. This message includes a red envelope. May all fellow cultivators work hard today. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. The chat members eagerly responded, "Greetings, CEO Zhao. Greetings, Ancestor Zhao." Zhao is so generous. Thank you, boss. He then noticed someone speaking. Zhao Lao Zhu. The mysterious figure laughs, saying, "It's a new day, and this world is eat or be eaten, so let's work hard together. Let's drink to our friendship while the others quickly sing his praises. I'll share some recent experiences I've gathered from the Venerable Zhao's own footsteps. Thank you, Elder Zhao, a true role model for the cultivation world." A mysterious figure has uploaded a folder called Precious Books. Thanks, Director Zhao. Xu Tian was intrigued. Immortal cultivation manuals? The first thing that caught his eye was the bold text, "How to make money on WeChat." Without hesitation, he slams his phone to the ground, his rage reaching a boiling point. Nevertheless, Xu Tian politely sent a few messages. Impressive. I'm leaving the group now." The character named Zhao turned his attention to him. But wait, there's someone new. Even after leaving, Xu Tian continued to receive messages, and the mysterious figure took the initiative to greet him. "Mr. Zhao knows you from the Shanghai Ability Group's 07H. Are you in the same city as me? I'm in SH City. Want to make some money together? I've already made over 10,000 on this win, and I'll give you 3% of the profits." His face immediately twisted in displeasure. That guy's been friended. He snapped, "Get lost. Wait, isn't this a cultivation group?" The mysterious figure calmly admits. "Of course." He started typing another message, but before he could ask, the other party explained. "But cultivators are so poor they can barely survive, so they gradually go out to earn a living." Xu Tian secretly suspects something is up. His texting manner softened, so he really is some kind of elder. The man cheerfully replied, "An ancient master? I'm just a nobody. They're only called that because they've made a lot of money." Then Director Zhao reminded him that the richer a newcomer is, the more respect they'll get. This is the unspoken rule of the cultivation world. and the anger within him threatens to erupt, making him want to end the conversation. He refused decisively. I really should leave the group. Leave the world. CEO Zhao quickly tried to stop him, saying, "Wait. That's right, newbie, what are you doing?" He immediately set boundaries with that person. "Don't flirt with me. I'm not changing careers. I'm an SH first-rate student in 11th grade. Zhao reacted strongly to that, his message filled with surprise. "We're classmates? Seriously, trust me. Do you know that we have a classmate named Seok Cheon?" Zhao is indeed the leader of the Heavenly Hall support group. Now it's Shi Tian's turn to be so shocked that his limbs are weak, as the other continues to brag. "Actually, I've been following Shi Tian and even sneak photos of him to send to you." He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The CEO even boasted that he'd been secretly giving him gifts every day for a week, saying he liked him a lot and wondered if they could be friends with his level of care. The newcomer? Shivering, Shi Tian was frozen, unable to respond. Zhao suddenly has some thoughts, but has Shi Tian lost weight recently? If he's thin, he won't be cute anymore. I hope he can gain a little weight. The person who had been intimidating Shi Tian excitedly typed away, while Da Xiong sat on the bed, surrounded by pictures of himself at various weights. She smiles happily. "That's right, what year are you in? What class are you in?" Xin Yi then turns her attention to Dai Zhong, realizing that some people like the rich. If not wealth, then something else. Some people like handsome men. Daxiang shyly confesses her feelings, thinking that someone might like a chubby guy. She bashfully thinks of Shi Tian. "I have someone I like. I have someone I like." This was a little secret hidden in the young girl's heart. And so her story begins, a tale of a very ordinary girl named Zhao Dehong from a very young age. Zhao Dexiang's math test is marked with a big fat 0, next to a thick book, 5 years of middle school exams, 3 years of death exams. She picks up her pen and writes something furiously in her notebook. Her father entered with a stick, telling her to stop. Seeing him, she immediately cried out, and her father responded in a booming voice. Daewoo, frustrated, says, "Damn it, are you going to beat me for my grades?" Her father simply raised his hand, feigning a strike. How could he? "I've never passed a class in my life, and neither have you, Dad." He sits down and advises her to give up, saying that being untalented is in their blood. "You simply don't have the aptitude for academics. The reason being, the headband you wear has the character for achieve written incorrectly." Dahong froze for a moment, slowly processing the situation, and hurriedly took off her headband. Her father smiled mysteriously, but there was more than one path in life. "Today, I'll reveal our family's secret to you. This staff is actually a hidden compartment." He pulls out an old book titled The 15 Characters of Yin and Yang Feng Shui Secrets, and the cane transforms into a flag waving with his aura. Her father insisted that this book was a relic from the Western Zhou dynasty, and once mastered, she could tell fortunes with incredible accuracy. This flag is incredibly striking and powerful. If you memorize this book, you can set up a fortune-telling stall across the street. He proudly declared this was the craft passed down through their family, that he was known as Zhao the Half-Immortal, and had even read the fortunes of great figures, that even if she wasn't good at studying, she could still get rich through her own efforts. Her father muttered to himself, reminding himself not to predict lottery numbers, as overstepping the bounds of fate would bring retribution. Over here, Daehung is weeping, desperate to pass the exam. Her face falls as she sees no hope, but a second later, she has an epiphany. "Wait, that's not right. If I just want to pass, then that could work." Da Xiong suggested, "Dad, quickly teach me divination." Her father was surprised, thinking he'd have to persuade her for longer. On the day of the exam, coins fell onto Daehung's desk as she began to chant, 1, the destiny, 2, the major cycles, 3, prosperity and decline, 4, see how life advances and retreats to death, 5, see if the gods are ominous or not, 6th, observe the position of the lines, 7th, break free from restraint, 8, see the tears fall, 9, see the judgment from the outside. The coins clinked and clattered before finally settling, and she peeked an eye open to check. 3 times without letters, still Yang. Daewoo focuses on the question and makes his decision. She chooses C for this question. Later, she'll shock the class with a tarot card reading, the cards dancing in her hands like magic. She focuses, calling out to it, "Tarot cards, oh, tarot cards, please tell me." In that very moment, Daehung's eyes widened as she drew a card from the shuffled deck. The card is pinched between 2 fingers. The sun reversed or not? Dachong quickly fills in the answer. "Okay, the answer to this question is A," the teacher announced. "With 15 minutes left, make sure to review your answers." The blackboard displays the final exam questions, but the class is captivated by her actions as Daehung meticulously writes. With both hands, she guided the pen, pouring her emotions into it, and soon the magic circle was complete. The final step is to push the pen into the circle, where it rolls next to the cheat sheet. Overjoyed, Da Zhong thought to herself, she had the answers. She was no longer afraid of the exam before her. Too easy, too easy. This isn't even cheating. I'm using my own abilities. A bright smile blooms for the first time in the exam room. I did it. After all her efforts, Da Zhong received her red certificate, a graduation diploma from Namhat City Middle School. The scores on the paper were all 60. And so, the young girl passed the second level and finally moved on, with passable grades. She managed to get into the same school as Shu Tian. In a classroom labeled Class 2, a teacher sat wearily at his desk, papers in hand. Suddenly, Pa Tian bursts in, asking, "What's wrong?" With a grimace, the teacher startled. "Director Lin," he reluctantly shared, "It's nothing, just a new student who's troubling me." The teacher held up the test papers. Multiple choice questions are almost all correct, but the more complex it gets, the more mistakes they make. In English composition, the arguments are riddled with errors, and in math and science, he can only write the final answer. What kind of bizarre answers are these? He sighs, burying his face in his hands, lamenting that he just can't understand kids these days. But upon hearing this, Po Cheon smiles, adjusting his glasses, finding the other to be even more intriguing. An interesting yet frightening look suddenly appears on Pa Tian's face. Well, if that's how it's going to be, then I'll definitely have to come up with some countermeasures. How about I set the literature exam for the 11th graders this time? After that, the school's exam regulations were changed. Final exams, the last day. 10th and 11th graders sit mixed together in the lecture hall as the proctor announces that today, the 11th grade will finish their last 3 subjects, history and politics. Pass the exam papers down. Daihung calmly takes the test but immediately notices something strange. Her world falls into an awkward silence, surrounded by words. What is this? Why are these all essay questions? Dahong worried the questions were so difficult that divination couldn't solve them, and tears began to flow. She had finally stabilized her grades this semester with divination. And it's all essays. There's no way to bluff an answer. Not only will I get a 0, but I'll have to hand in a blank paper. Did tears stream down her face for fear of being seen as strange? She remembered being scolded by the teacher in front of the whole class. What kind of answer is that? Invisible answers? The other students whispered amongst themselves. Her high school life, which had just begun to look promising, was now in ruins. But she tried to reassure herself that she should at least copy a few sentences from the book. She couldn't hand in a blank paper. Dahong's eyes darted up and down, and unfortunately for her, the proctor noticed. It was then, under the watchful eye of the proctor, that the girl realized she was doomed, that she couldn't even cheat. Right. Her father's whispered words echoed in her mind. Defy the natural order, and you will face retribution. Tears welling, Daeyoung nearly accepts her fate. Is this her punishment? Her hands clasped tightly together as she prayed for a savior, offering any price for help. Someone. Please help me. Time ticks by, the clock hands turning. Finally, Shu Tian bursts through the door, his imposing figure brushing past her. Sorry I'm late, teacher. Daeshong, who was secretly sobbing, was startled by the voice. Her eyes widened in surprise as Seok-cheon descended like a winged angel. Dahong struggled to find the words to describe it. The moment he sat near her, the room seemed to dim. It was the figure of a mountain. She stared up for a moment, reflected in the wide eyes in front of her. With tears in his eyes, Daeshong reached out a hand, making it hard to resist the urge to touch him, her fingers gently touching Shutian's back. As she released her hand, the flesh sprang back on its own, and a surge of emotion washed over her as she realized it was real. Daeshong's eyes sparkled even more. Like a real father, a sense of security that put people at ease. At that moment, the warm sunlight shone into her soul as the girl thought and cheated with all her might. Dae-woong's life also changed, and from then on the girl's grades suffered, but she vowed to study hard and not cheat again. But beyond that, the unexpected encounter that day, that figure standing before her, remained etched in her mind. That broad back made her happy, and she began to develop feelings for him. The girl began to investigate him. She had a crush. Chapter 35. That's the story that Daeshong just shared. So, that was our fateful encounter. The meeting between me and my classmate, Shito. Every message from her felt like a blossoming flower. From that day on, I began to develop feelings for him. He was truly an angel sent from above, a Prince Charming come to rescue me. From then on, he vowed to be a dog if he was ever late for an exam again. Not only that, but he always led the school's running team, and in the cafeteria, countless students would surround him, calling out, "Dad, Dad!" Dahong looked at him with admiration, and she wrote that thought in a message. Everywhere in the school, I always see him. His presence stood out among the masses, always catching my eye. Xu Tian bit her lip. No, it's just because I'm too fat. The previous question is suddenly brought up again. That's right, what's your name? What grade are you in? The question makes him freeze, sweat trickling down his cheek. What is going on? Xu Tian resolutely typed, I am him. But his body trembled uncontrollably, and in the end he gave up, unable to continue. The message to Da Zhong changed to, I'm just a random 11th grader, nothing important, but I'm in the same class as Chung Tian. Her jaw dropped, and she sat up straight in shock. Taking advantage of this, Xu Tong urged her, Listen to me, why don't you try meeting him in person instead of sending gifts? He quickly fabricated another reason. After receiving the gift, he told me that he's always wanted to get to know you, and that it's better to be friends than to keep hiding. Finally, he urged her to go and face her fears, no matter the difficulty, and to meet it all with a smile. The best way to face fear is to confront it head-on. Good luck. Having delivered his piece, Tach Thien finally put his phone down, relieved. Trong Lei, who was nearby, was very curious. What's wrong? He doesn't answer, thinking to himself, let's just leave it at that for now. She'd just read his advice and had an epiphany. Daewong shyly covered his face, finding the suggestion incredibly bold. He thought it was over, but Suqian couldn't bring himself to smile. After their talk a few days prior, an even bigger gift box appeared on his desk as usual. The next day, it was a pile of snacks with packaging that sparkled like stars. The third day, several skewers of grilled meat, carefully packaged. The next week, his desk transformed into a buffet of nutritious fast food. Stone silently observed the pile of food. Talking hadn't worked, and now things were gradually turning into meals. He's unhappy but still eats it. Surely someone is secretly watching him. Damn it, he can't hold on to any of this. The chicken box was easily emptied by Xu Tian, leaving him with no choice. Soon, his stomach was full. Impressive. I ate it all. Why don't you show yourself and take care of me? Suddenly, the classroom door was pushed open. His classmate hurriedly called out, Tian, is Tian's father here? He quickly reported, Tian, there's a 10th grade girl in the hallway, no one knows her. She's been waiting here, saying she wants to see you. This was unexpected, leaving Xu Tian speechless. Finally, the two meet, creating a sweet, romantic scene. In Chapter 36, Xu Tian can hardly believe what he's seeing. Is that really her? It really is her. Da Yong hesitated, unable to speak. My fellow student, Xu Tian. Mustering her courage, she asked him with a smile, I want to take a picture for Xu Tian. Their conversation caused a stir among the crowd. Look, another girlfriend is asking Brother Thien out. Is this the third time this month? Daxiong smiled, hand on his chest, announcing to everyone that Xu Tian was working part-time at the gym. I've contacted the student manager there, and we've decided to take photos of you working out to use for promotional posters, and it's also convenient for me to keep them. Her face filled with anticipation. Now that I've said it, I can use this chance to get to know him, she thought, wondering, will he agree? We see Seokcheon training seriously. Come with me. He even proudly flaunted his 8-pack abs, much to everyone's anticipation. Go on, Tach Thien, show us more. Everything seems to explode on camera, burning bright. Your massive pecs and those exaggerated expressions. Seokcheon is exhausted, gulping down water. Show off some more. Seeing his friend approach, he asked in surprise, Boss, you know him? Just who is she? She recounted excitedly. You mean Zhao Daxiong? She's known me for a long time, and though a bit mysterious, she's very sweet. She even offered to help me with the poster this time. She added, oh, and the compass I have, he gave it to me. She's helped me attract good fortune in key moments, and that's how I brought Seokcheon home. Hearing this, Xu Tian was a little confused as the GM Studio's business continued to grow, thanks to Da Xiong and that Doraemon. Understanding seemed to dawn on his face as he turned to look at Da Xiong, who was still filming intently. That's not good. It's ruined. Erase it. Erase it. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to Dongshan's city center. This vast area is New Century Pedestrian Street. The master sets up a stall there, constantly calculating, with a sign advertising palm reading and divine calculations by a living god. The price list next to him is clearly marked. Love, 5 yuan. Health, 8 yuan. Stocks, 10 yuan. Fortune, 20 yuan. Defying destiny, welcome. The Grand Master earnestly hopes for good fortune today, as passersby mockingly call him a crazy old man. Fortune-telling in this day and age? How absurd. Look, there's a fortune-teller over here. Suddenly, a large footstep startled everyone on the street. It approached the master, who was still sitting there calculating, drawing his attention. With a serious look, she asked, How much to have my love life read, old man? Though surprised, the master announces the price. 2 yuan 50. Seeing this, the woman generously pulled out a bill. Okay, I believe you. They don't believe you, but I still want to. She proudly placed her hand on her chest as she introduced herself. I'm the leader of the biggest plaza dance team in this district, the Flower Branch team. I'm here for a love reading. Tell me, between my rival, Li Ye, leader of the Yeqi team, and I, who will win the heart of the recently retired Professor Wang this year. He gripped the woman's hand tightly to read her fortune, startling her. She quickly pulled her hand away, scolding loudly. That hurts. What are you doing? Does the master have something to explain? Touching bones. But the woman was furious, retorting, Easy! Are you trying to crush my hand? Wait, what about the results? Seeing the woman cause such a ruckus, the master hurriedly explained, You can't just read bones like that, I'm very professional. This isn't just a formality. Based on the reading, you'll have some romantic troubles this year, and it's not looking good. He even added his prediction, saying that perhaps this year she'd see her rival kissing that professor in front of her apartment complex. As soon as the master finished speaking, the woman kicked him and turned to leave. He clutched his body in pain, slowly sitting up, wincing. The memory of what happened filled him with rage. Strange. As the bewildered fortune teller looked on, Dui Tin stepped forward. No, it wasn't her strangeness, just a mortal's inability to understand. Seeing him appear so suddenly, the Grand Master was perplexed. Who are you? Are you here for a reading too? Dui Tin smiled gently. More than that, I hope to form an alliance with you, Master. For a mortal to be ignorant of Mount Tai and drive you to this point, it truly breaks my heart. His face held a hint of wickedness as he continued his judgment. That woman knows nothing, but I know you're an expert, considered one of the top 10 diviners. Every calculation is accurate, leaving the professor bewildered, unsure of where to begin. Brother Li, I can't take it anymore. Dahlia blushed, stammering shyly. Professor Wang, they shared a sweet kiss right in front of this woman. Back with Dui Tin, he smiled and praised the Grand Master. You're a legendary figure who's been hidden for a long time, a high-level master, right? The Grand Master smiled triumphantly, slowly peeling off his fake beard. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I hid so well, ran for so long, and in the end, I was still found out. Laughing maniacally, he packed his things, knowing he couldn't stay here any longer, and quickly loaded them into his familiar truck. Taking advantage of the dwarf's inattention, the master jumped in and sped away. Sensing the shift, he frantically gave chase, a look of desperation washing over his face as he pursued the fleeing master. What are you doing? Don't run, master. But the master, ignoring his words, continued to speed ahead, thinking, Enough talk. If I'm fast enough, you'll never catch me. I doubt you've ever seen this car's top speed. I won't be caught this time. These actions enraged him. Unable to bear it any longer, Duizing used all his strength to lift the master's truck high into the air with one hand. Stop right there! Sensing danger, he frantically shouted. Damn it, I read the divination this morning. There shouldn't have been any unexpected events, Duizing quickly added. Like I said, I'm here to form an alliance with you, master. His face twisted in displeasure. First, I'm not a city official, and second, I'm not with the traditional arts preservation web. Rest assured, I'm wanted by them myself. Hearing this, the Grand Master's eyes lit up. Really? He nodded with absolute certainty. Indeed. Look into my sincere eyes. Sometime later, the two entered a restaurant to enjoy a meal. Hearing the story, the Grand Master nodded in agreement. Yes, he was right. With that, he dove into the food on the table, and with unwavering resolve, the Grand Master declared, I was once a leader in this world. Still not full, he quickly downed a large bowl of soup. His actions left the hamster dumbfounded. Master, that's 6 bowls. How did you end up like this? The Grand Master chuckled, picking his teeth as he explained, It's all in the past. Even the wise make mistakes. I simply miscalculated a divination. He slowly recounted that day, sitting in front of his computer screen, how he'd stumbled upon an online casino in Australia offering licensed online gambling services. The scene on the computer changed, freezing the Grand Master in his tracks. So I tried playing, thinking I could use divination to avoid the risks. The memory of his downfall fills the Grand Master with despair. One win, followed by crushing defeat. No matter how he calculated, he couldn't win. He bet all his Liangxiu money until there was no turning back. He picked up his chopsticks and continued eating, repeating the story over and over. Then I became poor. This story teaches us that you really can't tell fortunes about money. The mole spirit was speechless, thinking, That's not how it is at all. Remembering something, the master looked up at him. So, young man, What brings you here? Tell me your story." Hearing the question, he slowly began to recount everything. As for me, my problem is a bit more complicated, Master. I won't hide it from you. I'm not human. I'm a monster who is cultivated into a spirit. After speaking, the chipmunk demon transformed before the Master's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original form, while my body is just a chipmunk. This sight left the Grand Master dumbfounded. "Wait, aren't you afraid someone will see you in your true form?" The bamboo rat demon chuckled, reassuring him. "It's fine. I've cast an illusion." Just then, 2 young men walked in from outside. They quickly called out, "Boss, we'll have the tomato stir-fry." The boss nodded in agreement. Hearing that, Dewey became even more smug. "See, they can't see us." He coughed a few times and continued, "I'm getting off track. The truth is, I'm in a pretty miserable state now, mainly because I ate that bamboo." Before all this, nearby stood a mountain covered in bamboo, and one particularly large, nutrient-rich stalk was to be my 1000th birthday feast. The more he spoke, the stranger he became. Then one day, that bamboo tree suddenly gained sentience, snatching away the meal at his lips, and even survived a lightning tribulation, burning all the bamboo on the mountain to ashes. What's worse, I realized I couldn't beat him. He quickly recounted everything. For 40 years, I posed as a student, watching that bamboo tree without arousing suspicion. He saw the image of Fa Tien being friendly with humans. I had been watching him, from a normal teacher to the head of academic affairs. Duitin even saw him befriending many others, and recently he even made friends with a cultivator, which made him angrier than ever. He says a hamster wants to eat bamboo shoots. What's wrong with that? I am justice. Seeing this, the master quickly calmed him down, understanding his feelings, telling him not to drool so much and to stop thinking about the feast. "So, I want to invite you to help me. I've read all the news on the cultivation web. As long as I pay, you'll help with anything, right?" He smugly points to himself. "For food, I can pay thousands." After a moment's thought, the Grandmaster names his price, 60,000. The mole's attitude shifts completely upon hearing this. "Why don't you just rob me?" Chapter 38. The thought of the sum he had to pay filled the mole with rage. "This is too expensive. I spend all day watching that tree and have no time to earn money." He recalls threatening weaker students with weapons, only managing to scrape together a little money through such tactics. That meant 300 after 5 days every year, rain or shine, threatening students on their way home with a bunch of green kids. As Duitin grew up, he remained loyal to this bullying profession, earning a stable income of 5 yuan each year. At this point, Duitin broke down in tears. "I've never been lazy, not a single day. I never dared to rest. For 40 years, he's only managed to scrape together 60,000. He might as well have robbed it. But the master wasn't having it, slamming the table and scolding, "That's nothing. I'm poor too." "Every cultivator is poor. What's there to talk about? As for marrying a wife, think it through yourself. Which is more important, food or a wife?" Helpless, Duitin slams the table, declaring he's a female Dui. After a moment's thought, he quickly decides, "Damn it, there's no other way. Instead of that, let me clarify what I want you to divine." He continued to draw various images on the bamboo paper, befriending a young man who seemed to have the ability to emit heat from his hands, a young man who was being targeted by a fortune-telling female cultivator. Duitin's voice echoed. At this point, the school has 3 cultivators who will likely form a group, and he immediately hands the drawing to the master, who unfolds it and examines it. While he pondered, Duitin earnestly declared, "I hope you can hinder those 2 students so the bamboo and I can have some alone time. I must devour him, roast him with meat." He was taken aback by this. "Is that so?" He nodded in agreement with absolute certainty. Indeed, he would be interested in the divinely gifted young woman. Zhao Duixing had likely done his research. "Is she the rival you hate, the child of the famous Zhao family of divination, which is why you're offering me a discount?" Oh, a smile of anticipation spreads across the master's face. "Interesting. So it's the Zhao family? This is karma." Without a second thought, he quickly signaled with his hand. Seeing this symbol surprised Duitin somewhat. It was 20%. But with a serious face, the master declared that the information he provided was worth less than 80 yuan. He couldn't take it anymore, as the meal he was offering wasn't even worth that much. Meanwhile, elsewhere, things were gradually improving. The job was done. After hours of effort, Shutian quickly waved goodbye to everyone. "Well, I'm off then." Suddenly, Da Zhong called out to him, "Wait." Her voice was laced with hesitation. "Can we walk home together, if it's not out of your way?" Hearing Dae Hung's question, Shutian was stunned as she stood there, still shy. Gathering her courage, Da Yong shouted out everything to Shu Tian. Actually, this isn't the first time I've met you. My name is Zhao Dexiang, and the first time I saw you was during the final exam. You were still quite chubby back then. Her face flushed as she confessed her feelings, revealing the moment she fell for him. Hearing these words for the first time, Shu Tian turns around in confusion as Da Xiong, standing right in front of him, recounts with a flushed face that even though he's now thin, she can't forget him at all. Classmate Shu Tian, I feel about you. Her voice trembled. I hope. Sensing something amiss, Shu Tian's eyes widened. He quickly turned, grabbing her shoulders to protect her. Wait, we can talk about this later. His face turned grave. Have you noticed? The atmosphere nearby had been eerily silent, and it seemed that Seok Cheon had noticed something was wrong. The place we're standing is clearly a bustling city, yet we can't find a single pedestrian anywhere. He and Shu Tian look toward the Grand Master standing there, except for that person in the distance who keeps staring at them. Meanwhile, back at the school, Duitin smugly appears before Fa Tian. Suddenly enraged, Hamster shouts, "Bamboo shoots with meat!" He's become strange, spouting nonsense. Pickled bamboo shoots, steamed bamboo shoots, smoked river pork with bamboo shoots. Damn it. After all these days and nights, I've been buying discounted bamboo shoots from the supermarket every day to practice making these dishes. Po Cheon couldn't understand what Duixing was saying. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't bully the poor. Today, I'm here to take my revenge. I'll cook until I summon you. Unfortunately, 2 female students saw the hamster, panicked, dropped their bags, and screamed. Seeing the situation, he grew worried. This is bad. He chose the least crowded time, yet he was still discovered. While the mole was plotting his escape, one of the girls lunged at him, and they both began to pet him with delight, exclaiming how cute and fluffy he was. "What is this?" he sternly warned. "Hey, stop touching me. Get serious. Don't ruin the mood." The scene left Po Tian stunned, and his face grew increasingly perplexed. What's with kids these days? After a moment, Po Cheon pushed up his glasses and declared, "Listen up. Even if you want to attract the attention of the female students by wearing a teddy bear suit to school, you're not coming to my office and taking it off for me." Hearing that, Doozy was incredibly annoyed. A teddy bear, my foot. He turns back to the 2 girls again, trying not to look regretful as the scene shifts elsewhere, revealing the Grand Master with a smug grin. He slowly approaches Shu Tian for a confrontation, but Shu Tian's towering figure makes the master uneasy. Stone Sky's face grew impatient as he questioned, "You've been following us for a long time, haven't you? What is it? Your intimidating presence has frightened the Grand Master. Damn it, I don't think I can win." After summoning his courage, he quickly spread his arms and shouted, "Wait! You 2 great heroes are so impressive and majestic, I'm in awe. Actually, I have a request." The Grand Master seemed embarrassed as he stepped in front of Shu Tian. "Here's the thing. I was hired to keep you 2 here for about an hour, so I'm sorry to interrupt your date. You still don't understand, do you?" "What?" his voice continued, suggesting it was better to just go along with it. The master bowed before them, pleading, "The commission was 60,000 yuan. I'll give you 59,000. Just let me keep 1,000 as a finder's fee. Go wander around the mall for 2 hours, spend the 59,000 on clothes, and I'll carry your bags." The master offered a wad of cash, declaring peace was at hand. Their peace, that is. Stunned by the strange old man, Shu Tian and Da Zhong listened in confusion as he continued, "Young men, we could even find a place to solo Yasu for a couple of hours. I can even tell you who told me to do this. You can go after him when the time is up." As time passed, Pathian walked calmly forward in the school hallway. The gopher was tailing him, not wanting to miss a thing, when something dawned on him, and his face suddenly went pale with panic. Wait, he's leaving his back exposed like that, and there's no one around. He signals with his large hands, an opening. "Use mad scratch." The mole frantically claws at the earth, creating chaos, and after a time, the dust begins to settle. The scene leaves the goblin disoriented as Po Cheon appears beside him, coldly assessing him. "So, you've been plotting this all along. I was prepared. You're the one who's been lurking in the shadows, waiting to sabotage me, aren't you?" Seeing Fa Tian unharmed only fueled Dui Tin's rage as he spat, "You're quick to run. Indeed, I've not only prepared to take you, but to crush every tree you've nurtured under my feet. I spent 500 years fertilizing you, only for you to run when the feast was at your lips." Without a word, he lunges at Fa Tian, ready to strike. Though he didn't understand, Fa Tian's composure slipped as he countered with a palm strike, hoping to eliminate the spirit beast while no one was around. Chapter 40. Before Da Xiong could understand, Shu Tian coldly stated, "I refuse. Why are you trying to stop me?" His face twisted in displeasure. "You'd better tell me now." Seeing the master's strange smile, he was taken aback as the master smirked menacingly. "I'm afraid I have no choice. So, you refuse to be reasonable and want to be punished. Don't underestimate me. Thinking that Shu Tian looks down on me has made the Grand Master extremely upset. After retiring, I enrolled in a martial arts class at the university, and I still remember the moves vividly." He recalls his intense training, 50 push-ups every day, and even on the toughest days, 30 sit-ups and a 5K run. He trained relentlessly, running 6 flights without breaking a sweat or losing his breath. The Grand Master added, "I don't want to resort to violence because I fear this joke will turn into a bloody tale." He prepares to reveal his true physique, saying, "Young man, don't be too overconfident." Shu Tian and Da Yong waited to see what would happen next. Outwardly, you might just think I'm an old man. The master quickly tore off his ragged clothes. I am, in fact. The Grand Master's ripped physique was revealed in an instant, a testament to his strength. Seeing this, Shu Tian was astonished, and even Zhang Li couldn't believe it. A truly nostalgic scene. Seeing Zhang Li's disgusted face startled Da Zhong. Who are you?" He chuckled, glancing at the Great Bear, his nemesis from a past life, while the master continued to flex his magnificent muscles for the trio. Afraid no one would believe him, he punches the air repeatedly, then shatters a stone wall to demonstrate his power. After his display, the Grand Master snaps his fingers, and Shu Tian is bewildered by his strange actions. Why is this guy suddenly so buff? Zhang Li, standing nearby, explains that it's from training. Enraged, he retorted, "Training? My foot. His muscles are bigger than a telephone pole." Trong Lei was incredibly stubborn about all of this. No, indeed, he's training, but he's training his muscles. Zhang Li's face grew serious as he explained that concentrating spiritual energy into muscle fibers allows one to achieve their desired physique in a short amount of time. This existed in my era, a cultivation method for cultivators, but at its peak it's called the golden body. The master approached them with his muscular physique. "Don't resist, you two." His face became terrifying as he continued to threaten them. "I didn't want to hurt you, just delay you for a few hours, but if you resist, I might not be able to control my strength and accidentally break your bones. That wouldn't be good." With that, he lunged toward them, adding, "Especially you two. I want to talk to you alone." The Grand Master's hand reached forward, and out of sheer terror, Da Xiong squeezed his eyes shut, unable to face him. Sensing danger, Shu Tian quickly stepped in to help as a plume of smoke began to rise. Sensing something amiss, the Grand Master clutches his hand and screams in bewilderment. "It's hot. Too hot. What unholy heat is this?" Shu Tian quickly turned to warn Da Xiong. "Ciao, Da Xiong, get away from here. I don't think I can hold him back." She doesn't seem to understand the situation and keeps reminding me. "Wait, Shu Tian, don't let me distract you. Be careful." Just as Dai Wung finished speaking, the master punched Sok Cheon, sending him flying backward, his face contorted with displeasure as he continued to lecture him. "Young man, you're going too far. Respect your elders. Understand?" Remembering the earlier scene, Shu Tian was surprised to see the wound on his hand the moment he was sent flying. He realized something was wrong. This could be troublesome. He and Master Lin were even better fighters before. Is there a way to set him on fire? While he was still thinking, Zhang Li quickly stepped forward and spoke. "This won't be easy. If they're using their spiritual energy to manifest the golden body, then we'll just do the same." Hearing him say that, Thach Thien was still confused, not really understanding what was going on. He reached out and declared, "Listen closely. Achieving the golden body of divine law is simple. When spiritual energy surges through you, just envision the strongest form you desire. You haven't cultivated yet, so you lack spiritual energy, but I can lend you some. Perhaps Zhang Li has high hopes for what Shu Tian can now accomplish." The Grand Master, with his 8-pack abs, also charges forward. "Kid, you just wait. I'll break both your arms next time." Shu Tian's eyes widened as he wondered what his strongest form would be. Suddenly, a thick fog rolls in, confusing the master as massive hands effortlessly block his punch. Shu Tian has returned to his massive, hulking form, leaving the Grand Master stunned and Da Zhong utterly speechless. Suddenly, the Grand Master froze, his face etched with shock. He tried to break free, but his fist was firmly in Shu Tian's grasp, and a sense of dread began to creep into his heart. "He's got me pinned. I'm being controlled." With a whirlwind of thoughts, the Grand Master is flung aside by Thach Thien. Beneath the dust, the Grand Master's frail body trembled. He looked at him with fearful eyes and cried out, "What is this?" Meanwhile, his frail body struggled to rise. What kind of strength does that physique possess? Zhongli smirked at his pathetic state. Yes, this was merely his original form. He then feigned concern, asking, "Hey, how do you feel?" Stone Sky exhaled a hot breath, his face shadowed, and he replied, "Great, I feel great." Then he looked up, a terrifying glint in his cold eyes. Shu Tian stared at the master and continued, as if his youth and body had returned. With that, he casually grabbed the master's leg and swung him around, again and again, with his powerful physique. After a few spins, he mercilessly throws the Grandmaster into the air, a sight that leaves Da Jiang wide-eyed in astonishment, her chubby cheeks slightly flushed. At that moment, she slowly closed her eyes, tears of emotion streaming down her cheeks, thinking, "I've returned and I've met him again." Imagining Shu Tian's massive frame, she trembled slightly, feeling safe in his large shadow. As she was lost in her fantasies, Zhong Liqian interrupted her train of thought. "Hey, I'm happy to see your plump, fair appearance, but we can't actually maintain this form for long." Stunned, Shu Tian turned to him with darkened eyes, and Zhongli cried out, "Your flames are burning my spiritual energy like crazy. To use a remnant soul like me as a substitute for burning fat, I can't endure this torment." Then his expression turned unusually serious. Zhongli raised 3 fingers and carefully warned, 3 minutes. I can only last for 3 minutes." Shu Tian responded distractedly. "Is that so?" On the ground, the Grandmaster's body was covered in bruises as he struggled to speak. "How is this possible? The difference in power is too great. How can this be?" Looking at the giant figure blocking his path, the Grandmaster lamented that this man was like a mountain, impossible to stop. In his desperation, he scrambled to his feet, telling himself, No, wait, this terrifying golden body can't last. I just need to hold out." Suddenly, that thought stopped on the small little bear behind him. "He's so big, he definitely won't be as fast as me." Seeing her, he lunged forward, believing he could overtake her and directly control old Zhao's daughter. But he failed to notice Shu Tian's darkening expression. Shu Tian smirked, bluntly criticizing, "Only a few minutes?" As soon as the master rushed forward, Shu Tian quickly turned around. Just as his hand neared Da Xiong's face, a powerful force suddenly stopped him, and as Shu Tian dragged him back, the Grandmaster thought in terror, "I've miscalculated. With that build, he doesn't need speed at all." As he was lifted high, his struggles were futile, and he realized a simple turn could have caught him. Then, the Grandmaster suddenly cried out in pain, "My salary! I've got a slipped disc." Beneath him, Shu Tian cast a disgusted glance, scolding, "Stop your whining. I controlled my strength. Your body isn't strong enough to damage your bones." Zhong Li, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Finally, I made it before he used all his spirit energy." In the blazing sun, the Grandmaster is hoisted high by Shu Tian. All struggles are now in vain. In short, this move is a complete victory. Chapter 42. After being thoroughly humiliated, the Grandmaster was tied to a nearby pillar, weeping incessantly. Facing his pathetic state, Shu Tian coldly brushed his hand off and looked at him with disdain, as the 3 of them stared mockingly at the Grandmaster. Hearing Zhongli's laughter, Shu Tian asked curiously, "What's wrong?" He kept his head down, chuckling, then replied, "Nothing. It's just seeing you now reminds me of you in the past. It's a bit poignant." After a moment's thought, Zhongli confessed, "Your past self was warm but ugly, but I never expected you to be so beautiful in this life." Seeing his blank face, Zhongli exclaimed, "It's truly touching." Shu Tian stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "So you really do have a unique taste?" Zhongli, angered by his reaction, retorted, "Yes, what's with that expression? The richer you are, the more beautiful you are. That was our aesthetic back then." He then showered him with compliments, saying, "If you were in the tribe before I was born, you would probably be considered the most handsome man in the world." Hearing this, Shu Tian was incredulous, thinking, so their tastes back then were indeed quite unique. At this, Zhong Li suddenly turned serious, clearing his throat and saying, "But your beauty is only temporary. Maintaining this golden body requires a great deal of spiritual energy, but I am only a remnant soul, unable to replenish it." Once again, Seokxian was dumbfounded. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Therefore I must enter a deep slumber, a slumber from which I cannot awaken on my own. You must awaken me, and the method is simple. I've left it in your study. 5th book, 3rd shelf." Suddenly, scorching flames engulfed him as Zhong Li sternly emphasized, "You must awaken me quickly. You must awaken me quickly." Before disappearing, he instructed, "Don't keep me waiting too long this time." In an instant, the flames in Shu Tian's palm died out, and his body immediately returned to normal. In his daze, wisps of golden smoke curled in his palm as Shu Tian realized he had returned to normal, and Zhu Rong had vanished. Suddenly, Shu Tian shouted, "Yes!" Clenching his fist with determination, he exclaimed, "Finally, some peace and quiet." He'd have some peace for a few days, then think about awakening him later. As he focused, Da Xiong behind him mustered his courage and spoke up, drawing his attention. "Please, just listen to me, Shu Tian," she stammered, finally looking up, flustered. "I almost got caught back there. Thanks for saving me." Slightly surprised, Shu Tian replied, "It's nothing. Come on." Da Hong lowered her head, her eyes wavering slightly. "Also, Thosh Tien, there's something I want to tell you." Her hands fidgeted nervously as Dai Wung confessed what she'd wanted to say all along. "Seeing your safe, chubby figure just now made me unable to hold back any longer." After beating around the bush, she closes her eyes and shouts, "Classmate Shu Tian, the truth is, Seeing his bewildered expression, Da Xiong emphasized, "I feel about you." In the tense atmosphere, Da Xiong mustered all her courage to confess her feelings. "I've always longed for a father like you." As she finished speaking, her face lit up, and she thought, "I said it. I finally said it." Before Shu Tian could speak, she explained a bit awkwardly, "Actually, my dad is always lazy at home, so when I was little, I always wanted to experience the security of having a strong father." Recalling those memories, she said, "The last time my heart raced was during literature class when I was reading the essay Silhouette." The book she was reading was Yen literature. Da Hong slowly recounted the time his portly father climbed the wall to buy tangerines. Remembering that large figure in front of her, her voice filled with admiration and excitement, and then her heart raced again when she met him during the exam. As if afraid he didn't understand, she emphasized that he was indeed the ideal father figure, giving her a sense of security, and that she'd always been moved by him, unable to hold back after seeing his past self. Before a disbelieving Thoch Thien, she cried out, "Student Thoch Thien, you're the dad of all the boys in school, so can I be one of them too?" The barrage of information left Thoch Thien speechless. After careful consideration, Shu Tian took a deep breath and replied, "I was worried it was something serious, but it seems I was overthinking it. As long as it's not about love, feeling safe, I've already accepted this." Without hesitation, he pointed to her and declared, "I've had 37 people call me dad since I was a kid." His face lit up as he reassured her. "You think I'd mind one more?" Da Hong froze for a moment, then, realizing what he meant, she could hardly believe her ears. Da Hong covers her mouth, eyes brimming with emotion as she confirms, So does that mean you agree, she too?" Amidst her excitement, Shu Tian gently reminded her, "And are you still calling me classmate?" She bursts into tears, throwing herself into his arms, and Shu Tian plays along perfectly. He patted her head and gently comforted her. There. Daddy loves you. Daddy loves all of you." After the touching embrace, Shu Tian turned to the main issue. "Anyway, let's take him back to the academy first. We need to ask Master Lin how to deal with this cultivator." Da Xiong agreed decisively. "Okay, Dad Shitian." Their performance left the Grand Master dumbfounded, thinking the youth of today are far too strange to understand. Chapter 43. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the battle has raged for 39 minutes and 27 seconds. Hamster Star panted, his head hung low, shock etched across his face. In Dui Xing's mind, thoughts raced. "No, I shouldn't. My attacks seem to have no effect. If this continues, I'll lose." In his desperation, he berated himself, thinking how pathetic he was. He's just a dormouse after all. With that thought, a fire ignited in his eyes. The hamster spirit thought to himself, how could he give up? How could he give up? Is there any bamboo rat in this world that can't get to its bamboo? Immediately after, he dashes forward with burning resolve. Seeing this, Pa Tien calmly pushed up his glasses, his voice filled with disdain. "Here we go again. Looks like he hasn't learned his lesson." First, he unleashes his vines. They immediately wrapped around the hamster's body, and while the hamster was distracted, Fa Tien seized the opportunity to use the fluttering leaf skill. As the attack concludes, the spirit beast coughs up a mouthful of crimson liquid, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The hamster spirit's eyes went blank, his body trembling and unable to move. He despaired. "I'm done for. I'm finished. Turns out he's been secretly improving himself all these years. I can't even touch him." In utter despair, tears streamed down his chubby face. Already wounded and unable to move, he knew he was defeated. Utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Pa Tien pushed up his glasses once more as sprouts began to emerge from his body. As he slowly approached, the hamster spirit jolted awake, screaming, "Holy crap! Don't come any closer! Put those branches away! What do you want? Stay away from me." As his screams became meaningless, Hamster Dan accepted his fate. I'm done for. All that past animosity has built up too much. At this rate, he's going to drain me dry. That's right, I'm a spirit beast, a supreme delicacy. In this predicament, Dui Tin lamented that he, a bamboo rat, was about to be eaten by bamboo. But then, Poetic Sky suddenly shoved a handful of bamboo in his face, startling him. He asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Without another word, Poche shoves the bamboo into his mouth, relentlessly forcing it in as he says, "Didn't you want to eat it? Then eat your fill." With cold, sharp eyes, Pachin stared down at him and revealed, "Though I hate to admit it, I suppose I did rely on you for food. And after nurturing me for 1,000 years, giving you a bite isn't a problem, it's just, I never expected you to hurt those connected to me because of it. I'm sorry." In the goblin's mind, two emotions begin to merge. This is damnable. Even after being stuffed so roughly, he was satisfied with the feeling of finally eating the leaf he'd waited so long for. Unable to think any further. Completely full, he knelt at the feet of the destroyer and blurted out, "I'm sorry, the past was my fault. Please, let me eat more." His eyes darkened and his words were full of hidden meaning. "Follow me, then." A moment later, Pocheon led the goblin to a room. Seeing the scene before him, he was stunned as Pocheon explained with some embarrassment, "The teacher's dorm. During lunch breaks, I often eat here alone." As he says this, leaves sprout from his body, which he plucks off, and then he begins to cook. While stirring the food, Pocheon explained to Duixing that the leaves grow back quickly, and taking a few doesn't hurt him, like hair, so when he's too lazy to buy food, he often eats himself. As the dish was plated, its aroma filled the air, and he carefully revealed the ingredients: bamboo shoots, chili, garlic, wine, salt, meat, and ginger. He presented the dish to the spirit beast, who exclaimed, "I've made a special meal just for you today, and it tastes even better than before." "Wow, you can do that." In a flurry of emotions, the hamster trembled as he asked, "How many times a year can you eat like this?" Pocheon replies, slightly dazed, 50? Tears welled in the hamster's eyes as he wondered if he could really eat like this 50 times a year. He was treating delicacies as everyday meals, something he hadn't tasted in years, and he couldn't win against that. Thinking this, Duitin was a little disappointed, fearing he might never taste them again. After much deliberation, Duitin finally succumbed to the aroma, snatching the plate and tearfully stuffing his face. "Damn it, I surrender, oh great one. From now on, I'll help you in fights, just feed me, even just a little." And so, the battle ends. Just then, Shutian and Daxiong led the master in, and Po Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Shutian." Seeing him, Shutian was also taken aback. "Master Lin? I encountered a cultivator with ill intentions, and I was wondering how the master would deal with him within the cultivation world." His eyes suddenly froze when he saw the hamster behind him. "Wait, what's this round thing?" After a moment of thought, Shu Tian replied, "It's a pet the teacher just got." At that moment, the hamster spirit approached the Grandmaster and asked, "You lost?" The Grandmaster, crestfallen, replied, "So it seems. You lost too, how weak." His words directly angered Duitin, who shouted, "Stop talking nonsense! What are you mocking? You're calling yourself an elder with skills like that? You couldn't even stop a high schooler, cough up all the money you've swindled over the years." The Grandmaster wouldn't back down, retorting that his specialty was divination, not fighting. "Besides, even if I had stopped him, wouldn't you still be unable to get your revenge? As a spirit, you've become a bamboo's pet. How ridiculous is that? I won't return a single coin to you." The mole spirit's anger erupted as he cursed, "You bastard!" Just then, an icy hand cut through his anger, startling the spirit. With a dark expression, Fatien coldly questioned, "You hired them." Seeing this, he trembled, desperately trying to deny it. Master, I... Amidst the chaos, Patian just adjusted his glasses and said softly, "All right, shut up. I can roughly guess how this all went down." Then, turning to the two, he said gently, "Student Tashtian, and you're Daihung from Class 3 in the 10th grade, right? It's lunchtime, so let me treat you both and explain the whole story. Consider it my thanks." And so, thanks to that big badger's generosity, we ate our fill for 5,100 yen. Shutian proudly recounted how the old man who'd been making things difficult for him had released him after a call from the teacher. "I was tricked. The mastermind was that mole rat. On the other side, they were taken away by people in long coats. Under the light of the full moon, everything was resolved, and Shutian dragged his weary body through the door. Looking at the silent room, he thought to himself how long it had been since the house had been so quiet. Then he remembered. That's right, he had to wake that guy up. He remembered it was at. Thinking this, he walked to the bookshelf and picked up a volume. But as he opened it, Shutian was stunned. Inside, a chocolate bar was carefully preserved. Seeing it, Shutian's anger surged. My modern Chinese dictionary, and what is this bar doing here? Value. While flipping through the pages, a small piece of paper suddenly fell out, containing Zhongli's flowery words. My darling, if one day I fall into a deep sleep due to the depletion of spiritual energy, then eat this. It represents worthlessness, but it is not. Back then, as he wrote the note, Zhongli furiously yelled, "It's an elixir!" He slowly detailed the meticulous alchemy process. Refining pills involves using the energy within raw materials, forging them with fire, and then storing them in a suitable container. At this point, his voice suddenly soared, and that's how I created it. That night, as Shutian slept soundly, Zhongli carefully scanned his phone into Shutian's eyes, saying, I scanned the code to buy 10 X's, then used the heat of the fire to forge a bar like this. He recounted how he stored it in a stack of papers and cast a special formation to turn the sneakers into spiritual energy. Reading the last line, Shutian's face darkened. So, it's a spiritual energy elixir. Eating it will restore me. He inwardly lamented the loss of his money, but with a pained and reluctant expression, Shutian bit down hard on the sneaker, thinking, damn it, whatever. I'll wake him up and beat him later. The moment it touched his mouth, his eyes widened in shock as Shutian's body began to burn. Wisps of smoke curling around him. What is this feeling? I was a little hungry before I ate it, but now, in just a moment, I'm completely full. Shutian quickly reached for his waist, realizing it hadn't been digested. His body heated up, releasing steam as the energy dispersed within him, the heat moving throughout his body. Immediately, his body began to change, something surging up from his esophagus, forcing Shutian to clamp his mouth shut. He frantically threw open the window and faced his bulging cheeks outside, immediately unleashing a torrent of flames. The upstairs neighbor was startled as well, as a massive burst of flames erupted into the silent night. As night fell, the flames from his mouth burned brighter than ever, and slowly Zhongli's form began to materialize. Moments later, his face fully materialized. Still reeling, Shutian stood by the window, a wisp of white smoke lingering from his mouth. Fully awakened, Zhongli stretched and yawned, finally awake. He quickly flew to the window, crossed his arms, and looked at Shutian with excitement. It's you. Seems my little darling keeps their word. You woke me up so quickly. Why the long face? Something bothering you? Tell me about it. His anger now completely out of control, Shutian grabbed Zhongli's collar and demanded, What do you take me for? A fire-breathing dinosaur? Hearing this, he could only awkwardly explain. The fire seems to be a little bigger than I imagined. I didn't expect it to breathe fire. Sorry, but seriously, do you want to learn this fire-controlling alchemy technique? That way, you won't be helpless against other cultivators. In less than 5 seconds, Zhongli's frivolous expression returns. Moreover, it allows you to control the temperature in your hands, and even lose weight. Hearing this, Shutian's pupils narrowed as he questioned Zhongli, leaning closer. Tell me more, he says, eager to explain to Shutian. Normally, cultivators rely on their dantian to cultivate spiritual energy, a process that involves seeking the right conditions, sensing the spiritual energy of the world, and absorbing it into their bodies. Now, he emphasized loudly, I'm even more direct. I rely on my stomach. Hearing this, Shutian exclaimed in surprise, Holy crap! Seeing his interest, Zhongli explained in even greater detail. That's right, simply put, we have a special tool, the flame within you. Move it to your stomach, replacing stomach acid, so it can digest the food absorbed into your body, directly converting the heat into spiritual energy. Shutian imagined his stomach glowing red, as Zhongli marveled at how magical it all seemed, but Shutian quickly sensed something was off. He quickly questioned, Why are you touching my stomach? Wait, what is this? Zhongli looked at his hand and replied, Just a small trick. I made your stomach transparent for easy observation. Okay, let go. As his body began to glow, Zhongli continued, You see, this flame of yours is what I spent my entire life forging. It can fuse everything, but now it's struggling inside you, unable to control your glowing meridians. Because of it, this is also why your hands are often hot and you're always hungry. He brought over a box of stuff and loudly instructed, You must learn to control it. Seeing it, Shutian exclaimed in surprise, You still have this? Zhongli smiled, pulled out a sneaker, and said softly, Cultivation materials. Naturally bought a little more. Look. As soon as he finished speaking, He unhesitatingly put it into his body. Strangely, the light moved wherever the sneaker went, and Zhongli carefully explained, "This flame is spiritual, like a pet drawn to its feeding time. What you need to do is focus all your attention on your stomach after eating, use your senses, and let your attention swirl around in your stomach. Gradually, you'll be able to control the flame with the rotation. And by repeating this, you'll be able to digest the food and turn it into spiritual energy." With surprise written all over his face, Zhongli loudly proclaimed, "All right, this is cultivation." After a series of practical tests, he drew a conclusion. That's right, this method is far more efficient than simply eating like a glutton. The more you eat, the stronger you become. Normal people turn food into crap, but you turn it into spiritual energy. Zhongli is very proud of this research. He affirms that this is the simplest cultivation method he specially researched in his past life. Just keep eating, turn food into energy, and destroy all enemies. Having said all that, Zhongli reached for the box, hopefully exclaiming, "It's called the Digestion Sutra. Try a few boxes." As night still covered the sky, a scope was aimed at the two from a building not far away. Looking through his binoculars, Keelan frowned and asked as Shutian Xiaoxi smugly confirmed, "That's right." After confirming the information, Keelan instructed him to observe for a few days before making contact. Recalling his achievements, Keelan couldn't help but feel envious. He defeated such a long-established diviner, along with a newly formed werweasel. Was it really him? It's blinding. The intensity made Zhaozi standing behind him tremble in fear, such powerful bloodlust. Despite his trembling body, Xiaoziwen tried to reassure himself that this guy had caught the senior's attention. Suddenly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Seeing this, Xiaozhe was dumbfounded. With tears streaming down his face, Qilin bitterly complained, "I mean, he's so handsome, in such a big room with so much food in front of him. It's dazzling. It's absurd. This kid's life is practically laid out for him. I'm so jealous." His words confused a man who just came out of the restroom. "Unlike me, I'm 30 and still don't have a girlfriend. On overtime days, I can only eat instant noodles at work." Following someone, he could only tail them into the nearest men's room. Chapter 46. Reluctantly, Shutian bit down on the object in his hand, and his face instantly contorted in agony. He tried to cover his mouth to keep from vomiting, but he couldn't hold it back any longer. Stone Sky rushed forward, startling Zhongli. He urged him on. "Quick, use your fire breath." And right on cue, Shutian unleashed a great burst of flame into the sky. At that moment, Zhongli judged incessantly. "You failed again. You didn't digest the food in your stomach properly. The fire only burned a little before releasing energy." Shutian's face became extremely unpleasant at the situation. Still not giving up, Zhongli pulls out another item. "Let's try again. Even if we can't convert it into spirit energy, we have to try." He was about to say something more, spewing a ring of fire, when suddenly a fist appeared. Shutian relentlessly beat Zhongli, catching him off guard, leaving Xiaozhe utterly bewildered. "What's this? Fire? A favored newcomer?" He cursed in anger. "What a fool!" The story slowly unfolds. In this vast world, there will always be a few evil cults, for example. This persistent kid, back when he was young, Little Evil charged forward, sword in hand. Flying Tiger wasn't about to lose, quickly taking up his sword to respond. He quickly knocked the sword from Xiaoxi's hand, sending him crashing to the ground, and scoffed, calling him weak. He proudly put his hand on his chest and declared, "Your sword flew away. Indeed, my dragon blade is stronger. Look, I can even change the light effects 3 times, and it can vibrate." Too weak to fight back, Xiaoxi could only weep at his broken sword, but he'd had enough. He stood up and ran. "Dad, thinking of all the grievances I've suffered makes me so angry. I can't beat the other kids. I want a dragon saber too. The toy store seems to have a sale, only 39.8 yuan. It can light up and vibrate. Buy it for me, buy it for me, buy it." But seeing his father covered in blood while cleaning his sword, he froze. "I'm going." Yang's face was eerily calm after Xiaoxi witnessed the scene, leaving the boy speechless. Realizing his son knew the truth, his face filled with dread as he plunged the sword into the ground, trembling as he spoke. "Since you've discovered the truth, there's no turning back. If you desire a blade, then take this one." Before he could finish, Xiao Tian, in a panic, shouted, "Are you kidding me?" "I mean the toy plastic sword, the kind that lights up with air pumps. This 1-meter blade looks ominous. Where did you get it?" He continued to stare at the red liquid splattered all over the room. "And what's this? Blood? How could there be so much? This is way too much blood. What have you done?" Yang's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaxia in surprise. Had he really noticed so many unusual details in such a short time? "Well done. It seems I can't hide it any longer. I'll have to tell you the truth." He then placed his hand back into the pool of blood before him. This story begins long ago. He recoiled in fear, shouting, "Don't touch it!" Clearly, Father Yang didn't care, bringing his bloodied fingers to his mouth. "Our family is actually a cultivator, and a heretical one at that, a bloodthirsty demon swordsman." The little devil was terrified by the sight, begging him not to touch it, only to see him taste it. He looked like a vampire. He paused, lost in memories of the past. His ancestor cultivated a fusion of fire and blade, known as the Flame Blade Demon Lord. 700 years ago he achieved great power, and all who heard of him trembled in fear. But what followed was inevitable. In the end, he was hunted down by the 7 great sects. The Taoists joined forces, declaring the demon must die. This enraged Little Evil's ancestor. "Get out, you heretic. But every battle must come to an end." Bu Yang continued, recounting a 3-day, 3-night battle where he roasted 6 opponents, ultimately dying because he didn't have time to relieve himself. In the end, this man died a tragic death. At this, Bo Yang placed his hand on the blood-stained sword and declared that it was named Too Hot, his weapon from back then. Rumor has it his soul is still sealed inside, screaming every night as his face beams with pride. "Pretty cool, right? Go play with your friends with it." Xiaoji shouts in confusion, "Play with it yourself." Yang continues to sit there, arms crossed, and says, "Besides, I'm actually practicing demonic arts now, so I can't let our family's centuries-old techniques be cut off. If you're interested in the future, you'll eventually walk this path anyway." The more he heard, the more something felt off to Xiaoxi. "Wait, does that mean our family is actually evil?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "No, wait, on second thought, it's not so bad." He remembers his friend, Fei Hu, who often bullies him. "The one who bullied me today is named Fei Hu, and he's about to be a second-year student, getting bigger and stronger. I might not be able to beat him later, but if I get stronger, I might have a chance." With power, he could grasp everything, he wondered. So what if it was a dark path? The image of him beating Fatty Tiger flashes in his mind. He could defeat so many who bullied him. Not only that, he expands his scope, imagining defeating even more people and taking over the nearby neighborhoods. The thought of standing at the peak of fame excited Xiaoxi even more. He could become the boss of the entire elementary school until 6th grade, the king of everyone. A smile of anticipation crept onto his face. Without another thought, Xiaoxi declared, "I accept this setup. I've decided to cultivate demonic arts. Tell me, how many people must I kill? How many must I sacrifice? I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Bo Yang slapped him across the face. His face filled with bewilderment as he scolded, "What are you even saying? Don't say such horrible things. All you talk about is killing. Who taught you that? From now on, your TV time is cut by 2 hours, and no more violent movies." Seeing his father's sudden change, Xiaoxi was too confused to speak. I was wrong." Realizing something was off, Xiaoxi quickly asked again, "No, wait, that's not right." "Then what's all that blood next to you?" Yang's father immediately pointed to the red liquid on the floor. "It's just sauce. I bought it at the supermarket." He stood up while Xiaoxi was at a loss for words. Listen closely, we demon cultivators are very different from normal cultivators. Normal cultivators absorb the rich essence of the world and convert it into spiritual energy. Bo Yang even described the bloody scenes, explaining that we demonic cultivators absorb the evil energy of the world and turn it into our own spiritual energy. In savage times, many true demon cultivators did just that. After saying this, Bu Yang's attitude became increasingly fierce. "But you'll get shot. Even if the law doesn't punish you, can you honestly say your conscience would allow it? Could you really do something so immoral?" Hearing this, the little imp almost cried. "No way!" Bu Yang nodded, confirming loudly, "So, we demon cultivators in the new era have a different way of cultivating. Pretending." He held the large blade in his hand and declared to the little evil, "Pretend to be evil. Your words and actions must show that you are a bad person. Every second, every minute, you must be hot-tempered, jumping and pulling, so that others want to stay away from you at first glance. That way, everyone will think you're evil, and the aura you emit will be drawn back to you, eventually being absorbed into your body." His face grew serious. "That's what I'm doing today, letting the kid watch with wide eyes, wondering what's going to happen. A demonstration." Yang strikes forward with his sword, startling him and sending him tumbling to the depths of hell. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared, as if for all the world to hear. "After all these years, all this pent-up frustration, I've had enough. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, now the Ma family has returned. Even though it's not blood on him, Father Yang remains deadly serious. Open your eyes and see the blood all around, he roared to his ancestors in hell. This is my blood oath. This time, Father Yang looks down at his son, Xiaojie. I will make this world bleed even more, and evil will reign forever. Immediately after saying this, his face turned serious, and a moment later he looked at Xiaoxi with anticipation. See, just now, I attracted and absorbed some of the Earth's fierce energy. It's called deception. This is how modern-day demonic cultivators train. You have to pretend to be a bad guy until you're convinced yourself. Want to give it a try? All of this left Xiaoxi so bewildered that he didn't dare to face it. This is so humiliating, I don't want to learn it. But the story continued, and in the end, I learned it anyway. After all, it would be a shame for an ancient cultivation method to be lost after hundreds of years. And so, time passed. I am Yang Xiaoxi. I've grown stronger, my hair is spikier, and the cute boy of yesteryear has become a petty thief. The scene shifts to a shop in the city, where Xiaoxi quickly arrives to cause trouble. With a frustrated look, he questioned Director Mao. Hey, are you Director Ren Wang or something? I'm Yang Xiaoxi, a demon cultivator. After graduating, I can't find any work. Isn't your traditional arts protection web cooperating with the higher-ups? Didn't you promise to arrange jobs for the cultivator division? Help me, he pleaded, growing desperate as the man remained silent. Hey, you bastard. Only then did Director Mao laugh, gently placing his hand on Xiaoxi's shoulder. A demonic cultivator, right? I understand now. Always needing to cultivate and having to pretend to be a bad person to absorb the Earth's fierce energy. Right? Saying it like that, I understand. He was surprised, but deeply touched. Thank you for understanding. Understanding leads to a long life. He's such a good person. Mr. Mao smiled, picking up his teacup and happily chatting. I have no problem with demon cultivators. Your cultivation methods are limited, making it difficult for you to coexist with humans. I understand that you don't participate much in work. We're all cultivators in this world, and whether you're a demonic or immortal cultivator, serving the people makes you a good cultivator. The higher-ups just told us to help out our fellow demon cultivators who are having trouble finding jobs. Inside, Xiaoxi is deeply moved, so grateful, about to cry. That's his true inner voice. But on the surface, Xiaoxi cursed silently. My ass. That condescending tone. Do you expect a noble demon cultivator like me to cry and thank you? Mao just smiles gently, explaining, besides, you're a fresh graduate. I've approved your employment here, no problem, though the salary is a bit low. Xiaoxi shouts, it's fine, I can take the hardship. He gently instructed, fill out this form first, a 3-month internship, and report to room 301 tomorrow. His face lit up with joy at the news. Time shifts to late afternoon as he follows the guide. Xiaoxia was bewildered by the sight before him. Inside, he saw skeletons that had been cut down, leaving him puzzled. What is this unholy place? He turns his gaze to another eerie sight. Xiaoxia was now completely bewildered, lost in worried thoughts. The evil energy was so heavy. It radiated from this room. It was nothing like an office, more like a slaughterhouse. Is this really the headquarters of the traditional arts preservation web? The place where I'm supposed to work. Mustering his courage, he hurriedly opened the door and stepped inside. Hello, everyone. Sorry to bother you. I'm the new employee starting today at the Traditional Arts Preservation Web. As he finished speaking, everyone in the dark room slowly turned to look at Xiaoxi. The masked man's face contorted into a terrifying visage as a gaunt figure held a skull in his hands. Xiaoxi's eyes fell upon a man with long scars across his eyes, and finally a woman who was nothing more than a pair of eyes staring intently at him. The sight terrified him and he screamed, but in that crucial moment the strange man placed a hand on his shoulder. Seelan with the shaved head coldly looks at Xiaoxi and announces, a new recruit? My superiors told me to guide you. He introduced himself to Xiaoxi with a fierce look. My code name is Spiky-Haired Keelan. If you have any problems, come find me. Got it? All of this was terrifying him into silence. What is this? What kind of freaks are these people? His frightened voice echoed, so this is it. Even bald Keelan spoke up. What's so surprising? Everyone here is just like you. He introduced this new workspace. Room 301. Everyone working here is a demon cultivator, and Xiaoxi's life seems to have changed completely. From that day on, the boy found his comrades, and that morning Xiaoxi was still focused on quickly finishing his meal. Suddenly, a strange masked man appeared, relentlessly questioning him. Hey newbie, why'd you leave the vegetables in your bowl? He became incredibly intimidating, asking if he was disrespecting his greens. Unable to take it anymore, he immediately grabs Xiaoxi by the collar. Are you looking down on nutrition? Huh? Do you want to be malnourished? Do you want to die? Hurry up and lick it all clean for me. Other times, exhausted, Xiaoxi would fall asleep at his desk. As he slept soundly, a voice echoed in his ear. "Hey, newbie. What do you think you're doing? Don't sleep here," the scarred man scolded angrily. "It's getting to me. It's really an eyesore." He quickly grabbed the porridge, went up to him, and declared, "Get lost. If you're so sleepy, eat this porridge, then get to the sofa and rest." Though confused, he accepts the porridge and heads to the freshly cleaned sofa. Xiaoxi is a bit surprised by this scene. Is this concern for his sleep after working overtime? Some time passed, and the one-eyed boss quickly pinned Xiaoxi to the wall. "Hey, kid, been busy lately?" Her face grows more excited as her knives approach him. "Huh? So you officially took the job today. Looks like you're about to get rich. Quickly hand it over to me. Tonight, we're talking about integrity, and I'll pay you for it. Did you hear that? This is how you're going to give gifts to this old lady." He also knew this was a party to celebrate his 3-month anniversary, and his colleagues had discussed inviting guests. A year passed, and the scene shifts to the Web Resource Protection Room. Exhausted, Xiaoxi sighed outside, overwhelmed by the awkwardness, and deeply touched by everyone's actions. Everyone is so kind, extremely kind, but this is still too awkward. They all cultivate demonic arts harder than I do. They all pretend to be extremely fierce. It feels like they're acting every day. Realizing something was amiss, Xiaoxi was taken aback, lamenting his lack of cultivation. "Wait a minute." His face grew blank as he asked again. "Wait, seniors, why are you congratulating me?" And so, cheerfully, at that, the one-eyed boss quickly removed her eye patch, greeting him with a smile. "So, little evil, are you happy? Aren't you touched? As of today, you've officially been in office for a year." Xiaoxi quickly turned his head away as the gaunt man added, "We've discussed it, and this 1-year anniversary celebration of your appointment is incredibly important. We always felt that we demonic cultivators were different from everyone else." The masked brother slowly removed his mask. "So, even if we skip a day of cultivation, it's no problem." Scarface happily approached with a gift, saying that even if their power decreased, they had to give him a surprise. The four of them happily gazed at Xiaoxi and the cake before him, deciding to take a break from training for the day. "We're serious." All of this deeply moved Xiaoxi. Tears welled up in his eyes. Unable to hold back any longer, tears of joy streamed down his face. And then, Xiaoxi dove forward, sending everyone into laughter. The story resumes from that day forward. 1 year into his tenure, the young man has fully integrated into the demonic cultivation community of this era. Furthermore, despite working for the web that protects traditional arts, he remains under constant supervision, management, and assistance from the web's cultivators. Things are getting complicated, as each cultivator account is quietly monitored and undergoes a period of questioning, with different departments focused on surveillance. Everyone involved in the records is extremely proactive. After a few days or months, if they don't abuse their powers and maintain a clean record, they'll pass the review and officially become members of the web, receiving assistance and protection. Room 301 was one of the offices in charge of observation and interrogation, and Xiaoxi quietly gazed into the binoculars in his hand. And so, the boy received a new job this month, observing the vetting process of one of the newest registrants, and he quickly began monitoring Shutian and Zhongli. Meanwhile, Shutian is still trying to breathe out fire bit by bit, and Zhongli is excited to see his progress. "Very good, no problems, keep it up. Just like that, you're starting to control it. Now, gradually start breathing fire and retracting it." He tried to draw it all back into his mouth bit by bit, as Yazi eagerly took notes, having observed them for days. The target seems to be constantly consuming something and repeating the process of igniting flames, and there seems to be an ancient remnant soul guiding him. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. What kind of cultivation method is this? We're both fire-based, but my training is painfully difficult. Sometime later, Zhongli asks again, "How does it feel?" Shudin sighed, saying he felt a strange sensation stirring within him, adding, "Moreover, I seem to be able to sense your emotions and energy." Shutian's face then twisted in anger as he accused him of gloating. "I can feel it clearly. Look at me. I've been setting things on fire for 2 days now. It's great." This barrage of complaints left Zhongli somewhat dumbfounded. He suddenly smiles gently, saying that cultivating so quickly and being able to sense these things means you've entered the gate. Standing before Shutian, he seriously explains the practice. "The sound of water in your body isn't a hiccup, but a flame gathering. It allows you to cultivate and control it at will. Move it to your mouth and you can breathe fire. Move it to your hands and they radiate heat. In the future, the more you eat and practice, the more it will become your golden core, and you'll be able to sense even greater power, all thanks to the flame." Zhongli's face grew serious. "Then besides my aura, can you sense these things?" Seeing things were harder than he thought, Shutian was somewhat surprised, nodding decisively in confirmation. I can sense it. Hearing this, Zhuanglei slowly turned his head back. Good, I can sense it clearly too. He'd been eyeing that cold, mysterious artifact with malice for days. He calculated the distance with a thoughtful expression. About 500 meters, with several demonic auras watching them. Now that one is gone, this is our chance. Zhongli turns to Shutian with hopeful eyes. Try to set fire to the horizon. Give me your hand. The next thing Jiaxie knew, Zhongli appeared right in front of him, carrying Shutian, leaving him speechless and frozen in place. Zhongli's face contorted with rage at the invasion of his privacy, a fury that left Xiaoxie speechless. You, Zhongli lectured, raising a hand. Vicious, brutal, a ruthless killer. This murderous aura, you can't acquire it without killing thousands. Without hesitation, he unleashes a torrent of flames upon Zhaoji. In my time, anyone with that kind of aura was hunted by the entire world. I can't believe, after all these years, they still haven't been eradicated. Seeing two such terrifying figures, the demon cultivator Xiaoxie is utterly bewildered. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Zhongli was surprised by his explanation. He had captured countless demonic cultivators in his life, and they all said the same thing. But he never cared and just attacked. If it's a misunderstanding, I'll knock him out first and drag him back for an explanation. Seeing the flames rushing towards him, Xiaoxie thought his life was over. In his final moments, he suddenly remembered something. He couldn't just sit here and wait to die. Xiaoji quickly grabbed the large blade in his hand, and suddenly, a surge of power countered Zhongli's attack. Seeing the spiky-haired Shilin suddenly appear to defend him, astonished Xiaozi. "Senior, this is a misunderstanding," he said calmly, looking at Shutian and Zhongli. "Unfortunately, it can't be explained right now." The Qilin didn't forget to put his hand on Xiaoxi's shoulder, saying, "We two absolutely have no ill intentions towards the old master." After saying that, the two of them immediately disappeared. "Please forgive us. We'll take our leave." Seeing Xiaoxi escape clearly annoyed Zhongli. Realizing something was off, his face grew surprised. "Wait, there were only two of them." "Doesn't Shutian understand this yet?" Zhongli replies sternly. "Strange, there should be three of them," he added, "and one presence feels very familiar." Meanwhile, the Qilin led Little Evil away, who trembled with fear from what had just transpired. Turning back to the Qilin and crying incessantly. "Senior, I almost got roasted alive." Seeing his over-the-top behavior, the spiky-haired Qilin quickly spoke up to lecture him. Calm down, calm down. He was still going easy on you. Besides, you cultivate fire magic. You can't be roasted, you just can't." He continued to encourage the still worried Xiaozi. It's okay, cheer up, you're strong, you're extremely good." The more he said, the stranger the Kirin head became, as if he had turned into a different person. "Remember who you are. You're a demon cultivator, a civil servant protecting the peace of the cultivation world. Act like one. Be fierce, not weak." He loudly lectured Tio Ta, trying to awaken him, saying his villain persona wasn't supposed to be cute and charming. His sudden, strange attitude left Tio Ta bewildered. All right, there, go ahead and cry, just don't look at me with those scared eyes." Hearing this, he fearfully clung to him, crying incessantly, while a sign on Xiaoxi's seat clearly read, "On leave." This prompts the skinny guy to quickly step forward and ask, "What's wrong with him?" The spiky-haired Kirin sighs, explaining, "He's traumatized, scared stiff. I gave him 2 days off." He turned to the man and recounted how he was mistaken for a demon and attacked by cultivators for not concealing his aura well enough. "Too green," he chuckled. "A single fireball scared the kid half to death. But then again, Little Devil's only been at it for a year. This reminded me of when I first started, and I was mistaken for someone else and beaten. Come to think of it, I've been poisoned, drowned, burned alive, trapped in formations, and hung up for days during my time working. Once, while observing a cultivator to see if they were fit to inherit, they even led a tribulation my way." The bald Qilin head nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I've been buried alive, slashed by blades, had my head bitten by a bear spirit, and even been taken by a monkey to be its mountain husband. During a ceremony at Tuansan, I secretly assessed their fire safety standards and was chased by dozens of flying swords. Later, after the misunderstanding was resolved, they gifted me a competition flag. After hearing what Unicorn Head Poke said, the skinny man quickly learned a lesson. But later, he understood. He smiled, announcing, "The world misunderstands us because they don't understand our current demonic cultivators, and because they have righteous hearts, as do we." He looked at the gaunt man, utterly perplexed. "Hey, aren't you afraid of key deviation, being this happy?" He was a little confused, not understanding why he was being interrupted, his demeanor shifting to something truly terrifying. "You dare question me? Do you have a death wish?" But the mohawk-haired Keelan wasn't backing down either, ready to get to work. Was he provoking him so he could cut out his tongue? The two laugh, as if understanding each other's intentions, while Little Evil sobs in the corner. Time passed, and on a beautiful day, Zhongli drew back the curtain, gazing outside and sighing in contemplation. "I've been observing for quite some time, and the demonic energy seems to be gone, or perhaps it's just well hidden." Remembering something important, Shutian asks in surprise. "Right. What exactly are these demonic cultivators?" He turns, slowly explaining that they cultivate by absorbing the Earth's baleful energy, something he forgot to mention before. Basically, each one of them is extremely cruel, and because of their evil cultivation methods, they always possess unusual abilities. In my era, demonic cultivators practiced soul sacrifice and the cruel art of refining souls with dark fire. "Oh," Zhongli continued, "but in my memory, the most terrifying thing was their mind-manipulating magic." His face became very serious, saying they would infiltrate and bewitch the subconscious when a cultivator's mind wasn't firm enough, eventually turning them into puppets. Meanwhile, Little Evil was still focused on writing his self-criticism, oblivious to his surroundings, when suddenly a voice echoed in the room. Hey kid, what's got you so down?" Shiji was terrified to hear this voice. "Who's there?" Laughter echoes as the flame blade slowly appears to speak. "Who am I?" He quickly flies into the air. "I am your blade." Xiaojie was utterly confused by Yandao's cryptic words. "Like you, they were all demonic cultivators. You've just awakened, ancestor of yours." These words left Xiaoxi somewhat dazed, not understanding what was happening. Remembering Bo Yang's story, he suddenly realized, "You're that pea-holding senior, I remember now." Hearing this, Flame Blade flew into a rage, yelling, "Holding it in, my ass. I overheard your clan's secret tradition passed down for 1,000 years. Give it a rest." It wasn't about holding it in. The truth is, the humiliation of that day was too much for him to bear. Back then, when they only had a few people left, we agreed to continue fighting after we relieved ourselves. But while I was pulling up my pants, they caught me off guard and killed me. Shaki was surprised, realizing that's how it was. A rather embarrassing way to die. VM Dao's desperate voice echoed, "I hate it." He finally materialized into a human form, and thinking about what had happened, he seethed, "I hate this world." He turned his attention to Cheoxy, who was standing to the side. "Kid, you're so weak, so soft. A single fireball turned you pale with fear. Do you want power?" Hearing VM Dao's question, Dee was a little confused, but Tiota still nodded in agreement. "What? I definitely want to." This delighted him, and he smiled as he proposed. "Then go on a rampage, declare war on this world, and abandon your previous training methods. He doesn't forget to reach out to him. Your cultivation method was created for me, and there's actually a second half, a technique that requires blood sacrifice. If you want to become stronger, this is the price." Xiaoxi listened to Yandao with growing unease. "For my sake, don't embarrass me, just kill someone, anyone." He angrily shouts at him, "Don't joke around. What are you saying? If that's the case, I'd rather not become stronger." His attitude made the man lose his composure and attack. "How embarrassing. This isn't you. If you won't do it, hand over your body to me, because it's clear that Xiaoxi is no match for Yandao." He flinched, feeling pain all over his body, his face paling as if he couldn't breathe. His hands and body trembled strangely, but after a brief struggle, Xiaoxi finally stood still. When he opened his eyes again, his body had been completely taken over by VM Dao. This was the takeover. Stay silent and watch from within my body. This story has gone on long enough. It needs a proper villain. The scene shifts to a general store in the city, where the salesgirl greets customers with a smile. The sight before her filled her with confusion and fear. "Hey, swordsman, your hand's on fire." With a menacing look, the flame blade slowly enters, declaring, "I want a map of this city." He gave a strange, almost sinister smile, adding, "Oh, and one more thing." The flames in his hand ignited, and it seemed that Vim Dao was up to no good again. Sure enough, he instantly blew up the general store. Fire trucks raced to the scene, and Zhongli, observing from above, sighed, sensing a troublesome presence amidst the distant blaze. His face shows a hint of unease, sensing the presence of a demonic cultivator. Flame Blade is ecstatic after burning down the convenience store. Using his swift speed, he darts in another direction, and with his newfound power, VM Dao continues to burn everything in his path. Seeing the world engulfed in flames filled him with glee as voices echoed around him. "Halt, demon, wait there to be captured." This surprised the flame blade, who turned around expectantly. Oh, have the meddlers arrived? Before him stood two Taoist priests, waiting. And who are you? Han Chang laughs triumphantly, quickly introducing himself. I am Han Chang, the swordsman known as a hall full of intoxicated flowers, 3,000 guests. One sword, Han Chang, 10 western provinces. If you've heard my name, surrender now and avoid losing a limb, Kim Kwan shouted, announcing himself as the deputy director of the Jiading branch of the Traditional Arts Protection Agency. My title is Golden Crown Adept, and I've captured demons like you countless times. Consider yourself unlucky to have crossed my path. Kneel down, drop your weapons, and put on the cuffs. After the introduction, the two attacked VM Dao without hesitation. With a sigh and a hint of unease, he muttered, "Too many." With just a few basic moves, he had completely defeated the two men. Too much. The scene shifts to the web building protecting traditional crafts. The crowd was in an uproar, and the skinny guy cautiously stepped outside to assess the situation, his mask now displaying utter confusion. Approaching, she asks, "What's going on?" The one-eyed woman is confused. Why this sudden alarm? He calmly turned around to inform everyone that something big was about to happen, news that surprised them all. Something big? The young man's face grew serious as he recounted everything. I've been watching the people downstairs talking. Apparently, some dangerous object set an entire street ablaze and injured two colleagues on duty nearby. As the combat division, we're being called in for support. They've gathered a team downstairs and are chanting slogans ready to depart. Hearing this, the one-eyed woman is utterly perplexed. Then why don't we know anything at all? He continued, approaching the three of them to explain. It's not our turn. We're not direct combat, and the troublemaker seems to be a demon cultivator, so we want to avoid suspicion. She laughed in surprise. A demon cultivator? Just then, Kieran Head bursts through the door, startling the three. With a grave expression, Chilin announced to everyone, "It seems things are more complicated than we thought. I just came from headquarters office." The scene shifts back to the meeting room from before. Listening from outside, Chilin already knew some of the information. I heard them talking, and I peeked to see them replaying what happened. The events caused by Flameblade back then were also recounted, and upon seeing Sheoxi's face, he widened his eyes in disbelief. The troublemaking demon cultivator was none other than him, a revelation that left the three in stunned disbelief. It's a tragedy. The scene shifts to another vast location within the city. The scene unfolding before them threw the people into confusion, sparking hushed discussions. Look, it's just some amateur thug and he's carrying a blade. Did he come to our school to find enemies? What a load of bull. With Master Shutian around, all the nearby thugs were wiped out. But he seems to be on leave these past few days. Yandao calmly gazed at the students, then pulled out his map for another thorough look. The school? According to my plan, this is the final stop. Without a second thought, he unleashes his flames upon the school, intent on burning everything to the ground, engulfing the entire building. The flames rushed towards the school as if to incinerate everything, when suddenly a massive explosion erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. Thankfully, the Star Spirit intervened just in time, and as Po Cheon approached, he asked annoyed, "Hey, I planted those flowers and trees in front of the school myself, and they weren't easy to grow, so why are you burning them?" His face hardened with reproach. These students are under my tutelage. Their talents are hard-earned. Why would you burn them? Realizing he's met a worthy opponent and another powerful one appears, Po Cheon immediately commands the mole spirits to attack. Unfazed, Flameblade raised his sword to block, but suddenly, strange vines erupted from the ground, seizing his feet. Surprised by the sudden vines immobilizing him, Flameblade was immediately attacked by Destroyer's incoming punch. He lands a solid punch on Flameblade's face, leaving him defenseless as Skybreaker calmly and coldly declares, "Be good and don't resist. Wait for the police to take over. I planted all the plants around here so I can control them as I please. This whole place is under my control." But Vyam Dao isn't afraid, even amused. "In your control, you say?" The smile on his face twisted into something strange. Whose domain this truly is remains to be seen. Suddenly, Fathian realizes something is wrong as a massive explosion erupts, intensifying the battle. The explosion sends the goblin flying back in pain, and the flames begin to consume the vines that Po Cheon created. VM. Dao's clothes are in tatters, but he doesn't seem to care. Fire versus wood. You can't stop it. Burn it all away. Seeing his actions, Po Tian was bewildered, unable to believe that he had injured himself. Yandao slowly looked down at his body, a twisted smile spreading across his face as he declared, "It was fine. Just a parasite. As long as he could endure and find a better body." Feeling it wasn't interesting enough, Yandao charged forward with his blade, attacking, saying he would try his body first. Then, we see Shitian seriously tasting something in his hand. Seizing the moment, he decisively countered Viamdao's flames with his own, his sudden appearance surprising Fathian. Recognizing the familiar figure, he calls out in confusion, Shitian! Not bad, your fire stance is solid, Shutian wearily replies. Master, the parasitic soul within me said the energy here is strong and was very concerned, so it forced me to come. And so, here I am. His face twisted in displeasure as he stared intently at the flame blade before him. So, what's your story? What does he want? He sighs, realizing his opponents are growing in number and the trouble is piling up. But perhaps this is also a good opportunity. This is my domain, and the fires I set on the way here were just to vent my anger. Sensing the unrest among the people, Zhongli anxiously speaks up. This formation. I know this formation. Looking on, Po Cheon is shocked as a red aura weighs down on him. With a laugh, Viamdao points his sword at Thach Thien, declaring, "This is a formation I painted with fire. I followed the map, setting fires all the way, and that last blaze was the final stroke. A long-lost magic from ancient demonic cultivators that manipulates the blood of everyone in this land to enhance my own power." The scene shifts to a nearby location where onlookers are bewildered. What are they doing over there? Before they could understand what was happening, the crimson light struck. Before the remaining man could react, the light left them both paralyzed. Meanwhile, the one-eyed leader sensed trouble and quickly boarded the vehicle, urgently telling everyone, "Hurry, we have to get there before they do to save him, or he'll be shot on sight." The car carrying the group sped forward, voices chattering. Should I run the red light? We're demonic cultivators, bad people. My license will get points taken off. Inside the crimson light, the crowd moved slowly, like the living dead. Viamdao smugly gathers the unfortunate people caught up in this, widening the power gap between us. His triumphant voice echoes. You are limited by my formation, and by your own morality, which prevents you from harming ordinary people. The more he spoke, the more excited Yandao became. Everyone here, once controlled by me, will become my shield. He placed his hand on a young woman's head, absorbing her spiritual energy for me. Right before everyone's eyes, she was my food. The wounds on Yandao's face slowly heal, and he throws the young beauty aside as the demonic cultivators finally arrive. The scene before her left the one-eyed beauty bewildered, and she rushed toward Yandao, shouting, "Little Evil!" Hearing the familiar call, Little Evil opened his eyes in the vast space, wondering, who's calling me? He doesn't realize he's been possessed and is floating in this space. What's wrong with me? Wait, where am I? Oh, right. I'm on this side, where the vines are holding the unconscious people. Seizing the opportunity, Viamdao charges towards Thach Thien with his sword. But Tio Ta is controlled, leaving him with no choice but to fight. He angrily cursed, "Let me go!" Seeing Cyoxy awake, surprised Yandao. "Oh, you've awakened, and you want to resist me." While the two argued, Shutian seized the opportunity to stab him in the stomach. Seeing that he didn't dodge surprised him somewhat. His movements became sluggish. He quickly turned to Po Cheon, shouting, "Master Lim, control the others. I think I can handle this." He was growing increasingly frustrated with Xiaozi's actions. "Kid, stop causing trouble." Meanwhile, Xiaoxi could only helplessly watch as Yandao took over his body. "Don't cause trouble. Resisting your ancestor is a grave offense, at least for now." Viamdao's hand instantly appeared within the terrifying darkness. "Soul-snatching, you don't understand it at all. You can't resist me." He quickly grabbed his collar and continued to berate him. "And if you behave, I might even give you a chance, since you're my descendant, you hear me? I want to show this world what true terror is. Terror that can be converted into my energy, the way of the demonic cultivator. Therefore, I must kill everyone here, but I will choose a better body, seize it, escape, and hide myself to prepare for a new massacre. I've got my eye on that fire wielder. I want his body." Flameblade's voice echoed, "I'll give your body back afterward. How's that sound?" The weakened Xiaoxi was now being bullied mercilessly, and seeing that he remained silent, the man grew even more smug, bursting into laughter. "Boy, do you crave a complete demonic cultivation technique? It's okay, I wrote it myself. I can pass it on to you, kid. Are any of these newcomers important to you? If you agree, I might even spare them. It's not impossible. Frankly, I don't want to lose you." He released Xiaoxi's hand, his face smug as he declared, "I've been asleep for 1,000 years, just woke up and have no one to rely on. I could take care of you." Though his tone dripped with disdain, he admitted that as a useless wretch, Xiaoxi was the only blood relative he had in this era. Enraged by his words, Xiaoxi grit his teeth, lowered his head, and roared, "Get lost!" That single word took him by surprise. Xiaoxi's attitude had completely changed, and he shouted, "Shut your mouth and get away from me, you heretical demon." Seeing Xiaoxi's emotional outburst, Yandao chuckled in surprise. "If you speak to me like that, kid, don't you dare disrespect your ancestor." But Teota completely disregarded his words. "What kind of ancestor are you supposed to be?" he slowly said. "Everyone around me is a good person, and with that, he slowly rises. I was raised by good people, and my friends are good people too." The thought of the flame blade destroying everything fills him with resentment. "My life has nothing to do with you, and I hate you with a passion." The moment Sahi opened his eyes again, he had regained control of his body. This action stunned Flameblade, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. "What? How could you possibly—" "In such a short time you've regained control of your body," he angrily questioned. What are you doing?" He calmly announces, "If you are my ancestor." Xiaoxi acted decisively, holding the sword to his own body, declaring, "I will no longer be weak, I will betray the ancestor." Seeing his reckless actions, Dao was somewhat bewildered. Was he trying to hurt himself? Damn it. Unable to sit still any longer, the flame blade rushes out, repeatedly slamming Xiaoxi into the ground, his anger fueled by the boy's actions. "So you use self-harm to force me out? Not bad. But unfortunately for you, there are plenty of hosts here for me to parasitize." He then decided to possess yet another person, a transformation that left Dao with a look of utter satisfaction. Just then, the demonic cultivators rushed from behind, cursing, "Kongqi, you're going too far!" The three combined their strength, causing Dao to painfully stumble backward. Just then, bald Keelan appeared, catching Little Evil's frail body. "So weak? Are these the after-effects of being parasitized?" Shutian wondered, looking at the group. "Master, who are these people?" he wondered, realizing he hadn't sensed their presence before. Breaking the silence, Fathian slowly revealed their identities. "Oh, they seem to be working for the government. I've met a few of them before. They're good people, and they even helped our school plant trees. We can rest easy now that they're here." After the onslaught, Dao was in constant pain, stumbling backward. All the demonic cultivators worked together to surround him. Everything seemed to stop, surprising him. Then he realized something. The formation all over him was full of resentment, and it was quite powerful. In a moment, it had managed to control him with a formation. Seeing his plan foiled once again, Yandao's face grew even more displeased. He'd stirred up a hornet's nest, and this body was untrained, making it too difficult to control. With no other choice, Dao had to find a way to escape, creating a little chaos to flee. The crimson light slowly faded, and everyone gradually regained consciousness. The crowd was thrown into chaos, clutching their heads and screaming in despair. "What's happening to me? We just lost consciousness. What in the world is going on? Is this a mass brawl? Wow, movie magic." Some bystanders even started recording the scene with their phones, while Mask was utterly perplexed by what was happening. "What's going on?" The skinny guy next to him seems to understand something. "He released all the ordinary people. Damn it, does he want to make things even bigger?" Yandao was very pleased with his plan. "Yes, exactly like that. Lose more focus, create openings in the formation." A familiar voice suddenly rang out, startling him. "Don't lose focus." Despite his weakened state, Xiaoxi warned everyone. "Don't lose focus. Suppress him with all your might. Don't let him escape." "Little Evil, he's become extremely worried," the Killen head quickly warned. Despite his body failing, he stubbornly explains, "I'm fine, I can handle it. I won't collapse until this is over." Xiaoxi's body trembled, but he still stood up, sword in hand. He understood his family's techniques best. During cultivation, the soul would become strong, good at escaping, and difficult to harm. The way to control him is with fire, and seeing the situation worsen, Flameblade's face grows grim. Xiaoxi's will is burning fiercely as he staggers forward, sword in hand. This blade's fire can seal him. Seeing Xiaoxi so resolute with his ultimate move, everyone present cheers him on. "Your sword is glowing, the effects are so cool. Or maybe it's just theatrics. But this is a rare opportunity. I have to record this. Young man, look over here and smile." The flame blade was so terrified by the sight he couldn't speak. "Don't come any closer." Xiaoxi slowly approached, a smile spreading across his face. "Ancestor, that's right. I still have to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. But goodbye." He mustered all his strength and slashed at Flameblade's body. "I want to protect this world. Our paths diverge here, and we have nothing left to say." The scene unfolding freezes everyone watching or recording. Time seemed to stand still as phones dropped to the ground, and the crowd erupted in terrified screams. "Oh my God, run! This guy's insane. He just killed someone with a sword." Chapter 56. After that wrongful act, Xiaoxi is nearly exhausted. He stood alone, muttering, "It's okay. It's okay. This move is only enough to kill demons." As he said this, he collapsed to the ground, unable to harm humans. Just then, police sirens grew louder as 4 or 5 cars converged on Xiaoxi's location, and a weary Mao pushed open his car door and stepped out. Our demon-slaying squad has a stroke of luck. Purple Hair and One Eye saw him get out of the car and screamed at the top of their lungs. "Mao, so you're the team leader? Over there." Mao calls out to the people, ordering everyone to come forward and erase the memories of the ordinary citizens. Furthermore, the barrier activates, erasing all traces of the scene. He then approaches the collapsed Xiaoxi, whispering, "You're fast." Mao has already drained the cup, using magic to make it fly. Suddenly, the cup grew enormous, sucking the demon venerable's flame blade from the ground. Zhongli was stunned by his power. That white porcelain teacup. That thing hasn't been around for more than a few decades, has it? How did he do that? After taking the sword, the cup returned to its original state. President Mao clasped his hands and bowed to the floating cup, thanking it for its help. "I am eternally grateful. This humble one is deeply indebted." He then took the cup in his hand and ordered everyone to gather. "Yes, yes." Mao also reminded Zhongli's group, darkening his face, and ordered the demon cultivators to come to his office for tea later. Just a few minutes later, Horned Hair, Purple Hair, Sharp Mouth, and One Eye were already in the ward, while Director Mao calmly sipped water from his divine cup. Then he slammed his cup on the table and began to berate them, saying their sense of danger was severely lacking. "What's most important when we're working, comrades? Acting in the shadows. You all need to take a good look at yourselves. Ziyang is getting chewed out for his lack of awareness, and you're all just venting without a care. What did you say? You dare lecture me? Your dad, do you want to be skinned alive? Are you asking for a beating? What are you bragging about? Does he want to be dragged away by my motorcycle?" As for the purple-haired one, his vocabulary is limited to 3 words. Kill him. They were flipped around like a light switch, and Mao fell silent for a moment. Then he gently advised, "All right, no need to cultivate demonic arts now, or I won't be able to sense your true emotions." Hearing this, they broke down in tears, saying, "It's our fault, Director Mao, that so many conflicts have occurred. We're too ashamed to face anyone anymore. You're right about everything. Please fire us, Director Mao." Then came Director Mao's sigh. Hearing their cries, President Mao tapped on the table, saying there were many things that could have been avoided. Xiaoyi is new. When you guide him, you should repeatedly remind him that any change must be immediately reported to the organization. Trust the organization more. We have anesthesia in science and sealing techniques in magic. Removing the evil spirit without harming him is a simple matter. But now you've taken matters into your own hands. As a result, over 100 videos have spread online today. Won't this completely expose our cultivation world to the public? The group huddled in a corner, tears welling up. We were wrong. We acted too hastily. Suddenly, Director Mao walked to the window and said softly, "But forget it. This is over, and we've eliminated a threat. Go back and write your self-criticisms." In addition to a 3-month bonus deduction, Mao sternly issued an order. "Also, you don't need to monitor the other cultivators for now. Clean up your own mess first. Search online for videos related to today's battle and report them. Create fake accounts, message the videographers, and use any means necessary, even seduction, to get their addresses, hypnotize them, and make them forget everything." The demonic cultivators were dumbfounded by his plan, wondering, is he trying to be a keyboard warrior? Suddenly, Qilin brought up an important matter. "Wait, President Mao, so we're monitoring the arsonist now?" He clasped his hands behind his back, feigning surprise. "Him? He's certainly an important piece." With that, Director Mao's face darkened, and a sly smile crept across his face. "I'll send someone else. Someone he knows and who can protect him." Cut to a different location, fully equipped with computers, the secret fan club built for Thachthien. With over 1,000 members and a perfect gender balance, this is a place that truly admires Xu Tian. Oh no, Thachtien's biggest fan is uploading photos she wants to buy. Photos of Bo Thien when she was bigger. Daxiang drools over the picture, typing furiously. This is how Zhao Daxiang, the fan group leader, starts his day, and today is full of events. On the screen are comments from Bo Tian calling out to her, mentioning the recent unsafe explosions. So school was canceled for 3 days. Below, a user called First Mom in the Universe was actively replying. "That's right, it's not safe. There was a fight in front of our school just 1 hour after classes ended last night. There's even a short clip uploaded by a fan account dedicated to Thach Thien." Daddy Tian was there too, I have the video. Reading this, the head of the fan club, Da Yong, deeply regretted skipping school that day and missing it all. Da Hong frantically grabbed her phone, wondering if her classmate Xu Tian was safe. I have to ask? Suddenly, Dai Xiong receives a strange message from Xi's sister's account. Recent message? Hello. These photos are related to Thash Thian. I have many. Do you want them? It's from friend. She was a little surprised, the phrase, lots of Thash Thian photos replaying in her mind. Daxiong pondered, shaking her head. Wait, this isn't the time. So she quickly replied, I'll talk later. The person on the other end simply exclaimed in surprise. Seeing that she wasn't getting Dai Hong's attention, the account sent a picture of a chubby Thash Thian eating snacks to entice her, and even sent her photos of Thash Thian's arduous weight loss training as a child. Staring at the messages, Da Zhong was dumbfounded and replied, Who are you? Who are you? The account replied mysteriously. I can give you all 1,000 photos related to young Xu Tianhui, but I need you to help me with something. Zhao Dexiong, is that you? Back to Mao, he dejectedly pushes open the door with a click, telling Chikok that everyone in the management bureau is busy erasing things that affect the social platform. Understanding, it nods furiously as Director Mao says softly, Then let's begin. With that, the cup releases the imprisoned Flameblade Moten. Bound in chains, trapped in the 5-star soul locking formation, Mao begins his interrogation. His face darkened, and he plunged into the crowd, using explosions to create a blood-fueled magic circle. A cultivator's power in this era. Even a millennia-old fox spirit should know better than to cause such chaos upon awakening, right? Suddenly, he shouts at the demon lord, What is your purpose? Tell me, what is it that you want at any cost? He strained his neck, retorting, It's none of your business, you bastard. I don't want to say a word to you. Not getting the answer he wanted, Mao lowered his head and replied, Then there's no choice. Let's just refine your soul. The demon lord, confused, stammered, What do you mean? Mao's expression changed, his pupils contracted. I'll filter your consciousness until it dissipates, then delve into your memories. Let's see what unspeakable secrets you're hiding. Sound familiar? This is a divine power that demonic cultivators often use, fighting violence with violence, but not to the point of forgetting to tell you. Although you hide it well, I also cultivate a demonic cultivation technique. Then he waved his hand forward and said sternly, Furthermore, I will send people to protect any related cultivators at the scene, so don't even think about playing any tricks. Meanwhile, on Xu Tian's side, he was eating and drinking to his heart's content, with the table full of fattening food. He stared at the hamburger in his hand, muttering, This sudden incident has made me feel so helpless. Suddenly a fight broke out. Then a mysterious uncle appeared, and just as suddenly, it was over. They cleaned up the mess right in front of me, then frowned, raised 2 fingers, and continued. I sense the existence of masters in this world, and even an entire organization, the feeling that I am just a grain of sand, unable to help at all. I've only felt this way twice in my life. Finally, Xu Tian lowered his head. I want to get stronger quickly, but is strength even what Zhongli cares about? He asked, bewildered. Having waited twice, he still felt helpless the first time. Hearing this, Xu Tian was a little surprised. The dangerous man recounted, Yes, it was when I was a teenager. Memories of my childhood flooded back. 13 years ago at Little Sun Kindergarten, Class A, a child ran in excitedly to announce. The teacher announced that they could play house during free time in the afternoon, and Wang Zon happily volunteered, Then I want to be the mother. Then the other children eagerly volunteered for family roles. I want to be the older sister. I want to be the older brother. I want to be the younger brother. I want to be the younger sister. Meanwhile, Banana Head excitedly raised his hand, saying, I want to be the dad. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, and 2 other children immediately protested. What did you say? How could you be the dad? Didn't we already decide? He's the only one who can be the class's dad. The other 2 girls blushed, surrounded by hearts. Yes, it could only be him. That person is taller than the teacher, strong, and gives off a great sense of security. He can protect everyone. Little Thach Tian was playing with blocks when he shuddered at the call, and the whole kindergarten class rushed to hug him. Dad, let's play house like we used to. Dad, we're your kids. At that moment, Xu Tian could only resign himself to his fate. This was his life. At 3 years old and 45 kilograms, Thachthien was swarmed by kids calling out to him. Daddy, I want to fly. Daddy, I want to spin. Other kids would run to him when they were bullied, crying, Dad, a jerk from the other class stole our slide. Help me beat him up. To understand what happened, we have to go back half an hour to the kindergarten's shared slide. Today, it was Class A's turn to use the slide. You can't use it. you're lying. It's clearly our class's turn today. The two children clashed over who got to play, each claiming it was their class's turn on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You're supposed to have it Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. No, that's wrong. Why do I always see you guys playing more than us every week? Children. Disputes are bound to happen. After the fierce fight, he burst into tears, and Longhair ran back to class, threatening, "You just wait, I'm going to get my class's dad." "You wait here for me. Who's afraid of who?" "I'm going to get Elle's mom." At this point, Longhair ran to hug Shitian and call for Shitian's father. Then he and the boy from class went to check out the slide. "Come on, take me to see it." The other kids witnessing this panicked and exclaimed, "Wait, is his dad going alone? Is that for real?" "But that class has her, the queen bee of them all. Do you think Dad can win against her?" Bolkutsu feigns concern. "I don't know. Even if I'm the smartest in the class, I can't say who's stronger." The boy's eyes burned with determination, confidently declaring a draw, but it would surely be a brutal fight. Meanwhile, the other boy led Bida to where Toading was. "Dad, it was them. That's the class that bullied me." Shutian's eyes narrowed, reacting with surprise. Big Daddy was a large man himself, restraining Shutian. "Mom, it's them. They're bullying me." Two powerful forces locked eyes, Big Daddy and Big Emily, also known as Tu Hoa. Without a word, they exchanged blows. That day, the boy experienced true despair for the first time, a feeling of utter hopelessness. The other children were sent flying by the force of the blow. Shidian was grabbed by Xiaohua like a sack of potatoes, experiencing true helplessness for the first time. There's always someone stronger and someone bigger. Chapter 58. Despite facing a powerful opponent, Shutian never gave up. And so, for a year, Little Sun Kindergarten was the scene of a brutal battle. Little Flower and Shutian were constantly dueling with the powerful punches of 3-year-olds. And of course, each time, Xiaohua flicked Shutian away like a bug. He fell to the ground, a truly earth-shattering defeat. Xiaohua walked up to him and declared triumphantly that he had lost. Patting her chest, she proclaimed this was her 31st victory. "Come on, call me Big Sister." But Shutian refuses to yield, yelling, "Sister, my foot, I'm half a month older than you. You should be calling me Brother Shutian." Xiaohua's eyes widened at this, and then she burst into insane laughter. "Okay, that's interesting. You've got guts. It's fine if you don't want to call me that." Xiaohua pointed at him with amusement and declared, "No one in this world can withstand my moves. But you managed to withstand 3, so you're quite the young man." "Fine, fine, best friend." She then wiggled away, leaving Shutian helpless on the ground. "I'll make you call me Big Sister out of respect, and then I'll win your heart." In contrast, Shutian was furious, unable to win, and determined to get bigger, while the peanut gallery wrung their hands in frustration. How awful, poor Thach Thien. He's been fighting for half a year and hasn't won once. Our class is doomed. Suddenly a girl runs up and comments, "Even though it's awful, don't you think they're a good match?" The girl even affirmed her thoughts with conviction. That's right. One is the father and the other is the mother. They both felt safe, convinced that feelings had blossomed during the fight, ultimately forming a family to protect the children in both classes. The two children vehemently protested, "No, absolutely not." But unbeknownst to them, Shutian had made up his mind, and he continued to devour everything. He ate and ate, his belly growing bigger and bigger. As always, Shutian would call out to his mother, "Mom, another bowl, I have to get fatter than that girl." But one day, everything changed when he saw his x-rays and heard the doctor's grave pronouncement. "If he keeps gaining weight like this," the doctor said, as his parents and Shutian listened intently, "he might not be able to do anything but study in the future." The doctor's next words made him drop the chips he was holding, saying he'd be bullied and unable to make friends. From that day on, Shutian had a private meeting with Xiaohua, like two martial arts rivals facing off in a final showdown. Xiaohua looked at him teasingly. "Oh, it's you again. You're such a headache. Well, look at you, getting fat. Ready for your 30-second defeat?" Shutian's face darkened as he bluntly replied, "No, I'm not fighting anymore. I came to say goodbye." These words brought fear to the 3-year-old Xiaohua for the first time. She cried out, "Wait, why?" Stone Heaven was already tearing up. "I had a checkup and I've decided to lose weight." The more he spoke, the worse he felt. The doctor said, "My body will get sick and I won't have any friends. Plus, we're in the senior class about to graduate kindergarten, so we'll be going our separate ways." With all his might, Shutian finally confessed his deepest fear. I can't keep getting fat with you." Xiaohua suddenly interrupts, "Wait." Her voice trembling, she pounded her chest and declared, "Why do you say you have no friends? Aren't I your friend?" Xu Tian was stunned, and then Xiaohua burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. He looked at her, speechless. She said, "The whole world?" Xiaohua cried out in tears. "In this whole world, you're the only one who can withstand my attacks." And then, like a romantic lead, she ran away. Xu Tian quickly chased after her, calling out, "Wait!" But Xiaohua ran faster and faster, and Xu Tian's words faded into the distance. He stood there, voicing his thoughts. "I shouldn't have said that. I actually consider you a friend." Back in reality, Xu Tian grimly delivered the ending. "That was the last time we ever saw each other." Trongle was startled, dissatisfied with how things were unfolding. "It's over. That was fast." He slumped to the floor and continued. "He was too strong, too fast. I could never catch up." Hearing this, Zhongli was speechless. Chapter 59. After hearing about his 3-year-old self, Xu Tian pondered. "A few weeks later, I graduated from kindergarten. And after that, I never saw him again. Only heard my mother say, 'That kid seems to be a distant relative of our family, so this fat gene was already in your body.'" Trongle was stunned, and the story continued. After that, she moved abroad with her family to attend elementary school. And with that, he poked his cheek, pondered, and muttered, "But even though we haven't seen each other, we keep in touch. We often talk about dieting." Upon hearing the words, "lose weight," Trongle turned sharply to look at Dashthain. "Lose weight? Wait, she lost weight too." Instead of answering, he rummages through his things, pulls out a photo and shows Trongle. "Yes, this is him now." Meanwhile, somewhere else, 3 guys are harassing a girl. Hey, look at that girl over there. Let's go check her out." The guy in the middle smirks. She's a total knockout. The 3 approached the girl with pigtails, chattering away. "Hey, sis, with all that luggage, are you new to the city? What's your name? Come hang out with us and we'll get a car to show you around the city." Without a word, she took a deep breath, gathered her strength, and roared, "How dare you threaten me and then try to pick me up?" This young woman is actually Xiaohua after losing weight, but her strength remains unchanged. Xiaohua rushes over, grabs Baldy's hand, and slams him to the ground. She glared at the remaining 2 with fiery eyes, and they screamed in terror. Xiaohua's face darkened as she said coldly, "I've lived in this city since I was a child." In anger, she punched the wall. "I know this place better than you ever will." The boys who surrounded her moments ago have already scattered, their screams echoing behind them. What do you want? Oh my God, he can shatter walls with his fist?" She pulled out a steel bar to chase after the monster that was trying to save us. "Don't come any closer. Mommy." Back to Xu Tian, he showed off Xiaohua to Zhongli, but Zhongli trembled. "Yes, you saw that right. He's my cousin." "Shi Xiaohua." Shifting his chest proudly, Xu Tian declared, "We share the same fat genes, but I've been exercising since I was 6, and as a result, I'm fat." In the heat of the moment, the doorbell rings, interrupting them. As Xu Tian goes to answer it, he throws back a parting shot. "And she trains 10 times harder every day." As I swung open the door, I was saying how I'd lost weight, but there stood little Hua, smiling brightly. After a few dazed seconds, Xu Tian snapped to attention as Xiaohua called out with a bright smile, "Brother Xu Tian." The 3 thugs were knocked unconscious by the beautiful Miss Qin, and Xu Tian was shocked to see her. "Oh my God, why are you here?" At the same time, a video of a mother reuniting with her son after a long time played on TV. "You've lost weight again. How did you get so thin? Is it really that hard in the military?" The son replied resolutely, "Mother, I'm not afraid of hardship. I serve the people." At this, Xu Tian was moved to tears. "You're doing it again, and now you're calling me brother. Don't do that. In my heart, you'll always be my sister." "Sister Hoa." Xiaohua brought some gifts for Xu Tian, saying happily, "That's so embarrassing, Xu Tian. It's been a while." Zhongle was stunned. The atmosphere was strange. Was this person even stronger than Xu Tian? He hurriedly took out the gift to examine it with Zhongle, still unsure of what it was. Xiaohua then casually blurted out, "When I was training abroad, I killed 7 bears with my bare hands." Then she peeled it off, and Xu Tian exclaimed in shock, "Damn, so these red colors are blood." She then reveals the purpose of her visit. She's here to protect him. Dashthain is taken aback. "Protect him?" She calmly replies, "Yes, you and the senior behind you have already stepped into the realm of cultivation." Hearing this, Xu Tian and Zhongli are both dumbfounded. Xiaohua couldn't stop laughing at her bewildered cousin. "No need to hide it. I've been a cultivator for a while now. Actually, that fight you guys had at the school gate was already all over the internet. My colleagues at the Intangible Cultural Heritage Protection website are frantically deleting the videos. That's why I was transferred from abroad to watch over you." The veteran cadre from last time is my mentor. His eyes widened as he pressed, "Wait, Xiaohua, what kind of danger am I in?" She feigned a dangerous air. It's hard to say, but the sudden awakening of that demonic cultivator last time was likely aimed at you. He's not the first ancient demonic cultivator to awaken. They're appearing everywhere lately, and their actions are mostly the same, causing chaos and then stealing souls. The news got even worse. The targets of these soul snatchings were all cultivators who weighed over 200 pounds. Huh? They'll seize souls if they can, and if your constitution isn't good enough, you'll be brutally murdered. The guy who fought you last time was a newly awakened weakling, but he's also the most brutal demon cultivator right now, likes to strike on rainy days, and has already killed 20 fat people. Her eyes turned menacing, and a sinister smile crept across her face. He's hiding in this city now. We call him the Rain Killer. Chapter 60. Xiaohua begins to recount the cases caused by the Rain Knight serial killer, while on the drawing you imagine a super fat person. Little did he know, he was the one who created the real fatty, trying to draw an ultra-fat protagonist, a little rougher, drawing him to be even more likable. After finishing, he slammed the pen on the table and shouted with joy, wanting to explode like his own fat body. It's done. This chapter is finally done. I deserve fried chicken. I'm ordering myself fried chicken. I want to eat. I earn money so I can enjoy a feast. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and the artist, snacking away, glanced outside and exclaimed, "My food's here!" He rushed to open the door. That was fast. However, the delivery man gave him an overwhelming sense of danger, and the artist paled, wondering if the gloominess was due to the rain. And with his face completely hidden by the helmet, he stammered, "Are you really here to deliver food?" The figure lowered his head and smirked. "Yes, you tell me how much you weigh." The artist, confused, felt his body tremble as he replied, "Those two seem interested," and removed his gloves. "Not bad, ordering fried chicken at midnight. You're quite the specimen. It's your meal for today." Before he could finish, the killer grabbed the artist's head, draining his life force. "It's my meal for today." I sucked him dry, even his excess fat vanished, leaving only his screams and a shriveled husk that became fat. Finishing the story, Xiaohua and Wensu told Shutian what had happened, and he screamed in terror. "Why are you suddenly telling me this ghost story?" Getting carried away, Xiaohua even made a scarier face to frighten him. This is the recent string of cases involving overweight people, where the victims are drained dry in mere minutes. After struggling to call the police, he was immediately rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Shutian was perplexed. That's terrible. Xiaohua's mysterious tone piques our curiosity, but the artist, now in the hospital, opens his eyes, and a nurse shouts, "He's awake! He's awake! Doctor, come quickly!" The handsome artist frowns. "Am I in the hospital?" He looked at his hands and body, wondering. I remember being drained dry. Suddenly, Tiohoa angrily slams the table. He survived, and realizing how handsome he was after losing weight, he abandoned his pen for good. Now he's a celebrity, super popular. He even opened a company recently, making way more money than when he was an artist, which makes me, who has to work out 5 hours a day to lose weight. I'm so jealous. How did she get off track? Shutian shouted. What is this? Does that even count as a culprit? Hearing this, Xiaohua quickly covered her head. But this doesn't really count as a culprit. The victim has to be severely injured overall. Most of the obese people in this city have been targeted. I saw them hanged after being drained, with fat everywhere. Aside from the ancient demon who tried to steal your soul, we haven't been able to catch anyone else. Just piles of obese bodies. Xiaohua, deeply worried, furrowed her brow and asked Shutian, "That's why I've been so worried about you. But seeing how thin you've become, I can finally relax a little." "Brother Shutian, how did you get so thin?" "And he's even started cultivating." Shutian was stunned. "Me?" Suddenly, a voice from outside the door startled Shutian. Your food is here, spicy Korean fried chicken." Shutian hurriedly slammed the table and shouted, "Food! Did you order it?" "My economic situation simply doesn't allow me to order." Trong Lei immediately denied it. "No, I don't need food." Even Tiu Hoa chimed in. "No, I haven't touched meat in 10 years. Seokjian and Trong Lei didn't order, and neither did Tiu Hoa. So who did? The three of them stood there, dumbfounded. "She too. This is your house. Go open the door. I'll protect you from behind. What is going on?" After Hoa finished telling such a terrifying story, a delivery man showed up with the wrong order. The atmosphere was heavy. A moment later, Shutian opened the door, clutching something behind his back, sweating profusely, and mustered all his courage to refuse the delivery. "You've got the wrong place. No one here ordered anything." The delivery man, a killer, lowered his head and whispered, "Actually, according to my investigation, There should be a fat person here, not someone like you. How much do you weigh? Shu Tian asked, somewhat surprised. The assassin clicked his tongue and left, seemingly satisfied with the amount of flesh he'd acquired, then reached out to absorb spiritual energy, his eyes gleaming. Become my food. Shu Tian took a bite of chocolate, his body ballooning as he punched the killer's hand and shouted, "Don't go calling me food." The assassin seemed amused, sneering, "Cultivator? Not bad. Your body is mine now." He glared, thinking, is this guy a fire cultivator too? He's not as weak as the demonic cultivator I faced before, but I can't stand by like last time. I have to protect those behind me. Suddenly, Little Flower cried out, still holding a table. "Shu Tian, get out of the way." Quickly, she hurled it straight at the killer. Thrown back, he screamed in terror, his helmet flying off, revealing the killer's face as he cursed, "Who is it? Who's there?" "Who threw the table? What kind of force is that?" Not letting him wait, Xiaohua delivered a swift punch, showing no mercy as she struck the serial killer's face. His screams echoed through the air. After cleaning up, Xiaohua cracked her knuckles and said, "After punching him over 200 times, he passed out. Clean up." This sight leaves Shu Tian in shock as the serial killer suddenly opens his eyes, scanning his surroundings. His face was blank with confusion, bound as he was. Shu Tian crossed his arms and shouted, "Sister Hua, he's awake." Zhongli sat next to Xiaohua, massaging her shoulders. "Boss, how does this feel?" Xiaohua's brow furrows in anger. "Speak, what is the purpose of you evil cultivators going around draining and stealing souls?" The serial killer erupts with emotion, glaring straight ahead. "I'd never. Why would I tell you anything just because you caught me?" Immediately, Shu Tian and Zhongli rush towards the serial killer, emboldened. Sweat trickles down Shu Tian's cheek as he grips the serial killer's collar and shakes him. "What kind of tone are you using to talk to Miss Hoa? Do you know how strong she is? Do you have any idea that if you keep talking like that, she'll tear my house down?" Meanwhile, Zhongli, kneeling beside Xiaohua, panicked as he watched her rise. "Boss, calm down. Don't bother with these guys. Let me get you some juice." With hands on her hips, Xiaohua gave a thumbs up, laughing with delight. "That's right. That's the spirit." Suddenly, Xiaohua headbutts the serial killer. "I knew you'd clam up, so I won't ask." The serial killer is stunned by the blow. What is she trying to do? Even as she attacked, Xiaohua didn't forget to explain that Qin Ying had been like this for 3 days and nights. Time flows, carrying thoughts along with it. After that, it didn't even take 3 days for us to know everything. Now the serial killer's face is covered in lumps, and you still don't know how terrifying your opponent is. We are 10 people from a very old religion, and we worship an ancient demon god. The serial killer's face looked insane as he grinned from ear to ear. He is one of the supreme beings in this world, an ancient god whose power is enough to move a mountain. He is the son of the earth, born amidst 100 million fireballs, and he will constantly change form. Next, the serial killer retrieves a pill from a porcelain jar. Anyone who dares to look him in the eye will be consumed by his fiery rage and turned to dust. His arm reached out towards the dark, shadowy soul. "Since believing in you, I've taken pills to dream of your image." Zhongli, Shu Tian, and Xiaohua were all wide-eyed and speechless with shock. Shu Tian was drenched in sweat, and Zhongli forgot to close his mouth, unable to believe such a thing existed. It's like they imagined the chairman opening a mystical page. After searching for so long, our organization's chairman finally found his tomb one day. He shouted, "And so we began our grave-robbing expedition." Then figures on swords and clouds flew toward the mountain peak. At that moment, elite demonic cultivators appeared from all over the world. 2 strangers secretly opened the massive box, inside of which, in a language no one could understand, was recorded the cultivation method of an ancient god. One of them grabbed a wooden book, a unique method to convert yang energy into spiritual energy. The serial killer's voice trembled with excitement. The human body contains yang energy, and those prone to obesity possess even greater amounts of it. With this method, cultivation can be enhanced by burning bodies or draining others dry. So, we attack the obese and steal their souls, not just for cultivation, but to gather their fat and resurrect the ancient god we worship. Red threads appeared in the serial killer's eyes as he screamed, "He is the king of fire, the light, the first cultivator of this world, the embodiment of light and fire. Are you afraid?" But the plan is in its final stages. He is about to arrive. Suddenly, Zhongli rushes forward and punches the serial killer in the eye. "He's coming," the killer gasped in pain as Zhongli gripped his collar. He shook him back and forth, turning fat into spirit energy. Burning calories. Isn't this my cultivation method? Shu Tian and Xiaohua stared in stunned disbelief as the serial killer's face became covered in bruises. Meanwhile, Zhongli, in a fit of rage, furrowed his brow and roared, Aren't you supposed to worship me? After my death, I deliberately left a copy in the tomb and you dug it up. The serial killer's brow furrowed in disbelief as Zhongli's fist connected with his cheek. Did I tell you to dig up my grave? You animal, did I tell you to dream up nonsense and ruin my image? Then he unleashed a furious barrage of kicks upon the man's back, each blow accompanied by a torrent of rage. Are you insane? A bunch of abnormal zealots? Did I ever give you permission to use my body? Flames ignite in his hand as Zhongli lifts the killer into the air. Did I tell you to use my sorcery to drain the life out of others? Tell me, how many people have you hurt, and where are they? The flames flickered and blazed, reflecting in the killer's eyes as tears suddenly streamed down his face. You are, the killer stammered in disbelief. Could you be? He then knelt before Zhongli, his body trembling as he sobbed uncontrollably. No. Was the drug I took to dream of the ancient god every night just a figment of my imagination? Someone thought to themselves at that moment of shattered faith. That moment, a person's values crumbled, and what they had always believed in shattered into pieces. The serial killer's face seemed to age before my eyes as he smiled bitterly. I've told you everything. The obese people are alive. We're keeping them locked up in the city center stadium. Zhongli closed his eyes. He flicked me, extinguishing the flames. Consider yourself lucky you cooperated, or I would have killed you. Suddenly, the killer spoke, tears welling in his eyes, and the serial killer burst into tears. If my faith is non-existent, if this world has no ancient god, then what am I to do? What am I supposed to believe in now? Zhongli, his face filled with rage, turned his back, shouting, Believe in science. Let's go save them. Chapter 62. A building emerges from the desolate ruins. Somewhere in the city, in an abandoned gymnasium, the cultists' hideout must be here. A man dangles a piece of meat on a stick like bait as a fat boy runs, drenched in sweat. The overweight boy desperately runs on the wheel, trying to reach the bait as the cloaked figure whips him, laughing maniacally. Run! Run! Burn that fat! His face was filled with excitement, a glint in his eye. Turn that fat into energy. Offer it to our god. Suddenly, Old Five's voice echoed from afar. Keep it down. He turned to look beside him. Old Five, with his hands behind his back, slowly approaches him, saying they're being too flamboyant. We made such a show of our evil deeds, it was far too ostentatious. We've been far from peaceful lately, and it seems we've caught the attention of this world's magical law enforcement. Wrinkles etched themselves onto his face as Fifth Elder frowned in displeasure. We are 10 in total, and we suffered to awaken him in this world. Now, the second is trapped within his blade. Last night, Seventh, disguised as a delivery man to capture the fatty, also disappeared. It's best to be cautious. Meanwhile, the blonde man was so excited, he burst out laughing. Restraint? You've been by the old man's side too long and become a coward? This isn't the fifth disciple I know. I am protected by the ancient god. He then pulls out a bright red bib. Look here. A few red threads glint in his eyes as the blonde man clutches the bib in his hand. Do you know what this is? It's something I obtained from the ancient god's ruins. This is what I carry with me, a relic of the gods. It's underwear, the underwear of an ancient god. Then he closed his eyes and brought the bib to his nose. He savored the scent, and from then on I always carried it with me, and it always emitted a special fragrance. It has always silently protected me. With this, I no longer feel fear. Old Wu was stunned, his eyes widened, and he finally closed them to savor the remaining scent. Indeed, there was something different about it. To actually smell the unique scent of a divine treasure. No wonder he went so crazy. Meanwhile, Xiaohua is on the phone high above. While Zhongli squats next to Shi Tian, phone pressed to her ear as she tries to connect. Hey, hurry up, I've found the location of that heretic believer. Meanwhile, Zhongli couldn't contain his anger, the blonde man excited as he held the red bib. He sneered at Lao Wu. Ever since I started sleeping with it, I've been dreaming of the blurry face of the great ancient god every day. I have a feeling I'll be meeting the great ancient god soon. Suddenly, Zhongli rushed over, his foot slamming into the man's stomach. Meet him? The blonde man was immediately blown backward by the wind. Next, he struggled to regain his balance, shouting, Who? Who are you? At that moment, Zhongli slowly looked up, his cheeks flushed red with a mix of shame and anger. You beast, give me back my underwear. You guys are such perverts. Xiaxia stares intently at his computer screen, typing furiously in room 3001 of the Media Protection Building, when Maozong enters with a smile. Still working overtime to delete the video? Immediately, Xiaoxia stood up. Yes, serving the people. Serving the people by suppressing public opinion. Maozong, holding a cup of water, comforted him. All right. Take a rest. Next, he surveys the room. stating it's time for them to redeem themselves, especially him. They should prepare their gear and quickly head out to apprehend someone. Suddenly, his eyes darken, and his smile fills with murderous intent. I'll send people over later. I've been troubled by these demonic cultivators lately. It's time to put an end to it. Fifth brother immediately pointed at Zhongli, who was standing next to him, and shouted, "Intruders! Surround them and offer them as sacrifices to the gods." Zhongli angrily retorted, "Gods, my foot. The one you worship is me." Hearing this, the fifth elder scrutinized Zhongli, then said, "You're actually a spirit." Before he could finish, he was met with a punch and a kick. How interesting. Shutian crouches down, while Xiaohua cracks her knuckles to warm up. At that moment, Shutian tilted his head, brows furrowed, to look to the side. What was he doing? He suddenly jumps down, forcing us to follow. Just be patient. My things have been kept as mementos by many male students. It's nothing. Meanwhile, an enraged Zhongli exclaimed, "Stop joking around! My wife gave me that underwear. I have to get it back. It's in my blood to be devoted to my wife." Next, Zhongli points toward the opposite side. Furthermore, something's not right. My coffin is over there in the corner. They want to resurrect me, but my soul is here. I don't sense them making offerings or pleading with me at all. Rage flares around Trong Lei as he furrows his brow. Do they intend to resurrect a mere walking corpse? No, he must investigate the coffin. His body has surely been tampered with. Suddenly, the figures in black robes silently appeared, manipulating blue flames as they approached. Chapter 63. A fireball appears between Trong Lei's palms as the cloaked figures unleash their power in unison, creating a blinding light. The flames clashed against the purple light, creating a tense atmosphere, and Zhongli, observing the scene, couldn't contain his anger, realizing there were too many opponents to defeat. His brow furrows in frustration. Their flames are similar to Mohegans from before. They must have modified my techniques. The flames share the same origin, giving me no advantage at all. Seeing this, Shu Tian smirked. If they knew the god they worshipped was such a chicken, they'd cry their eyes out. Zhongli snapped back. "Shut your mouth." Xiaohua lowered her head, hiding her eyes. "Then run ahead, I'll distract them." Next, Xiaohua crouched down, preparing to run in front of Zhongli. Then, with incredible speed, she weaved through the cloaked figures, sweat beading on the mysterious men's faces. What kind of speed does that woman possess? Xiaohua stopped in front of the panting, overweight men, a sweet smile blooming on her face. "Are you tired, gentlemen?" But a second later, her expression changed to one of fierce determination. "Are you hungry? Do you want to give up on losing weight? Do you want to go home and eat? Answer me." No sooner had the blue-haired man spoken than Xiaohua broke the iron cage. Yes. The tension was palpable on Xiaohua's face as she immediately told them to split up and run. Escape this place. If one of you escapes, you can return and feed another. A cloaked man, astonished, shouted, "This is a joke." What the hell? The man beside him was terrified. His voice was loud enough to shake the trees. How could that woman bend iron bars with her bare hands? Meanwhile, the chubby guy quickly stepped out of the iron cage, followed by the other hefty men, as the cloaked figures immediately gave chase. Damn it, they're gathering the fatties. They're getting away. Go get them. The blue-haired guy's making a run for it. Men, move out. Meanwhile, Tiu Hoa rushes towards Zhongli and Shutian. Let's head to the back door, run to the gymnasium, and barricade the entrance. I've called for backup. They'll be here soon. Before them, the cloaked figure chases the chubby blue-haired boy, yelling, "Don't run! Get back here!" Meanwhile, Zhongli and Shutian were dumbfounded as Xiaohua silently dragged them away, while Xiaozie sat in the car, intently observing the scene across from him. Are they here already? They were shocked to see the chubby boy running past. The voice of the spiky-haired Kylan suddenly rang out. What was that all about? Which caused me to slam on the brakes, followed by a response from Xiaoxi. What just sped past us? What were those fat animals? As I peeked out of the car, I saw it was Xiaoji in a daze, and bald-head Qilin, surprised, opened the car door and stepped out. What's going on? There are fat people everywhere. Are these the missing people? The cloaked figure's anger causes Hengzhen to frown. "Don't run, you bastard! Stop!" The man beside him shouted just as loudly, "The sacrificial ritual requires you. Stop." Xiaoda stares intently at the cloaked demonic cultivators, causing them to panic. He's certain that the demonic cultivators are done for. At that moment, Xiaoxi and Xilin led the charge against the demonic cultivators. These are the ones. Protect everyone and defeat them. Xiaowa touched the wall and looked back. This is the physical education office area. Let's wait there. Someone will be here soon. Suddenly, Zhongli's eyes widened. Thinking quickly, he abandons Tiohoa and Thach Thien, sensing a familiar presence down the hall. As he neared the door, Zhongli shouted, "This is the office, no doubt about it." Zhongli narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowed, his expression serious. Zhongli cries out as he beholds a room plastered with his own pictures, and Shutian hesitantly approaches. "What?" Zhongli trembled, barely containing his revulsion. "The doorway is covered in pictures of me, and there are things I used when I was alive. Burial objects, it seems." The cult leader immediately turns around. "Ah," she steps out and confronts Zhongli. Sweat beads down the cult leader's face. "Who are you? How could outsiders be here? This is our sacred religious ground, where relics from the ancient gods' time are kept. I'm the leader, and I don't even know you people. How did you get in here?" Seeing this, Xiaohua ordered his men to restrain him, as this was their boss. Flames erupt in the cult leader's hand as she grits her teeth, but Zhongli suddenly rushes forward, delivering a powerful blow to her chest. "Stop obsessing over me and using my techniques. Turn it off now." Little Hoa couldn't help but comment. "What's wrong with him? How is he so strong?" Shutian, arms crossed, responded to her, saying her hatred had reached a fever pitch. She lay silently on the floor, her hat falling off to reveal soft white hair. Chapter 64. Zhongli's face is filled with shock. His arm freezes in midair. It's a girl. The cult leader lowered her head, gritting her teeth to suppress her resentment. "Don't joke around, hurting me and then pretending to be the ancient god." The sect leader raises her head and shouts, "You're here to ruin everything, aren't you? You have no idea what the ancient god means to me, especially now as I'm about to revive him." In the priestess's mind, one thought echoed, everything. Time rewinds to a moment millennia ago, in a village nestled between two mountains. At that time, the leader was gaunt, with sunken cheeks, dragging a small cart behind her. The woman in green opened the door to find the leader in tattered clothes, her brow furrowed with displeasure. "What beggar is this? Come begging for food again?" Next, she shoved the sect leader, sending her staggering backward. "There's no food here. This is a chaotic world, and I haven't eaten in days. Get out, get out, get out. Even if you drag your family's corpses for me to see, it won't work." The sect leader tilted her head, coughing repeatedly. The woman in green pointed at the cult leader. "Don't you dare linger here. Damn it, it's early morning, and I already have to smell death. I'm already doing you a favor by giving you directions. There's a mountain in the village. Go bury the dead there. Your cursing echoes through the mountains, and as for you, don't come back here. There are beasts in the mountains, but also wild berries. How long you survive is up to fate." That night, the cult leader gnawed on wild berries she found by the roadside, only to vomit them all up. The sect leader knelt, wiping her mouth in anguish as a voice like crackling fire echoed in the distance. "Kid, if you keep this up, you're done for. You'll starve to death in a day." The sect leader was sweating with fear. She turns, looking around. "Who's there? Who's speaking?" The strange voice continued, saying that the only way to live was to be near her, to survive. The cult leader trembled at the sight of the red light, stepping back. "Come into my stomach." Two beams of light wrapped around the cult leader's legs, causing her to fall backward. Zhongli silently watches as the cult leader falls, her hat flying off, his spirit hovering above the glowing red box. The cult leader's eyes widened, filled with shock and fear. Who was speaking just now? Is this an ancient tomb? Lost in thought, the cult leader knelt down, her body trembling, an eerie sight. Was that the whispering voice of a vengeful spirit from within the ancient tomb? It couldn't be. At least, it shouldn't be. However, she changed her mind, determination etched on her face. The coffin's contents could be exchanged for money, helping her survive. Next, the cult leader rushed to the box and slid the lid open, declaring, "You told me to come, you led me here." As the lid slid open, her voice echoed, "I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. I will repay you if I get out. I will repay you if I get out." Before her eyes was Jingjong Li, lying amidst precious treasures. Light illuminates his pale body, along with a jade-green incense burner beside him. Suddenly, the cult leader sees a wooden book open, the wind carrying away even time itself. Half a month later, the woman in green suddenly heard a knock at the door. Enraged, she immediately threw it open. "Who is it?" The sect leader clutched the porcelain vase, looking up. "Trading for food, covered in sweat. It's you again. You're still alive? But there's no food, didn't I tell you? Bringing me this junk won't work. No one has food to spare this year." Suddenly, the cult leader smirks, muttering to herself, "Not necessarily. I bet you never thought I'd come back, did you?" The cult leader lunged forward, sending the vase crashing into the woman in green. "The wild berries in the mountains are bitter and poisonous. They wouldn't have lured me there. They only served to feed a starving child. You wanted me to wither away in the mountains, too weak to return. Her voice was filled with hatred. You already had the ambition to harm me back then, didn't you? The woman in green looked utterly flustered and angrily retorted, What? What do you mean? Say what you will, she says, observing the sect leader's mysterious smile. But you're still lying to me. She frankly observes the woman's panicked face, rosy complexion, and smooth digestion. Because you just had breakfast, didn't you? Suddenly, flames engulfed the cult leader's hand. This is a divination technique I just learned. I simply don't believe you when you say there's no food here. The blue-robed man's eyes widened in shock. Fire, 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 fire. Are you a cultivator? The sect leader replied nonchalantly. That's right. And then she charged forward, engulfed in flames and fueled by hatred. I've come for revenge, for deceiving me. The flames engulfed the house, and the woman in green lay motionless as the leader chewed on a hard piece of bread, glancing up. This world is far from perfect. She eats and contemplates before the burning house, but she has found a way to survive? Chapter 65. The sect leader pauses before the crude gravestone of her fire god mentor. Her voice rang out with determination. She would become a cultivator worthy of the flame in this life. I must make your name known and your memorial revered. The sect leader then clasped her hands together and bowed her head. Her back hunched, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude for the life she'd been given. Time passed relentlessly, and from then on the soldiers tightened their grip on their weapons at the mere sound of a horse's neighs. An angry voice shouts, "Why are you stopping our carriage? Do you have a death wish?" Another soldier followed with a threat. "This is tribute money. Move aside." The sect leader lowered her head, concealing her eyes, and conjured flames in her hand. Next, the sect leader sends the flames flying with a wave of her hand. And so, a new journey begins. Then, a man with a topknot flees, clutching a porcelain jar. Run. It's the fire-wielding cultivator of legends. Capture means certain death. The brown-robed man's soul had already been extracted by the cult leader. Hundreds looked up at the sect leader atop the mountain, her eyes wide and unsettling. None of you are good people. You're all lost souls. I want you all to gather here, drawn by my reputation, and now I've decided to teach you how to control my flames. The crowd below cheered with excitement. The cult leader points to the sky, arrogant in her belief that with this fire she can do as she pleases. I don't care if you do good or evil, but you must spread my name. Spreading her arms wide, the cult leader laughed with glee, a glint in her eyes. I want this fame to attract even more people. I want to found a cult, and the first cultivator to wield fire will be our god. The meeting ends there, and the demon cultivator trembles at the sight of the blade. The swordsman immediately thrust his blade into the demon cultivator's body. Die! The man with the topknot raised his sword high, a figure of righteousness, destroying evil cultivators and attacking their strongholds. The boy beside him shouted, "Kill these heretical cultists. Their fire magic is fueled by absorbing blood." Multiple swords are aimed at the cult leader, who tries to control the flames but ultimately lies motionless as the blades pierce her body, her face streaked with dirt and welts. A sudden thought flashes through the cult leader's mind. Everything she pursued, the meaning of her life, has vanished. Vanished. But if she had a chance to do it all again, to return to the present, the sect leader struggles to her feet. If she had another chance, she would. Fury burns in her wide eyes. She will make the world fear this fire. Zhongli's face is filled with shock, sweat running down his cheeks. She can still stand. And such powerful qi. Is she opening a formation? Suddenly, the sect leader grits her teeth and flees, leaving Zhongli stunned. Meanwhile, back at the gymnasium, Jassi's green light clashes with the demonic cultivator's power. The blonde demon cultivator grinned, excited to finally have a worthy opponent. But his words were cut short by a punch that twisted his face. Qilin grabs the man by the collar, then turns to Jiaji. Jiaji, stop fighting. You and they use fire in almost the same way. It'll be hard to tell who's better for a while. You're in charge of calming the hostages and finding the escaped fatties. From afar, the chubby guys rush in, engulfed in flames. Kieran's eyes widened. Holy crap, the fat guys are all flying. They're gathering. Sweat dripped from the little one as he panicked. There's light, energy converging into light radiating from their bodies. Screams echoed from the floating masses as they transformed into slender figures, and a golden light descended from above. Next, the light enveloped the crimson coffin, and as it opened to reveal Zhongli's body, the leader rushed forward. Tears of reverence streamed down her face as the cult leader couldn't help but smile. God, now I can finally complete the ritual. Drain those fat people and offer them to your body. Then the cult leader guided the golden light into herself, as the bodies of these ordinary people were no longer of use. As she spoke, the cult leader entered Zhongli's body, declaring that they were now one. Chapter 66. Shutian and Xiaohua rushed towards the bewildered Zhongli. The three of them cried out as the cult leader in Zhongli's body emerged from the coffin, Shutian's voice stammering in unison. He whips around, startled, and rises from the coffin they were guarding. Is this a Jiangshi? Or is it his body? Hearing this, Zhongli couldn't help but get angry. My body relies on my era's preservation techniques. After millennia, it would have rotted away to ash. Impossible. Have you ever seen a corpse exhumed from 5,000 years ago? Xiaohua, lost in thought, glanced over, speaking of his own body as if he'd already given up on it. A bead of sweat rolled down Zhongli's cheek as he secretly guessed that this guy's remnant soul couldn't feel any connection from that body. Zhongli stared intently at his opponent, realizing that other than the similar appearance, there was no connection. Zhongli conjures flames in his hand, realizing this must be a heretic's cobbled-together creation. He merely imitated my image, using absorbed energy to create a trash puppet. He charged toward the cult leader with incredible speed. How disrespectful to me. I'll just destroy you. This will all be over soon. Meanwhile, the sect leader smirked and raised a hand, slamming Zhongli face first into the ground with a flick of the wrist. She follows up with a punch straight to Zhongli's cheek, the sect leader laughing as she beats him down. Her final blow sends Zhongli flying backwards. Enraged, Zhongli furrows his brow, looks up and shouts, "Damn you! So you did obtain this technique, but it's not enough. Watch as I incinerate you with fire." Zhongli raised his arm, his face resolute, using the remaining power in his remnant soul as a guide, focusing the fire into his palm. A fireball has appeared above the cult leader's head. Do you know what you've made me do? You've forced me to use all of my power. An explosion erupts, leaving Shutian and Xiaohua stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Just then, Shutian turned to Xiaohua. Well, should we help him? Little Flower asked, wide-eyed. No need. He's about to win. Thick Rock patiently analyzes the situation. See, the fire god is using flames to suppress his opponent. When it comes to fire, he certainly has the power to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, they saw Zhongli get knocked back right in front of them, his cheek swollen. A tear rolls down Zhongli's cheek. This isn't about dominance. I can't beat him. Help me, just stall him. Even Shutian is breaking a sweat. His eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? After all this time, you're the one being suppressed? Shozi exclaimed in surprise. Over there, along with those two, is another girl. It's her, as expected, surmises the calm Keelan Tuchuo. A confident smile spreads across the face of Horned Kylan, the most mysterious and least seen person in our company. Mao Zong's disciple, Shi Xiaohua. Perhaps she informed the company and explained the situation here. With her there, we can rest a little easier. Zhongli rises, his body covered in scratches. He was ashamed and angry, saying, I'm fine, my ass. Something's not right. Definitely not right. The fire element this body is using is too strong. I misjudged. This is indeed my body. Next, Zhongli turns to face the sect leader. Boy, where did you find it? I don't need to tell you everything, the leader calmly replies. His white hair flutters as he smirks arrogantly at his opponent. Who exactly are you? I don't care why you look like me, and frankly, even if you were the remnants of this body's soul, it wouldn't matter. She screamed madly, her eyebrows furrowed in rage. A god is a god, because they carry the hopes of their followers. If it goes beyond that, it's no longer my god. This world should be filled with believers of fire. Every household should worship it. Her voice grew louder. If you stop me, you are no longer the fire god I worship. Xiaohua silently observed her surroundings, then suddenly put her hand to her mouth and shouted, Colleagues over there, negotiations have failed. Attack. There are 3 of you and 3 of us. Let's go based on numbers. Suddenly, Zhongli reached out to stop Xiaohua. No need. His hair obscured half his face as Zhongli looked up. You're being too honorable. That attitude, brimming with ambition, has angered me. Boy, do you know... Suddenly, Zhongli pulls a candy bar from his sleeve. He crunched on the candy, and as his voice echoed, his body burst into flames. If you were to dig up my grave, you should know that the way you use fire isn't complete. The smoke dissipates, revealing a chubby Zhongli. He reaches forward and takes flight. Today, I will personally show you the complete version. Chapter 67. Suddenly, Shutian is shocked. He used this move too? Zhongli lowered his head, hiding his eyes in the shadows. I, too, once saw a glimmer of light in him. Zhongli smirks confidently. Because my wife didn't love me, I ate like crazy, and after a while I got fat. This form, it brings back memories. Smoke emanates from Tronglei's fist. He furrows his brow, a picture of determination. And you'd better watch closely and remember this. This isn't the final form of fire transformation. This is what I realized when disappointment in love and anger merged with the flame, then focused into my fist. Then, Zhongli forcefully pulled his robes open, revealing his obese body. Fire burst of intent. He rushes towards the leader, raising his fist high. The fire plume. As Trongli finished speaking, his attack landed squarely on the cult leader's face. A fiery fist. Meanwhile, sweat poured down Shu Tian's face. What did any of this have to do with deception? Isn't this the fighting style you used to use? The cult leader calmly smiles, watching the smoke rise from Trongla's hand. Is that all you've got? Soft. Your fists are soft. Suddenly, the sect leader shouts, demanding more power, claiming she's unharmed. Huh? The sect leader's body trembled, and she gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, how can this be? He's become so weak from just one punch, and that was supposed to be his full power. She immediately turned her head to look at her clenched hand. Wait, why can I suddenly feel my body? Crimson liquid spews from the cult leader's wounds. Impossible. Seeing this, Zhongli couldn't help but laugh with glee. The soul within your body has already been burned to ashes. Let me tell you what this move is. A familiar voice echoes, when I was alive, my wife didn't love me. Zhongli's face contorted as he was extinguished. Get lost. Back then, Tronglei could only squat outside and gnaw on a stale cake. Because his wife didn't love him, he spent every night outside, eating and drinking alone to ease his sorrows. Tears streamed down his face as he stood outside the lush green forest. Zhongli moved toward the house, standing alone in the dense forest. Beyond it, he could hear the sounds of her room. In his sight, the silhouettes of a woman and a man are reflected behind the door. Every time she's in the room with other men, laughing and talking. Seeing this, Tronglei lowered his head and swung his arm violently to the side, striking the tree in anguish. He's heartbroken seeing his wife cozying up to another man. She's inside, being intimate. Zhongli then unleashed his fury on the tree, while I punched the trunk. He watched his wife drink the wine offered by another man, while he stood outside, punching trees. In his memory, Zhongli furiously punches a sturdy tree. Each time she's inside with another, he's outside, taking it out on the wood. With a yell, his punch snaps the tree in half. Zhongli stands alone amidst the splintered trunks, every tree in his backyard now broken in two. Determination shines in Zhongli's eyes as he furrows his brow, and I have awakened. Over and over, practice makes perfect, and I finally learned how to hide the flame in my fist, including my anger, all channeled directly into the tree. This is my ultimate move. Back in the present, Zhongli's face is full of pride, a smile of excitement on his lips. This is a type of internal energy. I used fire to penetrate your body, burning away all your techniques. I used it on trees every day to heal my emotions and calm myself. He realized how foolish he was, didn't he, since the research process was too embarrassing to record. Then he turned to look at Shu Tian and Xiaohua. Hey, I've burned away all his magic power, so he can't use fire for now. You can attack him. Suddenly, Xiaohua put her hand on Zhongli's shoulder, startling him. Zhongli turns to look at her. What are you doing? Xiaohua lowered her head, trying to comfort him. It's okay. I just felt a little sorry for you and wanted to offer some comfort. Suddenly, Zhongli turned his gaze towards Shu Tian, smiling and giving him a thumbs up. That's right, kid. Want to learn this move? Shu Tian is panicked and angry, saying he doesn't want to learn it after hearing the description, while the sect leader grits his teeth and trembles in pain, thinking how hateful and wretched it all is. She raises her hand and fury erupts around the cult leader. Why? Why is it that my invincible fire magic, honed in the crucible of burning fat, is being suppressed by him? Next, the sect leader reaches forward and runs with great speed. I can't accept this. How could this be? Who do you think you are? How can you suppress me? This flame is... But little Hua quickly grabbed the cult leader's wrist, cutting her off. My faith, the Sealan head, pierces the sect leader's shoulder, while Little Evil holds a sword to her neck. The sect leader is suddenly locked down and pinned to the floor. The leader's dark thoughts begin to surface. It's happening again. She recalls begging pathetically before the grand ceremony. A tear rolls down her cheek as she closes her eyes, wondering if the whispers in the tomb were just an illusion. Thoughts raced through the cult leader's mind. In truth, she hadn't heard the voice of the ancient god since. If you truly existed, this flame wouldn't have been extinguished, and I would be invincible. Now, she lies trembling on the floor, the sect leader gritting her teeth in frustration. Wait, the one who defeated the flame is its inventor, so he's the real ancient god. That's the truth. Suddenly, she's startled by mocking laughter. Zhongli squats next to the cult leader, laughing as he points at her. Keep dancing. Keep pretending. Digging up my grave. I'm furious now. Let's settle this. Seeing this, the leader had no choice but to hang her head in despair. She couldn't possibly worship such a lowly sycophant. Her mind was caught in a vortex, destroying everything. She had no faith left. She was an atheist, she admitted. Chapter 68. The cult leader screams as her soul is ripped from Zhongli's body. As her soul drifted, Tu Hoa immediately lunged forward, the box sucking the leader's soul inside, a golden talisman sealing the lid. Xiaoda stared wide-eyed at the yellow-robed men. Fat ones, line up and come over here. In a line. Don't break the line. The purple-haired guy was shocked. What are you doing? And who are you, people? At this, the purple-haired boy clenched his fist, angrily declaring that he would call the police once he got out. I was at home, singing and eating hot pot, when I was suddenly kidnapped and turned into this. I'm sad. I'm heartbroken. Seeing this, Tu Hoa slapped the man's head with both hands as he replied, Give me back my fat. Give me back my meat. Smoke billowed from Tu Hoa's punch. In her fury, she threatened, Handsome isn't good enough for you. Madam has worked so hard for years to lose weight, and you don't even appreciate your figures. Do I have to resort to physical force? With their victory, Shu Tian and Xiaohua caught the culprit, and the other victims had their memories erased. And just like that, the case was closed. Time passed, and the next morning we returned home. Zhongli reached for the door, but his fingers passed right through it, his face frozen in shock. Shi Hyun, standing nearby, urged him on. What's wrong? Open the door. Zhongli's hand trembled, sweat pouring down his face, his body. He couldn't touch the doorknob. Has this day finally come? Zhongli stares intently at his transparent arm. Damn it, I didn't expect it to come so soon. I can no longer control my own soul. Meanwhile, Shu Tian, sitting on the chair, looked up at Zhongli. What did this mean? Zhonglei's voice echoes softly. It seems my time is running out. Regret flickers in Zhongli's eyes as he smiles faintly. My soul will soon be scattered, and we must bid farewell. Hearing this, Shu Tian panicked, his eyes wide, as Zhongli reached out, instructing him, Listen carefully. I am but a remnant soul, clinging to existence through magic, and without a body I've seemingly lost the ability to generate any more. Shu Tian stares as Zhongli's hand passes right through his face. To exist, he must consume magic, but he can't even touch it. And with the drain from last night, I can no longer exist as an entity. Sweat streams down Shu Tian's face as he cries out, Wait! What about that staff? The staff that could help you increase your magic power? However, Zhongli calmly replied, That won't work. I can only control the magic power within it, not absorb it anymore. With a smile, Zhongli explained, though a hint of sadness lingered on his face. This was the result of the remnant soul. If things continued like this, in a few weeks he might be able to reincarnate, but he regretted the joyful time more than his hibernation. Zhongli smiles gently, his eyes closing. His only worry is you. After I'm gone, my dear, please don't be too lonely. Shu Tian seems too shocked to speak, frowning. The scene shifts to a chauffeured car. Mao arrives. Is this the fire god's residence? He clasps his hands, bows before the house, and says he's here on behalf of preserving traditional arts to meet the esteemed Zhu Rong. Shocked, Shu Tian turns, while Zhongli is startled outside. Next, Zhongli's spirit flies through the door, and before President Mao. Who are you? Mao raised his head to look at Zhongli, relieved. These are just trivial matters for the people. So, you're already a spirit? This is bad. Mao's voice was calm as he spoke. The previous demonic cultivator disturbances caused you quite a bit of trouble, Senior. I'm truly sorry, he said with a friendly smile. I've come to atone for our misdeeds and to invite you to tour our company, to discuss techniques and how we can help you be reborn. This made Zhongli frown. Reborn. Then, Shu Tian and Zhongli stood next to CEO Mao, looking up at the apartment building as Shu Tian turned to CEO Mao, who happily pointed to the opposite side, where the cultivators were gathered. The entire building was full of them. As they walked, he explained that this was the agriculture department, currently researching how to cultivate mutated silkworms. His words coincided with the work of the cultivators, who were using their powers to improve the accuracy of weather forecasts. Sometimes the team is swamped, so they're also responsible for making rain in the surrounding areas. Mao clenched his fist. He outwardly displays his determination, with the slogan of industrial prosperity, effective management, ecological development, and improved efficiency. A scene of two cultivators floating in the air appears before Shu Tian. The bald cultivator closed his eyes, prompting Director Mao to explain that this department is a key one, staffed with light affinity experts who are performing lithography-like work. After confirmation, using their observation skills and incantation abilities, they have photo-etched a third-level CPU for scientific research. Once again, he raised his fist, declaring that they all valued science and technology as primary productive forces. You've all worked hard to put us at the forefront of this technology. Mao continued to ramble on. There are many other departments, and we're just one part of the traditional arts protection web. Headquarters has even more workers. Employees line the hallway, bowing respectfully. Good day, sir. You've worked hard, boss. Mao waves it off. It's all for the people. The familiar voice of Director Mao echoes, cultivation reached its peak during the Tang and Song dynasties, a height that has since declined. But in modern times, we focus more on using magic to enhance technology, attracting talent to serve the people. The three stopped before a giant blue door, and Mao said, That's right. The last place we're going is actually the most important department, the Historical Research Department. Suddenly the door opens, startling Shu Tian and Zhongli, who stares in disbelief at his own body in a tank. What? You recovered my body? Chapter 69. Mao looks at the naked Zhongli in the large test tube and speaks. After the Great War, we retrieved and identified the carbon element acquired over 5,000 years ago, he said to the person beside him, clasping his hands behind his back. That is indeed his body. Zhongli turns sharply to Director Mao and shouts, But I can't sense any connection between this and my soul. That's because it's not complete. Many people in mourning clothes stand in a circle around the coffin. After his death, the undertakers performed an anti-decomposition process, a grand funeral perhaps, but more importantly, his organs and brain were removed and mummified much like the Egyptians did. This is why your body remains intact to this day. Mr. Mao intently observes Zhongli's digestive system in the test tube, explaining that his funeral retained 3 of the 7 souls. The organs in the coffin preserved the 7 corporeal souls. The efficient thought of preventing decay, but didn't truly understand it. In short, the body lacks the 7 vital spirits, which is why you can't feel a connection to your soul. He slowly closed his eyes, explaining the situation. The demonic cultivators we interrogated last night were simply gathering calories to feed this body's organs, barely keeping it under control. Sadly, even with modern techniques, we can use the organization's technology to restore the body's injuries, but we have no way to recreate your 7 souls. Zhongli's voice grew heavy with helplessness. Is that so? That's unfortunate, I suppose, he began, before Mao interrupted loudly. No. Mao's face was resolute as he gave a thumbs up. Just last night, we learned the location of his tomb from those demonic cultivators. Along with other information, it's highly likely that there are other clues related to your brain and organs deep within the tomb. If we can find them, my specialty is soul summoning. When the soul is complete, we can return you to your body. He couldn't help but blurt out, Does this mean that if we find your tomb and retrieve your brain and organs, Mao Zong will agree? That's right. He bowed his head before them, speaking sincerely. Unfortunately, you'll have to go yourselves. My company is state-owned and can't send people to dig up graves. I'm sorry, but you'll have to excavate your own grave. A spark of excitement flickered in Shu Tian's eyes. It's all right. The fact that he has a chance to be reborn is enough. A bewildered voice echoes. Despite the words spoken inside, they echoed through the door. I thought you'd hired a feng shui master? Shu Tian frowned. Sister Hua, aren't you with the government? You can't go tomb raiding, can you? De Xiong propped one hand on the table and raised the other. Let me go. She offers her skills. Yes, but I can handle support work. The immolation site, a 500-year-old relic, is incredibly important to the government, and I'll protect everyone, even if it means blowing up the mountain to create a diversion. Zhongli was shocked, slamming his hand on the chair as he shouted, Blow up the mountain? Shu Tian was startled. Safety first. Xiaohua's eyes were full of hope. She understands, and holding up a photo reveals the tomb everyone thought looked like this. Xiaohua presses the panel in her hand, turns her back, and rummages around, much to everyone's surprise. Behind it, there's actually a door. Inside, she holds up a large, intricately drawn map, saying this is what it looks like. Shu Tian covers his mouth, unable to contain his shock. What is this? A maze? Even Great Bear is shocked. Who builds a tomb like this? And this map isn't even complete. It's just the first level. The fire god's body is outside the first level. The other grave goods are spread from the 2nd to the 18th floor. The rest, they'll have to find themselves. Half of the demon cultivators who robbed the tomb that year died, and Xiaohua presented evidence of those who had become skeletons. She also mentioned that the survivors went mad. Little Flower's face tightened, looking incredibly frightening. They all screamed for the fire god to spare them, before finally coughing up blood and dying. This is what the Demon 2 said last night when I forced her to draw the map. She too grabbed Zhongli's shoulders and shouted, Oh my god, Who helped you build your tomb back then? This guy dug up an entire mountain and made such a terrifying secret passage. Do you remember anything? His eyes were bloodshot. How would I know? I was dead and buried at that point. Tears streamed from Chong-Li's eyes as he trembled, yet he raised his clenched fist as tears and snot poured down his face. So extravagant, so extravagant. Chong-Li, deeply moved, clasped his hands together and wept loudly. I was so insecure when I was alive. The tribe only saw me as someone who knew how to use fire. I never thought I'd be loved like this. To be so revered, to have such a lavish tomb. I'm so moved, so happy I could ascend to the heavens. Shi-Hyun grumbled at his emotional outburst. He really was about to ascend, overflowing with heavenly feelings for the jerk who made this maze. He facepalmed, exasperated. Good heavens, this guy. Shutian turned to see Xiaohua glowing, 3 coins floating in the air, as she decisively chanted, Tiantong sees the world. Tianbian 5, Ditong considers the situation. Di-Iju. Xiaohua leaned down, placing her hand on the Bagua circle, and continued, The Copperman wanders, marriage moves, all return. 6 exchanges move completely. As soon as she finished speaking, the middle coins split in 2. Tell me, is it good or bad for the 3 of us to go together? Shi-Tu and Dexiang were shocked. Xiaohua panics, exclaiming, The coin is broken in half. What does this mean? Is this a terrible omen? She clenched her fist, looked at Shutian and Daxiang, and pleaded, This won't do. It's too dangerous. There aren't enough of you. Call everyone you know. Call all the cultivators who can help. Call everyone you know. An old man leisurely walks his dog down the street. The old man and his dog were terrified, chattering their teeth as he screamed, What is that thing? Is it a bear? Po Cheon explained, leading a large white rat-like creature. No, it's a rat. Shuja cheerfully opened the door. Master. He gestures them in, eagerly suggesting, Teach us more, Master. Chapter 70. A car drives up a mountain road. With one hand on his hip, Tashthin stood with the others, gazing into the distance, his brow furrowed in gratitude. We've reached a dead end. Thank you for coming all this way to help us. Poison Sky calmly waved his fingers, saying it was nothing, that he couldn't stand by and watch them walk a dangerous path. Compared to that, there hasn't been a human presence here for a long time. There's a village below, long abandoned, likely a gathering place for the previous demonic cultivator. We'll stay here tonight. The giant hamster plays cards with Dazhong and Xiaohua, saying, What can you do with my 17 cards? She exclaimed in surprise, An airplane! She happily suggests, Pour him a cappuccino. Zhongli gazes into the distance, softly murmuring, How nostalgic. A faint smile graces his lips as he wonders, Is this where my grave was when I was alive? It's nice that I was respected when I was alive, but never had love. I never imagined that after death my tomb would be so extravagant. How poignant. Shija raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhongli with questioning eyes, asking, Brother, why do you keep sighing these past few days? Right. What exactly did you do when you were alive? His eyes gleam as he pinches his fingers together, guessing. Teaching people how to make fire? Shutian asked incredulously, his mouth agape. Huh, you taught people fire magic? Zhongli explained, meeting his gaze. My era is a bit behind. Some people still live like savages, eating raw meat and not knowing how to make fire. They can only wait for wildfires to use torches to maintain the flame. They would go from tree to tree, keeping the flame alive because if the fire ever went out, the tribe would be doomed. He pointed to himself and declared, As a fire cultivator, I understand fire best. My job is to return home and teach them how to use it. Zhongli continued, explaining that he usually brought some attendants to translate his work, something like that. Primitive people stood around him, bewildered, as Zhongli struggled to rub the wood against the large stick, finally producing a wisp of smoke. The primitive people were astonished, and he held up the flame with the others, raising both hands in joy. Okay. Trong-Lei's face was covered in sweat as he forced a smile and asked, Did you learn it? Did you learn it? This stick fire method is 100 times better than your group efforts. The 4 primitive men cheered and begged for more. Fire good! Fire good! Fire good! Help us make fire again tomorrow, he grumbled, annoyed. Learn it yourselves. Luohui gave a thumbs up, praising him in the ancient tongue. The translator smiled, pointing to him. Clan leader Ge Luohui of the Zhan clan says you are the best kind of fire. Zhongli angrily retorted, Fine, I don't want to make fire. He eagerly translated Luohui's words, saying he wants you to settle down here. He can give you 15 daughters in marriage. I don't need them. I have a wife, he shouts, raising an arm in anger. A murderous aura surrounds Zhongli as he demands they bring out their 10 smartest people so he can teach them how to use fire. He'll return in 6 months to see their progress. But the truth is not every tribe was so easy to talk to, and sometimes things got even harder. Long Tan, with his burly frame, spoke in incomprehensible ancient syllables. Zhongli, sitting before the fire, pointed at the man and asked the translator, "What nonsense is he spouting now?" He gestured, introducing, "This is the Snow Wolf tribe. Chief Tulong then says you are the best at using fire, and he respects you immensely, looking forward to your help every year." He roars, frustrated, "Don't count on me. Learn to use fire yourselves. What are you even doing?" The translator then whispered Zhongli's words to Longtan, who spat and spoke. Sweating nervously under Longtan's gaze, he explains, "They have many warriors here, and no one wants to learn such a lowly task as using fire. It's their tribal culture." "He's not sincerely respecting me at all, is he?" Zhongli frowned, his face drenched in sweat. I even saw him chuckle. The translator trembled, gesturing towards him with a forced smile. "He says he respects you, but you must also respect the customs of their tribe. This hand taken from their enemies is a meal for the most honored." He placed his hand on the large hand of the terrified voice, hoping that you would eat them all in front of him. Otherwise, you would no longer be considered a guest, and if you didn't show respect, your hand would be dinner for the next visitor. Zhongli's face darkened with displeasure, recalling a time even more difficult than hell itself. The two primitive men in front carried a large tree on their shoulders, and this was Chief Tuyet Duke of the Black Rock tribe. They hate fire, but they're masters of roasting. The translator and Trongle, bound to a tree, are being carried to a nearby volcano to be roasted alive. "Wait, my lord, save me," he frantically shouted. "Save me? How do you beg for mercy? Teach me. Let's beg for our lives." Zhongli quietly sat on the lush grass, gazing at the night sky as the translator cheerfully suggested from behind, "There are 3 more tribes to visit tomorrow, my lord. You should get some sleep." He smiled, turned back and asked, "By the way, you've been following me for so long. What's your name?" The boy chuckled, scratching his head, and reasoned, "I'm a hybrid of 18 tribal bloodlines, so my name is very difficult to pronounce." Zhongli sighed, resting his head in his hand. "Never mind, it's my fault for trying to connect, but I can't even pronounce his name. Your translation skills aren't bad. I'll report you as lost when we return." That's what the translator called Master Zhu. He looked at him, puzzled, awaiting an explanation. Why teach the tribes how to use stones to make fire? What's wrong with letting them live or die on their own? Zhongli was stunned by the question, and he spoke grimly. In the silence, his voice echoed, "Resting on this mountain tonight is a good place. We can see the whole landscape of where I've been, where I've seen the light of fire, while where we haven't set foot is still a black abyss." Chapter 71. Zhongli conjures a flame in his hand and says grimly, "Fire is indeed a fascinating thing. I can never forget the moment fire first appeared in my hand. I saw images of primitive people cooking food with fire and holding torches to light their way in the dark. As long as there's fuel, it can cook food, warm the body, and be used as a weapon, even by non-cultivators. Once mastered, the chances of survival increase." Zhongli smiled, gently moving the flame closer to the translator as he continued. "And if we can continue to live, we can produce more people and create a more complex world." He closed his eyes and smiled sincerely. "I'm not just teaching them to control fire, but helping civilization to dawn." Standing on the edge of the mountain next to the translator, Zhongli looked out at the distant sky and spoke. "This mountain is a good place, with a clear view of the surroundings. Where I've been, the light may be dim, but where we haven't ventured, darkness always prevails." He turned slightly, softly instructing, "If I die, bury me here. Build a large, sturdy tomb, one that can withstand wind and rain for thousands of years." He expressed his desire to witness the world flourish through fire, raising his hand to Stoneheaven's stunned face as he roared. "It's coming back to me. I think I know who built my tomb," he exclaimed. "I was undercover for so long they probably thought it was real." Zhongli floated in the air as Xu Tian dangled from a rope beside him. Xiaohua stood behind him, asking, "Does this place seem familiar at all?" His voice trembled. This place. Zhongli slams his hands on a basin, yelling, "These are all things I used when I was alive. This is the basin I used to bathe in." He raised an eyebrow in resentment, rummaging through his belongings. "This pot was what I used to cook soup. And this is my favorite body scrub. Why was it buried with me? This is too much. Who did this?" Xiaohua reaches out, focusing on finding the door, the fire god's coffin, and the sealed entrance to this tomb opposite the statue. Must be here. She forces the door open, revealing a dark space filled with skeletons slumped against the walls. Her face darkens as Xiaohua cries out, "What the hell are these corpses?" Standing beside her, Xu Tian exclaimed, "And what the hell are these weapons on the ground? There are so many dummies. How can we tell what's alive and what's dead?" "I don't know either," she says, frustrated. This is my first time opening a tomb. Zhongli frowned, speculating that this was their style of arrangement. My tomb must have had the help of an uncivilized tribe. Killing grave robbers is one of their specialties, he muttered, his face awash with emotion. It was indeed their doing. I feel like I've just helped every child in the village get into Tsinghua University, and they're rewarding me with a house and a car, an indescribable joy. Xiaohua suppressed a shout. Shut your mouth. She seriously observed her surroundings, which were indeed as she'd been told during the interrogation. The demon cultivator's words were true. Xiaohua closed her eyes, brushed back her hair, and spoke with confidence. I was going to join you, but my position is too sensitive. I'll become a star and watch over you. Use the walkie-talkie. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Don't make it sound so easy. The hamster spirit fearfully clutches onto Potin's shoulder as he leads the way with a torch. Dazhong, afraid to open his eyes, trembled. Brother Shutian, I'm scared. Shutian cursed. Damn it! Fa Tian calmly suggested that they were too crowded. The dwarf hamster looked down and barked. Zhongli grinned, suddenly appearing behind Dazhong and Shutian, raising a finger to share. You know, after coming to this world, I was so bored that I read novels about tomb raiders. Zhongli rushes over to her, excitedly adding that in situations like this, a boulder usually rolls down to block the escape route, trapping the tomb raiders inside. Then the secret passage shifted, and they were lost. She raised her fist in threat. Shut your mouth! We're grave robbers right now. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. Zhongli felt a cold sweat as he sensed a rock falling behind him, and the skeletons began to stir, moving closer. They were all stunned, mouths agape, as Xiaohua stood before the door, thinking, it's been locked. She froze as she heard footsteps behind her. Can anyone hear me? Xiaohua frantically pounded on the door. Her heart filled with dread. Damn it, she had to save them. A statue with small cracks appears, and she stands frozen with it behind her. Xiaohua quickly turned around, but the statue collapsed, crushing her as dust and debris filled the air. A cloaked figure appeared, their hand outstretched, and said coldly, no one can survive and leave this tomb. So will you. Chapter 72. Many skeletons rise, reaching out as they move forward, uttering strange words. Fruit! In a panic, Shu Tian quickly breathed fire from his mouth. Zhongli unleashes his flames on the skeletons as he and Dazhong step aside, while Shu Tian gestures wildly, overwhelmed with questions. If they've already been suppressed, why are we so strong after being scared out of our minds? What kind of demons are these anyway? She recoils, raising a hand in fear, and cries out, something's not right, they're strange. She closes her eyes and decisively throws 3 coins at the skeletons, declaring they're not even ghosts, just lingering spirits. Puppets in the form of skeletons appear, wielding magic indiscriminately. I don't even know what it is, but I can only deduce a simple mechanism. A maze, a mechanism to rearrange thoughts, perhaps to entangle grave robbers for life. He raised an eyebrow, reaching out and demanding loudly, but that's too simple. Too noisy? What rats? Poison Sky leaps onto the mole beast, one leg kneeling, the other hand bracing for momentum, declaring he'll expose the imposter with this move. That's right, it's a fusion skill. In an instant, he transforms into a bizarre chimera. Understood, Dui Tin replied. Understood, Shu Tian gaped. What is this? Master is really going all out. Dahong's eyes widened as he called out the name Javu, who was riding on the back of a spirit beast, explaining as they passed by. On his back is the bamboo form of our teacher, allowing him to fully grow and explore the surroundings. He frowned and resolutely continued, saying that the probing ability of the branches, combined with his mobility, would be like radar. Just wait, I can find a path through this maze. I'll leave a clone here to communicate with you. Just follow its directions and you'll find me. Meanwhile, Tiohoa lay crushed beneath the colossal statue, a foot prodding her arm to check for any sign of life. The elder scrutinized Tiohoa, then coldly stated, that statue weighs about 10 tons. She likely won't be waking up after that. She's proving difficult. Just one hit and she's already fighting back. Without such an unexpected event, it would be hard to determine a victor. She grunts, pushing his leg up with her hand. There's nothing hard to say. The boss's eyes widen in surprise. What? In an instant, the statue is sent flying by Xiaohua. She pins the old man to the ground, shouting, my body isn't as weak as you think. Xiaohua frowned as the statue's stones fell on her. The old master's face showed horror, his eyes wide and speechless, without a single wound. She looked at him unyieldingly and explained, I've been very fat since I was little, and I've been working out to lose weight. I've integrated all this fat energy into my body. They're as tough as iron and steel. How could stone possibly stand a chance? Xiaohua forcefully tears off the old man's hat and continues, I'm a little regretful that I can't go in to help them. but if there's a stranger in this tomb, that would be even more regrettable. Who are you? She asks why he wears a mask, revealing a face identical to Zhongli's. Holding a small bamboo branch, Shu Tian pointed the way, shouting, "This way, Master's signal is this way." He and the others ran to Po Tian, announcing, "We're here! Why did we stop?" The hamster spirit stands still and replies, "Squeak." He stands before a massive door covered in ancient text, explaining that they've reached a dead end. This is the only door on the floor and it won't open. Zhongli examines the inscriptions, noting that the door is covered in ancient text and a hidden code. Shutian turns around, surprised, and asks, "Huh? What does it mean?" His face tightens. Zhonglei angrily calls it nonsense, then translates the inscription with furious hand gestures. Buried here is a fire cultivator betrayed by his wife, who died bitter and unlucky when a rock fell on him. He spent his life bringing warmth to others, carefree and without worry, but in death he was cut to pieces and used for human experimentation. His resentment ran so deep that he became a white-haired, white-robed demon, and his grave has been haunted ever since. Every day at midnight, this demon appears to devour the hearts and life force of the living. And anyone nearby is next, so run. Zhongli's face was dripping with sweat as he said angrily, "This is a smear campaign against my image. Does this stealing not cost money? And it's only used to write this." Shiten retorted. "Whether it's slander or not is irrelevant. Are you sure it only briefly mentions the demons? There's no clue how to open it? We're going to die." "Dewey?" Teen scratched his head nervously, saying it wasn't that simple. "While you were searching, you triggered over 20 mechanisms, and a lot of poison is coming." He points to the turntable behind him. "Look!" Shiding gasped. "Ochi." Daisheng frowned, hesitating as he speculated. "With a dial like that on the door, maybe." She tosses 3 coins into the air. Dahong placed his hands on the door to open it, then turned back to suggest, "I've figured out how to open it. I wasn't even this quick when I cheated on exams." "Hurry, follow me." A large rock slams into the door, sending dust flying. The dwarf spirit uses all its strength to lift the large stone, while Zhongli and Podian attack the skeleton with their magic. Time passed silently, and 6 hours later they all gathered before a portrait of Zhongli and an incense burner. In Chapter 73, Lin Potian was filled with vigor, vines coiling around his shoulders. Without hesitation, he immediately makes his move, as Lin Potian resolutely adjusts his glasses. There are no other rooms on this floor, it's all stone, so it seems we've reached the end. Zhao Dexiong added a few words, and nothing strange was chasing them anymore. But Zhongli's eyes widened as a flame burst in his hand. "Not necessarily," he said. "With the 7 spirits here, it won't be long before the cauldron is ablaze. When they arrive, they'll be in for a surprise. They made such a ruckus, but we have a trump card. You're right, is it okay to just start a fire here? More steelies and steelies engraved with those lines of text. Repeating myself?" At this, Shu Xiaohua tensed up, glaring menacingly. "Just what are you? That's the fire god's garb and mask. I'll have to hit you hard." Not only did the elder not resist, but he smirked. "Destroying this body is pointless, for I am you, long dead. This body is nothing more than a temporary clay figure." Suddenly, the old man stiffens and his head falls off. The great elder's soul flies out as an unknown entity. "I am the soul that protects this ancient tomb." He floats before Shu Xiaohua, asking, "Who am I?" "I will tell you." Meanwhile, the translator was sprawled out asleep at home. It's his day off from ghostwriting love letters when someone bursts in with urgent news. "Hey, translator, something big has happened, did you know? The fire god you've always been with. He's dead, crushed by a falling rock." The translator, still half asleep, struggles to comprehend. The man handed the translator a newspaper saying, "This is the announcement. Take a look. All the nearby cities are talking about it." After reading it, the translator exclaimed, "What the hell?" He heads to the elder's chamber, filled with silence, as the translator cries out, "Lord, my lord, fire god." The village doctor somberly reported, "It's too late. I'm the village doctor. He just passed on his fire mandate to his wife, and then he passed away. If you've come to say goodbye, here he is." Silence falls over the room once more, and the irrelevant ones disperse. His body trembled, and the interpreter, unable to bear the shock, burst into tears. It was too gruesome, unrecognizable. Tronglo is gone, reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. The interpreter sobs uncontrollably, tears streaming down their face. "He's been smashed into a bloody mess. I can't even tell where his head is. You should also care about those beside you. Wait, why aren't you crying? He died saving you all, yet they all make excuses." No, he didn't die to save us. The whole tribe was already running away. He even tried to stop us to block the stone, wouldn't listen to reason. He did it to himself. He was the only one in the entire tribe. Hearing those words, the translator fell back in shock, his cries growing even more desperate. This is just like you, so foolish. It seems to me you're not holding his head, but rather sucking up to him. He remembered Zhongli's words, if I die, bury me here. The tomb should be large and sturdy, able to withstand thousands of years of storms. Fan Yi humbly requested, I have one request. I beg of you all. He carries Zhongli's body on his shoulder, performing one last act. Let me take care of his funeral. Fire. God. I've seen your wife. His face filled with disgust. The villagers shed no tears for you, but I cannot abide it. The translator leaves the village with the hall and the body. He dug up each piece of earth, thinking, My Lord, you've wandered for so many years in this life. This is our shared time, answering bit by bit. The weather's getting cold. Allow me to accompany you on your final journey. Just then, a large figure appeared behind him, and the translator turned back, raising his voice. It's you're the nearby tribe's chief. Suddenly, some hulking figures appeared, their eyes wide with rage. What's wrong? He's dead. So fragrant, the smell of meat. The translator shouts, protecting Zhongli in his grave. What do you want to do? Though it smells delicious, you mustn't touch him. Dragon Slayer stood frozen in silence. He pointed, saying, Don't worry, we'll change our ways for those we respect too. The dark landscape unfolds before him, and the translator pauses as if Zhongli were still beside him, whispering each word into his ear. This mountain is a good place, with a clear view of everything around, but where I'm going, I can already see the light, while the places we haven't set foot in remain so dark. He smiled gently and calmly. I'm not just teaching you how to make fire, but how to ignite a light. These words from Wen Ming Tulong stunned the translator. We're simply expressing our gratitude. Over 50 tribes in the Central Plains are ready to help build the tomb and protect it forever. That warms his heart. Master, this mountain has truly been ignited 74 times. The translator sheds tears of sorrow and joy, overcome with emotion. I'm truly touched. I think I'm going to cry. Dulongtan's friend slapped his forehead and burst out laughing. Barbarians like us value loyalty above all else, especially after all the help he gave us while he was alive. The tribe members rallied together to lend a hand. Now we can finally bury him. I want to build a grand tomb. Enough talk, let's get to work. Let's build him a tomb that's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. I'll gather the tribe. We can start soon. He only asked for a simple favor, and you can't even provide a meal. As soon as he said that, the two were at each other's throats. The translator quietly said, No, as the two sides gradually began to bicker over something so small. You're making a mountain out of a molehill? You don't have any money? I wanted to use this opportunity to help people in the tribe. The two begin to bicker. Are you guys playing me? I don't even have money for food. I lost my job when he died. The translator is about to lose it with these people. You've really wasted my emotions. Give me back my tears, he retorted. You're right. I've been praising this fire for so long, I've truly exhausted my life's worth of eloquence. He clutches his head in despair. Young man, reverence is one thing, but we need to eat. We're poor too. We can't build a proper tomb for the fire god out of thin air. The translator was at a loss. He was just a poor student. He suggested they eat the god, saying his flesh was fragrant or perhaps just bury half of him. Bury the body after building it and consider the arms and legs as payment for your labor. That's all the value he has. As soon as he spoke, the translator sensed something was wrong, and he jumped, trying to defend himself. That's not what I meant. There's still a way. The translator shouts at them. We just want to extract some value from him. It's just a worthless grave we want to excavate. Excavate. Meanwhile, in a frigid place, two figures trudged along. The older brother, shivering with a runny nose, said, I'm freezing to death. Is there anywhere nearby we can take shelter? His brother grumbled in annoyance. Are you dreaming? Where would we find lodging in a place like this? Even if you have money, you can't. Suddenly, a hand touched him from behind, causing him to scream in panic. The shadows of demons vanish, replaced by a light that reveals what money can't buy. Handsome, shirtless men, bowing in welcome. The two of them stared blankly, not quite understanding, as the translator at the front desk greeted them warmly. Hello, I'm the director here. We have a new concept called the Ghost Stratum. He then began to loudly promote it with vivid enthusiasm, captivating viewers as if slapping them in the face. We've based this on the tombs of cultivators, renovating them into an amusement park complete with traps. You think ghosts are scary, right? Perfect for mass hysteria, super thrilling, and if you're not scared, you don't pay. It's mysterious but also completely safe. There are staff everywhere, and if you get too scared to move, they'll even carry you out. This place is perfect for spicing up the mundane lives of young people. And if you join now, you can get a discount code. The two of them waved their hands, looking a little scared. No, we just wanted a place to stay for the night. The translator slams his hand on the table, shouting. That's right. He gestures to the dazzling lights. Yes, we have those too. Look, a dazzling spiritual amusement park has opened, decorated with images of Chongli, and this tomb has been transformed into an entertainment zone. With a wide variety of attractions, Zhongli is everywhere, and the Ferris wheel sparkles. This is a terrifying amusement park themed around the god of fire. We also offer lodging and meals, unrealistic promotions, stimulating reality. Once you buy a ticket, you can absolutely stay the night. There's a budget hotel. Let's go, let's go. The translator shouts, urging the staff to scare the newcomers half to death so they'll spread the word when they return. The translator even dressed up as a pallbearer, introducing 3 paths to them, leaving the two wide-eyed. Is that so? With top-notch scare services, he urged everyone to add more tricks, turning the first floor into a maze, using cheap scare tactics. He gleefully added more fuel to the fire. Poison gas, rolling stones, and the screams echoed through the air. This autumn, our horror park's revenue soared, adding 3 more facilities, one for the fire god's wife and a dog's grave for the fire god's family. Furthermore, our KPIs this season need to be tighter. We must make money so everyone prospers. I hope everyone doesn't just see this as building a tomb for the fire god. We must see this as a money-making tomb, and everyone happily agrees. Fire god, make me rich. Fire god, let me escape poverty and become wealthy. The enthusiastic translator asked, well, is this year's income enough to support your whole family? He was, of course, very satisfied. Enough. Our entire tribe relies on this tomb to make money now. Even the drinking cups have the ritual printed on them. The theme park was so popular, it even attracted children. Mommy, I want to go kill the vengeful fire god. Okay, Mommy will take you later. The translator secretly rejoiced, thinking, Lord Fire God, your tomb is protected by us. Back in the present, you'll be dumbfounded when you ask what it says up there, won't you? Zhongli stared in disbelief, reading every word. Congratulations on clearing this hellish floor. Wait, isn't this my tomb? It continues. Please select a souvenir you like, pay for it, and leave a review. And don't forget to give us a 5-star rating. Chapter 75. Trong Lei was about to lose it after reading that. My grave, what is this? Zhong Tian stopped him just in time. Wait, it's not over yet. Something's moving. The mannequins are set up to look comical, and this is the checkpoint congratulatory mechanism, but the fire god's face looks so sinister when he smiles. The sign clearly states there are gifts for customers. Congratulations on clearing the level. You are the 100,000th visitor. Congratulations, here's a limited edition souvenir. Zhong Tian asks, confused, what this is, while Zhongli is about to blow up since it's labeled as a souvenir. You are the 10,000th customer, and as a bonus, you get this rare souvenir. The souvenir in his hands. He grows more frantic. Wait, something's not right. I can sense a familiar aura from this souvenir jar. Zhongli opens the item and screams, questioning it. Isn't this basically holding one of my organs? Who built this tomb? Meanwhile, Shu Xiaohua held his head in boredom nearby. We're all rich now. 4 mighty horses approached. Oh, heavens, a carriage. The crowd buzzed with excitement, wondering who could possibly ride in such a prestigious vehicle. And yet they bought a carriage. A tycoon. A true tycoon. The old master steps down, trembling, but everyone shows their respect. The old man approached the cliff, lost in thought for a long while, before erupting in hearty laughter, showering praise. Our efficiency has skyrocketed in recent years, and that mountain is overflowing with tourists. The fire god's reputation has spread far and wide. The mere mention of the name inspires dread. The old man chuckled, saying that just mentioning the fire god was enough to scare the children. Everyone in the tribe agreed. What's the next step? You say our tribes should continue to develop normally in this direction. Suddenly, his face darkens. I'm nearing the end of my life. This sends the others into a panic. What does he mean? The elder then corrected himself. I've come to talk about retirement. He smiled like the crescent moon, entrusting them with his work, saying his energy was spent and he could barely stand, so he was leaving the place to them. But I have one last wish, to be buried here after I die, so I can watch over the fire god. He just shook his head, muttering, burying people in an amusement park is bad luck. Then, the old master, pointing his cane, began to rant. Don't you dare complain. This was a grave to begin with. I don't care. I want to be buried here. I've already decided where I'll be buried, right in front of the tomb, so I can always protect the glory of this place. This place holds a few things of significance to me, my life. Is that all right? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Great fire god, There's more than just fire down here. Scenic mountains, bustling amusement parks, and thriving businesses. Yeah, are you pleased? Zhongli was now screaming madly and impatiently. I've searched everywhere. My organs have all become high-end souvenirs here. We can't stay in this hellhole any longer. Then everyone followed the boss's lead. Tearfully, they lamented, Boss, we're so sad. How will we do business now? I wonder if I should just grab 2 people to eat first, drink and chat. But as a result, the place went bankrupt the following year and had to close down. After telling a series of stories, the old man was still annoyed. From then on, I became a spirit, protecting this place. Inside, there's some magic and a few mechanisms, and the skeletons are just for atmosphere. I control them to fight against those who intend to rob graves, he scolded. You guys are the second worst. Shu Xiaohua didn't find it very interesting. Is that so? The situation is complicated, and he knows how to do things, which only infuriates the old man further. My skills aren't up to par. I tried my best, but I didn't betray my conscience or the great fire god. She calmly replied, I don't see it that way. Suddenly, a rock flew between them. Zhongli suddenly appears, having overheard a bit of the conversation, and Xiao Shihua feels somewhat relieved. Everyone's out, that's great. Then the old man's eyes widened. This aura, he'd ignored it while he was deep asleep. The old-timer is overjoyed. Could it be the fire god? So you've become a spirit as well? The elder rushes to greet him. Is it really you? Your tomb still stands, are you pleased? I've always protected this place. Suddenly, the old man was slapped across the face. Thank you. And with that, he turned and walked away. Let's go revive first, then we'll talk. The 2 in the back were utterly stunned, and this was no accident. His feelings were mixed, unsure if it was good or bad. The powerful figure collapsed in sorrow after being ambushed and losing his halo. What's going on? Shu Xiaohua sits down for a heart-to-heart. Nothing much, just that I found out you were dancing on his grave. Have some consideration for the dead. He whined, the dead have no feelings. How could I have known he'd become a spirit? Shu Xiaohua feigns authority, a bit indignant, but more than that, your business model intrigues me. I plan to ask my superiors to turn this place into a museum. How will you protect it then? Zhongli and Xu Tian bring the jar of organs for some purpose, followed by Zhongli's body submerged in a tank of water. It seems he's about to be reborn and reincarnated. Chapter 76. He opens his eyes in shock. His body, he's alive again. Zhongli sheds tears, realizing he has truly been resurrected. This is a sensation. Life is flowing through my body. He could feel the air, the water surrounding him. Zhongli pounded relentlessly, eager to escape and feel the wind and sun. Is this what it feels like to have a body? Zhongli clenches his fist, striking the glass repeatedly. I had almost forgotten this feeling. I can't wait. It's like the whole world is smiling at me. Finally, perseverance has won. He shatters the glass to escape, declaring his love for the world. Suddenly, a fist comes flying at Zhongli's face, who clutches his swelling face on the verge of tears. Who hit me? I'm so sensitive after just waking up. That really hurt. Who are you? What do you think you're doing? The test subject shrieked, demanding compensation. You broke this test tube. You monster, we revived so many dinosaurs and none of them punched the equipment right after waking up like you did. Pay up! Suddenly, someone blocked their path and kindly offered Zhongli some clothes. Calm down, calm down. He shrinks back in fear. Who is this? Suddenly appearing, he introduces himself. We're in charge of this project. Hearing this, Zhongli became cautious, apologizing profusely, saying he wasn't fully awake and got a little emotional. Lao Wang accepted the apology, but coldly stated, I accept your apology, but you still have to pay. He smirked. It's just equipment worth a few million. Someone like you could work it off in a few years, and we can forget this ever happened. Zhongli was shocked and fainted from the sheer terror of it all. Zhang Tian catches him as he faints, his soul leaving his body. The experimenter suggests pinching him to wake him up. The old king explained scientifically that because he had just obtained his body, he could faint from stimulation. Just then, Trong Lo came to life and screamed, Wait, didn't you say you needed me? Wasn't I supposed to be important? But the old king stood firm in his decision. Necessary, but not essential. We simply want historical data from your era. The 3 of them head to a room where someone is imprisoned. The boy is fast asleep inside, and Zhongli is perplexed by the person before him. Inside is a young boy. Where is this? Who is this? No, this bone-chilling cold, it sends shivers down their spines, a familiar coldness. Flying out of the room, it felt like his very fire could be frozen instantly, and he shivered as he cried out, What is this room? How cold is it? Why is it so freezing? Old Wang carefully explained, This is our accident monitoring room. This child was discovered by the company when you guys went to the tomb. He recounted the entire incident, saying that the boy collapsed on the road before they could call the police, and his body suddenly manifested strange powers, freezing everything around him. It was a very strange scene. Just like the monsoon season, the cold intensified, freezing the roads and requiring a dozen workers for rescue. After that, he remained unconscious. Zhongli held the freezing body, his chilling question hanging in the air. "There's nothing I can do," the old king reiterated. "It has nothing to do with you." He explained that the reason the boy was in this state was because his body contained the soul of an ancient cultivator, who was in a deep sleep, refusing to speak, only uttering a few words. But it was enough to confirm that he and Zhongli were from the same era, and also a spirit. The old king solemnly stated that this spirit is called the water ice god, causing Zhongli to freeze in shock, his face darkening. "What? Then he really is someone I know?" Zhongli unleashes his energy, hoping to coax the spirit into speaking, and a massive fireball erupts. It was so terrifying that Shutian was stunned. Had this fireball become so powerful after gaining a physical body? The boy drifted peacefully, but Zhongli's prodding awakened a murderous glint in his eyes. He breaks free from his iron prison, his demeanor hardening. This person seems to be involved in something big, likely a story behind it all. "I can't believe you're using remnant souls to survive to this day. You wretched thing," he screamed, desperate to punish the boy before him. "You little home wrecker." And that brings us to the end of part 1.